two good friends here. They're both widows, and they're by themselves. Okay, I know I have moxie and I can be sassy. I can't let anything happen to them. And if push comes to shove, I will pick them up and go someplace else.
Yeah.
I can't leave here and know they're here.
Yeah.
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 But it's amazing what's here, and there's a lot of people. And if you're watching from out of state, please clean up around your houses before you leave town.
Yeah.
Because their stuff is now in other people's yards. That's what's sad.
Yeah.
You know, and we'll clean up all this. And I know ELS, it's called Equity Lifestyle Properties. They will send in people to come in and clean this all up.
Okay.
They did after Ian.
Okay.
They totally amazed me, because the job that they do for us here is being our landlords, because they own the land. 5 days after Ian hit, there wasn't any of their stuff here.
Yeah.
They cleaned it all up. It's amazing. Yes.
So talk to me about the neighbors that you guys have right over here. Do you know them personally?
Yes, they're at a shelter downtown.
Okay.
Not downtown, but on the other side of Fort Myers.
Okay. And so has anybody contacted them? Has anybody talked to them?
This car right here, the black car,
Okay.
this is friends of theirs.
Okay.
And the own Paul asked him, would you go in and get all my stuff? And I guess he gave him a list, but he's been cleaning out their house and putting it in his car to take it to them.
Okay.
Yes.
And talk to me about the damage at your own home. You live a couple houses down,
Nothing.
right?
Zip.
So
Nothing.
Nothing.
It went between the black shutters right there.
Uh-huh.
It went between his carport and my house on this side where the garage is. Not one glass is touched.
Wow.
All my windows, everything about my roof is done. And I know people didn't care for Russell Roofing. They did a perfect job on my garage. They had to rebuild it.
Wow.
And there is a leak inside my garage, not a leak.
Wow.
Hurricane put a hole in the side of my house, my garage. But
Yeah.
no. None of these houses got damaged except their carport took off. Yes. That's it. And the house on the corner. But I understand cul-de-sac 3 really got hit hard.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So
We're
this
very
is
fortunate.
Yeah, this is just one of the neighborhoods, guys, again, that got hit super, super hard. We're going to try to go around to other neighborhoods and other cul-de-sacs in this area that got pretty hard as well. But thank you so much, Mary Lou, for talking with me. And I
Sorry
hope
if my looks like a soap.
No, you're fine. Thank you so much. And I hope you stay safe.
I will.
Thank you. Thank you. Back to you guys at the studio.
All right, Zoe, thank you. It's well, that's very sweet. It's the dichotomy of any of these things. You have the one street that's doing fine. You have the other street that's clearly not. You know, that's the way that happens in a lot of these storms. But that's the worst damage that we've seen so far, clustered.
It definitely
today.
happens that way in a tornado.
Yeah.
It definitely happens that way.
And depending on water, it might happen that way.
But you got to worry about the hurricane now. It's still coming, and there's going to be some sustained winds and some wind gusts, and there's debris out there all over the place. I worry for them because they're already in a mobile home community. But she said she's not leaving. She's not leaving. She's staying right there. So we pray and hope for the best.
And we're going to check in now with Maddie Herron live in Inglewood. Maddie, last time we talked to you, there were people there who were kind of wishy-washy, at the very least, on whether they were leaving. What did you find out?
Yeah, exactly. And as you can see behind me, the water is already creeping into different yards. It looks a little bit like a river. We're going to go over to Jimmy. I first met Jimmy on Manasota Key on Monday when he was using the sand on Manasota Key to prepare for sandbags, prepare his home behind us. And Jimmy, why are you still here?
Where else are you going to go? You know, it's home.
And what are the ways that you prepared your home? And I know that you had a quick change of plans towards the end. Can you tell me about those?
So my mom recently had surgery, so we kind of just took her to higher ground because we do expect 100% to take on flooding here. So basically how we prepared, we just put all of our furniture on 5-gallon buckets to give it like an extra, 3 feet. And then we took all the valuables in the house and stacked them up on our beds. Our beds sit about like 3-4 feet off the ground, and just got everything off the ground. And I took my mom about like 10 miles inner and put her in like a bigger house to, try to get her out of the flooding.
I know we can see it in your hair, my hair, intense winds that are only going to pick up. How does that make you feel seeing this so early in the day?
It's definitely makes me nervous, the fact that it's already flooding, and the storm's not even here yet. It's like still like 8 hours away, and we're already starting to take on flooding. Definitely not feeling good about it. I'm guaranteed the house is going to take flooding.
And you told me that your house saw some damages during Ian. What did that look like?
We got about like 2.5 feet of water throughout the house, just destroyed everything. Had to completely redo the house. Like, what is like the terrible part about it is we kind of just finished up rebuilding the house about 6 months ago. Like, it takes a while, like with insurance and everything. Just got finished, just to go through this again.
And there's not too many cars on the road near you with your neighbors. What have you gauged from your neighbors? Are they also heading out?
Yeah, I think this is the only neighbor left right here. Everyone else kind of evacuated. They're saying we're crazy for staying. Like, you know, it's life or death. You need to leave, but I don't know. We always stay for them.
Do you feel like it's a life or death situation?
No. I feel like, you know, obviously it's bad, but it gets poor. What's the word I'm looking for? It's just like they make it seem worse, like in this area, than it really will be. Like, yes, I do think we're going to take flooding, but I think we'll be okay.
On Monday, we spoke, and you said you were 50-50 about evacuating. Did anything else factor into that decision to stay in Englewood?
Just staying close to your house, because the last time I had like family and friends evacuate, it took them like over a week to get back into town. You know, they'll block all the roads off, or everything will be shut down. You won't be able to get back into town. So it's like being close to your house is nice, as you can come and start assessing damage like right after, get everything fixed up.
But there is a risk with that as well.
Of course. You got it.
Well, thank you so much. Well, we appreciate it, and we hope that you and your mom, your friends, family are all safe if you choose to stay here. And we're going to keep you guys updated with how Jimmy and his family's doing, as well as other neighbors that chose to stay in the Englewood communities like the one behind me. Live in Englewood, Maddie Herron, Wink News.
All right, Maddie, thank you. East Frey Street, there clearly a lot of water already. And the one good thing we really heard from her is that most people in the neighborhood at least have left.
Yeah. We want to go to Port Charlotte right now, where Wink News anchor Liz Byro joined us earlier and is along Bayshore Road right on. Liz, any changes to what you're seeing on the roads there? We know you had standing water earlier.
Lois, I mean, just the rain continues to come down. I mean, this next to me is obviously this is a swale right next to me. This is meant to build up water. But if you look over here, same thing. Water's just pooling here. It's pooling in front of the park. We're seeing rain come down. But what I do want to show you right here is this is the home of a man who evacuated. His name is Rick Confilty. He actually just left within the last half hour. This entire morning, he spent this time making his home more secure for Hurricane Milton. He got about 2 feet of water inside during Helene. You can see he put the shutters down. He boarded it up. We have I don't even know what the word for this is right now, but some kind of prop up to keep these boards up. I mean, you just do what you can do to keep your place safe and you leave. That is the key. This home, or this car during Helene, was floating during the storm. I mean, it's just, this is an area, this is Bayshore Road again on Punta Gorda, in Punta Gorda, that sees a lot of water. Now, as for the harbor right now, it's looking a little bit choppy, but the things have really just not even picked up yet. Now, when I did talk to Rick Confilty, he did stay for Helene. He told me with Milton, he's just not messing around.
It's getting too scary. You know, there's no sense in dying for a storm. This one's bad. You know, when the harbor overflows, nothing you can do about it. It backs up.
Okay, we apologize. We clearly have lost some communication with Liz right there, but you can see what she's watching along Charlotte Harbor, an area that floods often.
And all the water in all the different directions around the street there.
Right, swales are full.
They are.
And they will fill more.
Much room for it to go.
Yeah.
Wink News anchor Taylor Wirtz and Annette Montgomery live covering Manasota Key for us together. That weather there looks worse than the last time we talked to you guys. Does it feel that way to you?
Chris, I'm sorry, my AirPods are a little spotty right now, but we're in the bay behind Englewood Beach, and a concerning sight here. We've seen several boats out floating in the water, and there appear to be people on them as we've heard music, and you can see the water and that wind have drastically picked up. It's getting a lot rainier now, and that wind is whipping. We're kind of keeping an eye on some of the piles of debris around us. That's a bit concerning. You can see some trash cans over here. And then just across the road, look at that, all that pile of debris. Not a sight you want to see as this wind starts to pick up, but mainly these boats. There appear to be people just floating around aimlessly. I'm not sure, but we have been hearing music, so it's almost as if they're just trying to ride the storm out on these boats. And my colleague Annette Montgomery, Annette, you found someone that's waiting with his boat.
I did. So as Taylor mentioned, we're not really sure how many people are actually on these boats, but he did say that he knows families are on that one. We actually heard music. Now that is his boat right there. I'm going to introduce you to him right here. Here is Merritt. Now, Merritt, I'm here now with our live audience, and I kind of just want to go through why you're out here. I know you said that is your boat right there. Can you tell me why you're out here right now?
Pretty much just to see how it's anchoring and everything, making sure it's holding anchor. And before the real big one comes, and had issues with Helene and got swept up near the bridge there, but luckily the communication lines caught me from actually going into the concrete, and I drastically improved the anchorage, so I'm now just hoping that it holds.
Absolutely. And what made you come out here to watch it? Were you just concerned?
Well, I live on the boat, and I learned after Ian not to stay on the mostly just out here making sure that it's in good shape and not dragging anchor. The funny thing is, there isn't a heck of a lot I could do, even if it's hard to go taking anchor and dragging. There's really nothing I can do, except maybe take pictures, but at least just the thought of knowing and hoping that it holds during the storm.
Absolutely, that's your home. And speaking of that being your home, Merritt, where are you going to go after that? I know you're watching it now, but obviously...
Sister, I have relatives in town, so thankfully I have a place to stay. So that's pretty much... got some provisions, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and stuff like that, for the... in case power goes out. And other than that, just kind of hoping, they're saying the wind shear is kind of messing with it a little. I'm just hoping we don't get, a lot of huge storms, sturge and bad winds.
Absolutely. And kind of last question for you, Mayor. We were trying to gauge how many people might be out on the boats. I know you said you saw some people on that one, correct?
Yeah, there's like 3 trawlers out there, and on at least 2 of them, there's people that they also live on the boat, and I think they elected to stay on the boat, but I'm not sure. But it looks like for sure there's at least one, and I see the dinghies and stuff around the other boat, which means they're probably on that one too. So I got all my dinghy and kayak out. I took it over to my sister's house because I usually go in right here to get to my boat. So, but anyways, great that you're out here now. I can't wait to see if you're going to be out here 4 or 5 hours from now. If you do, feel free to take a shot at the boat, see if it's still there. I'll be watching on the news.
All right, Mayor, we won't be out here, but we'll try to check on your boat before we leave. Thank you so much for speaking with us.
Right, thank you.
Have a good one, Merritt. And kind of, we're going to walk right now as Gabby is walking with me to just kind of show you the boat Merritt believes families are on. And we did hear music playing from there, so we do think families are out on these boats. But again, we are in Manasota Key, an area that's under a mandatory evacuation zone. The good news, we haven't seen really anyone on the roads, just sheriff's office vehicles. We have seen businesses boarded up, so that is a good sign. But we'll stay out here a little bit longer, drive around, and report back what we see. Live from Manasota Key, Annette Montgomery, Wink News.
Get some credit for trying to get some help to keep an eye on his home, on his boat.
Absolutely.
On his home.
For the record, our crews will be well out of there
That's
before
right,
the weather gets that bad.
Too dangerous.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at a tornado that we got video from a viewer. This is near Clewiston in Hendry County. Just watch as this huge tornado crosses State Road 80 right now. And if you keep an eye on the cars here as this tornado is coming along, you'll see some brake lights go on as soon as they realize. And you see some of the power lines.
Wow.
You see the flash from the power lines that are knocked down, and the electricity there is interrupted. That is just quite the sight you don't want to see when you're on the highway or anywhere for that matter.
That's just frightening. Here's Weather Authority Chief Meteorologist Matt Devitt.
That is the largest tornado that, at least in my years at Wink, that I have seen. Very comparable to the one we had in 2022 in January, the one that went through Lee County. We have never had in Southwest Florida an EF3 or higher tornado. That one may give it a run for its money. Hope everybody was okay, taking it seriously. We have unfortunately had a tornado outbreak in Southwest Florida and across the entire peninsula. National Weather Service, they said they've issued like over 40 tornado warnings and still counting. So on that note, when can we at least get one dynamic out of our head with this storm? And let's talk about that tornado potential. It's going to be elevated at high spots as we go throughout the afternoon. Goes down just a little bit, but still elevated within the moderate category as we hit midnight. And then I'm seeing, according to computer models, a big drop-off as we approach especially Thursday, 6 a.m. and all the way into tomorrow as we go deeper into the morning. So it will remain elevated basically for the rest of today, a little bit overnight, and then dropping off quickly after that point. So let's get you caught up to speed on the storm. Thanks again for tuning in and joining us. As expected, the wind shear, go baby wind shear, it is starting to hurt the storm, but the problem is it is still already a significant and powerful system. Category 4, as of the 3 o'clock advisory, we are getting these updates in every single hour. The max winds 130 miles an hour. That is primarily in a small portion of the northern eye wall. I'll show you that coming up. The pressure has been going up. That's good. The lower the pressure, the stronger the storm. The wind and the overall storm pushing to the northeast at 16 miles an hour. So let me show you that wind shear. It has really taken a toll to a certain degree on the system. As expected, it's interacting with a formidable and powerful storm that's going to be bringing wind, power outages, as well as the surge as we go deeper into tonight and especially into tomorrow. So here is the very latest on Wink Live Doppler 3X. As you can see, just the multiple tornado warnings that we have in effect. I actually have a way to clear all this out and look at all of these right now in effect, including the tornado warnings as well as the tornado watches. I mean, you talk about, we got warnings everywhere across the area. But what we have right now, let's zoom on in to the main eye wall. That's going to be the core of the storm. And there's a couple things I want to point out. Now, first off, we almost have, you see that at home, 2 eye walls. And that is indicative of a storm that is restructuring itself, but in this case, it's not going to get to the storm that it once was, and it's because it's interacting with drier air and wind shear. Notice how there's no bottom half here. Irma did the same thing in 2017 as it made landfall on Marco Island, and that is because it's wrapping around drier air. It's chipping away at the southern side, but it's not like there's no wind there. There's definitely wind there. It's just not to the intensity. That's the worst part of the storm. And if you were with us with Ian in 2022, this was the part that went over Charlotte County, the relentless wind and the rain, and we had over 20 inches. That is the worst part in terms of the wind as well as the heaviest rain, and you can even see some lightning in the eye wall. So we will largely avoid that in Southwest Florida, but we're not going to avoid the surge. The surge is on the southern half of the storm, but if you look very closely, there's one eye wall. There's one right there, and then there's another smaller one right here. The outer eye wall is actually taking away moisture and energy from the smaller one. So it's weakening and it's starting to collapse and almost getting absorbed into the bigger one. And that trend will continue as we go deeper into the afternoon and extending into the evening. But let's just take a look at some of the wind that is being analyzed right now offshore on the local radars that we have in the area, and these winds are being analyzed at 103 miles an hour. And look at that, another observation with winds being analyzed inside of the storm upwards of over 100 miles an hour plus, and that's what's going to make a beeline right towards Tampa Bay, Sarasota, and even some of those gusts working its way locally into Southwest Florida. Let's go back to the trajectory and that forecast, and let's see, almost kind of think of it like a wobble tracker. And yeah, we had a couple wobbles earlier this morning. There's one where it went north and then it kind of flattened out. But so far, it's been going according to plan over the past hour. The red line is the National Hurricane Center forecast, generally to the northeast. And if there aren't any deviations from that, that would have it working its way with the core of it towards either Manatee County or primarily Sarasota County. I would say Sarasota County probably has right now the edge for the landfall. But in the grand scheme of things, for us in Southwest Florida, that's kind of irrelevant. Where the center goes, impacts are going to be felt well outside of that itty-bitty center, and especially surge. And all of these outer bands, these gusty winds, are rotating around the storm and allowing the water to start to creep in and pile up. And that trend will continue as we go deeper into the afternoon. Looks like we have a brand new confirmed tornado warning. Let's talk about that real quick. This is going to be approaching right near the Miccosukee Service Plaza. And this has some of the stats here. And this is going to be in effect until 3:30. Reading off the report, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Big Cypress and the Miccosukee Indian Reservation. I'm mainly pointing this out because if you know anybody right now that is on I-75 that is traveling to and from Southwest Florida, we have a large, dangerous tornado that is on the ground. This has already happened multiple times today, and there is the rotation, and this is basically right near the Collier and Broward County line, and it is a couple miles away from the Miccosukee Service Plaza. Let me do an estimate here. I'll show you, and it's about 2 to 3 miles away. Let's see if we have debris that is being picked up, and right now, no, but if you know somebody that's traveling on the interstate, please be on alert with that storm. We also had apparently some damage that has occurred from an earlier tornado warned cell. We confirmed that for you around Lakeport. The Wink team will be on top of that to get you pictures and videos as they come in. So unfortunately, damage was recorded there as well. Let's go back to the overall situation at hand, one after another, these bands of showers and storms coming in from the south. And same deal, every single one of these cells will be watched for potential rotation. So we are entering another threat. You know, this is going to be the real nasty band of tornadic activity. Then we see another band here, and then you have the primary core of the storm that will be heading to the northeast. Tampa Bay is going to get it. So is Anna Maria Island, Longboat Key. As this storm, yeah, the wind field has been, the max wind speeds have been going down just a little bit, but it's growing in size. Look at the brand new Milton wind field update, about 310 miles wide, and that's very typical. If they do weaken after becoming a Cat 4 or 5, they can expand in coverage, and now more of the area starting to see, at a minimum in yellow, tropical storm force gusts. In the red, that is going to be the hurricane force winds. If you're curious what type of wave action we have right now, how about 30 feet in the Gulf of Mexico near the core of the storm? And all of this water, all of this wave action will follow Milton towards its landfall. So all of this, you know, we're not going to get 28-foot waves right along the coast, but it's that unsettled Gulf, those higher waters, that will be working its way towards the Florida coastline as we go into time. So on this line, we are here. And as Milton starts to approach, we're going to go up in the storm surge threat later this evening and overnight, and all the way into Thursday morning. It still will be elevated, and I even expect elevated levels all the way into tomorrow afternoon and evening. Granted, not to the peak of what we see later on tonight. So this is literally your last chance. If you were told to evacuate, last chance here, because we're about to approach the incline of going to our maximum surge event by later on tonight and all the way into tomorrow. Let's take a look. I had a viewer that said, can you show the low tide and the high tide times? So let's do that. Here's a look at Charlotte County. What you see in the back is the worst possible scenario inundation. We were highlighting that yesterday on Wink. There's Englewood, Gasparilla Sound, Boca Grande. Hey guys, can you do me a favor real quick, and we'll take down the banner on the bottom. Charlotte Harbor, low tide is pretty much right now. Your high tide will be tomorrow morning. Expect surge. We'll take you into Lee County, Fort Myers, Cape Coral, Fort Myers Beach. There's Sanibel as well as Captiva, as water is going to be pushed up the Caloosahatchee, Pine Island, Sanibel, as well as Captiva. And then for our final stop, Everglades City, Marco Island, and Naples, the posted low tide and the high tide. Some of that is occurring actually right now. followed by the high tide later on today. We talked about the tornado potential that will be with us as we go throughout the rest of the afternoon and all the way into the evening. Here's a look at the highest wind gusts that we've had over the past hour, and this is what we have currently as the winds are gusting to 34 for Everglades City, 48 for Sanibel, but you saw the eye wall is still offshore. That's where the maximum wind is, so we are occasionally gusting upwards of 40 to 50, even some spots over 60 miles an hour. So here's the hour-by-hour forecast in terms of the highest wind potential and threat. Now, in this graph, I have to pick one spot. So I picked Punta Gorda. Now, you can extrapolate that. If you're more south, you probably won't reach these levels, or at least the peak height of the wind graph. But if you're maybe closer to Milton, you could be higher than this. So this is set for Punta Gorda. So you can see that we start to see the possibility for tropical storm to hurricane force wind gusts, not sustained, but the gusts, as we hit later this evening overnight. And that's also when we see some of that surge. And it's because of higher winds, more force pushing up the water. So this is going to be the wind gust forecast, and then still at tropical storm force levels for the beginning of tomorrow morning. And then after that, as Milton starts to go away, the winds will lower as well. So let's take a look at our future track model as we go into time. And here's how I expect things to play out. I picked a model that has a very good handle on the current situation. So here's a look at about 3 o'clock right now. And then you can see the core of the storm. Focus very closely on this. That's going to be the strongest wind component. But you see that blue ring right there on the bottom? Almost think of that as the greatest surge component. We want to avoid this. This is where the National Hurricane Center has their maximum surge forecast, because that's the strongest wind on the southern side. Northern side is going to be right here. So let's play this out, and you can see where that goes. Here's a look at 5 and 6 o'clock. Still seeing outer bands on the eastern side, and then it continues to rotate at 7, 8, and 9 towards its eventual landfall. This is at 9 o'clock with our future track model, and there will be some breaks. You know, we're not going to see rain for 12 hours straight. Rain off and on, and then you can see eventually it narrows in on this part right there of the Florida. Tampa Bay gets that northern eye wall. But then remember how I said earlier about the southern part? So the southern part, you have the strongest wind, and then on the northern part, you have the strongest wind, but not the surge. So right here is where I believe we will have the greatest surge component, because it's the southern eye wall and the max force of the water. And that's basically in the areas that have been highlighted previously for Sarasota County, Charlotte County, and especially in Toledo County. But hey, for our good viewers in Collier County, you guys will see surge too. But that's the logic behind why primarily Lee, Charlotte, and all the way into Sarasota County would see those higher surge levels, because we get the southern extent of the storm as it rotates around. And then there should be quite a bit of weakening as it works its way inland. Still some wraparound bands, but we have that persistent wind coming in from the Gulf. Here's Thursday at 4 o'clock, so tomorrow overnight, and then extending into Thursday, 9 a.m., off and on bands of rain. And then don't be surprised to even see the sun come out, as we will see eventually Milton work its way out of our state and into the Atlantic. So we will continue to get you these updates for the very latest on the storm. But in the meantime, let's toss it back to Chris and Lois.
Yeah, you know, we can speak for everyone and say the exit can't come soon enough.
Yes, yes. I don't know that we want to go through all the components to get this thing out of here, and we'll figure out. The hardest part is going to be, a lot of it's going to happen overnight.
That's right.
So the sounds of it, if you've never been through a hurricane, we're going to be with you here all night. On Wink TV, on the Weather Authority. What we're going to do right now is take a break. We're going to take over for a little while, and then we'll see you back here in just a little bit. You're watching the Weather Authority Wink News. We'll be right back.
Wink Weather, sponsored by Lee Health. Redefining healthcare for Southwest Florida.
In this moment, everything changed. Every choice now impacts a child's future. Research has proven that smoking weed while pregnant can hurt babies. Cannabis, leading to brain development issues, anxiety, poor academic performance, and physical problems at birth. Any use of THC while breastfeeding is also dangerous for babies. Your child or grandchild's future starts now. Don't put it at risk. Say no to marijuana while pregnant.
Big new car inventory, bigger new car savings. It's the big and new sales event at Nissan of Fort Myers and Nissan of Cape Coral. New Pathfinders, $6,000 off MSRP or just $469 a month. New Rogues, $5,000 off or just $339 a month. New Frontiers, $5,000 off. Get out of your old car and get up to $8,000 over book value for your trade. And it's back again. We'll donate $100 for every new Nissan sold to support breast cancer awareness. Rush to Nissan of Fort Myers and Nissan of Cape Coral today. Discover the difference.
This program sponsored in part by the injury law experts at Farah & Farah.
Helping those who need us most, putting your success before our own. This is our promise today and what we want to be remembered for always. Farah & Farah.
At Clive Daniel Hung, we believe when choosing a designer, scale matters. It's the full power of an award-winning team that brings your design all the way from inspiration to installation. We support our designers with more advanced technical experts, more buying power, and more innovative logistical support than any design firm in the country. Our team of 80 designers are able to focus on what matters. You. Clive Daniel Home, when scale matters.
Skin Secrets with Dr. McLaren.
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 Skin Secrets with Dr. McLaren. Skin Dr. McLaren.
I'm Dr. Greta McLaren. Welcome to our Skin Secrets Castle House. Call now and schedule your personalized consultation. 239-800-SKIN.
Still suffering from a damaged or incomplete roof? Unlike other roofers, Nastar Roofing completed every job before and after Ian. Nastar Roofing can solve your roof problems in 1 week at the same pre-Ian prices. Don't believe us? Call 239-567-RACE.
At Closets by Design, we make custom affordable.
Their designer created a space for everything that I had in my old closet and so much more.
Get 40% off plus free installation. Call 1-800-BY-DESIGN or visit closetsbydesign.com.
I'm Sheriff Morris Young. Illicit marijuana laced with illegal drugs like fentanyl have destroyed lives. I know because I've seen it firsthand. Amendment 3 will save lives by making marijuana safe, regulated, and lab tested. Amendment 3 will protect our community from dangerous illegal drugs while allowing law enforcement to focus on serious crimes. Vote yes on Amendment 3, the smarter and safer choice for Florida.
Wink Closed captioning is brought to you by Germain Toyota of Naples. It's fast, simple, and easy.
Good afternoon. It is 3. I'm Amanda Hall, joined by Russ McCaskey, and we're joining you from our Gateway studios now.
Yeah, just as we have crews spread out across Southwest Florida covering the storm, we also have multiple locations where we can broadcast from so that if one gets knocked off the air for whatever reason, the other will be up and going so we can stay with you as we're going to every step of the way through this storm.
Yeah, Hurricane Milton still a powerful Category 4 hurricane. We're covering it all for you. First, we want to go to Wink News reporter Tiffany Rizzo, who is joining us live from downtown Fort Myers with the vertical evacuation, because that is Zone A, but you have a bird's eye view of the downtown area, Tiffany.
Yeah, that's right, Amanda. So I'm in a high rise here, so we are just keeping an eye on this area. What we notice right now, it is very windy, but we're not really seeing those heavy rains just yet. And if you take a look, this is First Street over here. There's no water on the roads yet. It's not flooded. That surge hasn't come in just yet. So we're going to be up here keeping an eye on all of this. Now, the Caloosahatchee is over here. You can see one of the boats that's still left behind from Hurricane Ian. So we're going to keep an eye on these water levels out here. Right now, we're just dealing with very windy conditions. So we're going to be keeping an eye on the downtown area from this vantage point. I'm reporting live in downtown Fort Myers. Tiffany Rizzo, Wink News.
Tiffany, thanks. That appears to be a pretty safe place to be.
Yes.
So that's why they're up high so that they will not get into any flooding or anything.
Absolutely. We're still about 9 to 12 hours away from when we expect to see that water start to come in. So we have a long way to go yet. So sit tight, folks. I want to go now to Wink News reporter Haley Zarconi, who is live near Fort Myers Beach for us. Haley.
Yeah, that's right. And we are here off of San Carlos Boulevard. I want to show you the water that's starting to come up on the roadway. We've got water puddling up over the road right here, and then if you look over this way, you can see water coming in through that vegetation right there. And really, I've got more to show you, because that water is actually our sign to go ahead and hightail it out of here after this live shot, because we don't want to be stuck in that water any more than you guys do. But I'm going to walk this way. My photographer Eric and I have been watching over Getaway Marina for really the past 40 minutes. I did my last live shot here at 2:50. It's now 3:30. I was standing on that dock at 2:50. That dock's now underwater. And there was a man here earlier. He was helping, trying to tie up his boats. I've watched him anxiously just walk up and down this marina, looking out at the boats. I can tell you what, you can't tell the difference in some points between the water and the dock. They're all one and the same. We're starting to see the surge. We're getting bands of rain here now, definitely feeling some of those gusts. I mentioned this in my last live shot. There's about a little whistling sound here because of where sails would be on these boats. You can hear them just moving in the wind. I also want to talk to, if we're seeing high water here, you know those people in those homes over there are seeing more of the same. And this is the type of surge that we're starting to see, and this really isn't nothing yet. We're just watching as this water comes up, gets higher and higher, and if people are in those homes there too, they're starting to see more of the same. But this is our last live shot we're going to do here. We're going to go farther inland so we can get away from this high water too. I'm going to go ahead and toss it back to you guys live on San Carlos Boulevard. Haley Zarconi, Wink News.
All right, Haley, thanks. Yeah, you can see that water starting to come up. And again, many more hours to go. We're going to keep an eye on it for you, of course. Meantime, people on boats in Englewood. Let's get to this video. It was taken by Wink News reporter Taylor Wirtz. This was about 3 p.m. And she said that she could actually hear music coming from those boats out there. So it looks like there may be some people trying to ride out the storm on the boats. Of course, that is not advised, but we will try to keep an eye on that situation.
Yeah, not the place that you want to be. Maybe they were on their way in. I'd like to think so. We hope so. We have some video of some of the flooding in Punta Gorda neighborhoods near the Peace River. This is Prairie Creek Drive around 2:30 this afternoon, and you can see it is already so saturated, so much water already.
All right, I want to go to video of strong wind and rain caught on camera in North Fort Myers, and you could see that debris. This is Hidden Acres, and you could see that debris flying. This was around 2:28 p.m. Looks like maybe a Ring doorbell camera caught that. But that is what everyone, I think, fears. That's why you want to put the shutters up or have impact-resistant windows or those kinds of things, because once stuff starts flying around, who knows what's going to happen. But very dangerous situation there.
Yeah, that's a friend of mine in that Hidden Acres community. It's an older neighborhood with a lot of old, beautiful trees, and they're going to have a lot of tree damage, roof damage, it sounds like, too. Some video here from a viewer that shows intense storms in North Fort Myers, including what looks like a transformer blowing. Let's see if we can see that pop. We got this right around 2:15. Okay, there's the dogs. There's everybody. Okay, there's the big there, but looks like they're riding it out with their fur babies inside. Stay safe, folks. I
want to get to some video now of a huge tree that gets knocked over. Take a look at that one. That is a massive tree. It's been around a long, long time. This is Fort Myers Villas sent this in around 2:15. So you can see some of the damage that has already been done around the area.
Yeah, when you think about how strong those trees are and then see them just toppled just so easily. Video from Colonial Boulevard and Summerlin in Fort Myers shows the tornado damage from a viewer around 2:15. I've heard from a lot of people in this area that said that they were already without power, had been knocked offline early this afternoon.
All right, now I want to go to a pic of a snapped power line. This is in northeast Cape Coral, sent in by a viewer. This was about 2:15. You can see the poles are leaning, but you can see that at least one line hanging down there, and that becomes a very dangerous situation as well. That's one of the things that you fear. That's why you don't want to go out too early after the storm is over and those kinds of things. You want to make sure that it's safe.
Yeah, you don't want to drive, and you don't want to even walk out into that flood water either and try to look around, because like you said, you don't know if those are in there. You don't know about the critters that might be in there as well. Good video from a viewer showing a strong band of weather moving through. This is Hanover Street in Fort Myers. We got this around 2 o'clock, and wow, you can see those flashes, and you can see almost looks like a swirl too as we're watching those winds and watching that tree get whipped around there.
Yeah, it really does. It's tossing it around back and forth. All right, I want to go to some images now showing a downed tree in Fort Myers. This is La Palma Street near Winkler Avenue. Again, this was around 2 p.m. when we clearly had that one band that had come through and certainly did a little bit of damage there as well. Tree limbs down. Hopefully that's all the damage that they will get from this storm.
Yeah, we have some roof damage from near Allen Park Elementary in Fort Myers. Where it looks like a tree landed on another home there. And it looks like, it's hard to make out what that is in the background behind the blue home. Maybe a shed or a carport or something. But yeah, parts of a roof looks like torn off. Right now we want to check in with Sylvie Sparks, who I know was monitoring the evacuations, but is also checking some of our Florida Department of Transportation traffic cameras to just see the deteriorating conditions out there.
Right, Amanda. Like you said, many people, if they were going to evacuate, probably have already done so. Hopefully they have. If they haven't, I mean, just look at this. This is up in Sarasota County at US 41 and Oscar Scherer. You can kind of see the road right here, but clearly it is so shaky. There's wind, there's rain. You just don't want to be out driving in this right now. And I know this is up in Sarasota County, but we've seen weather be like this, and it could be like that again down here for us in Southwest Florida. Let's go to weather too, and I actually have a shot of Lake Okeechobee Park. Same thing, these storms from the outer bands of Hurricane Milton. Nikki Sheeks was giving me the tips on that back in the Weather Center, but it is just not a good time to be out and about. You definitely want to be hunkered down somewhere, sheltering in place. But if you are going to be out and about driving, if you are still needing somewhere to go, thinking about evacuating, let's talk really fast about my safe driving tips. If we can go over to maps, and I'll run through those just real quick. We're going to talk about driving in high winds, because obviously, oh, that's not me. There it is. Driving in strong winds. You guys want to have a fill, give large vehicles space, and have extra caution on bridges and overpasses. If you're in the Cape, if you're in North Fort Myers and you think I should probably go somewhere else, go over them, but go slowly. Hold very tight onto that steering wheel. And obviously we're going to see a lot of rain today. Turn your windshield wipers on, turn your lights on, and slow down. Again, you guys probably know most of these things, but doesn't hurt to touch on if you are about to be leaving your house. Turn around, don't drown. You see 6 inches of water, it can stall your car, you can lose control. A foot of water, that can float vehicles away, and 2 feet of water can carry away many vehicles. Be careful. Again, you saw how bad the road conditions are. Not a time to be out and about on the roads, but if you do have to evacuate right now before Hurricane Milton hits, remember these tips. That's the Rink News traffic.
Sylvie, thanks. Also good advice for tomorrow as well. Whenever you get out and about, you don't want to drive through that high water. Sometimes the creeks and so forth fill up with water, and then the water comes back out the other way, so it can flood roads that maybe weren't flooded at one point.
Yeah, we did see that after Ian. That really comes to mind, especially when we think about Charlotte County. We saw that happen. We have some of the damage from tornadoes and possibly straight line winds. A tornado touchdown by Colonial Boulevard and Summerlin. Knocked over that sign there. This is in front of Wesley Memorial United Methodist Church around 2:30 this afternoon.
Wow. All right. Also, people on boats in Englewood. This was taken by Wink News reporter Taylor Wirtz. That was at 3 p.m. Again, she said she could hear that music coming from those boats. So we're going to continue to monitor those folks, and hopefully they're able to get off those boats.
And a couple of pictures of a tree that fell onto a vehicle from a Fort Myers viewer that sent to us around 2 o'clock. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's unfortunate. But we're showing you some of the damage, especially the wind damage from earlier. And then as our team of meteorologists at the Weather Authority have been telling you, the surge event is what's going to happen later. The scary part about that is it's happening in the overnight hours.
Right, sure, yeah. So, and there's going to be little breaks as these bands come through, but don't take it for granted that this is over, because it's going to be going on for a while. So just stay hunkered down and stay safe.
A quick break. You're watching Wink News, the Weather Authority.
Would you like to lose 2 to 4 pounds every week? Physicians Rehabilitation is offering weekly medically supervised injections that are FDA approved, safe, and effective. They reduce appetite, cravings, and require no extra $100 a week. Lose inches and save on groceries. No hidden fees or membership costs. And no insurance is required. Just $100 a week.
At Physicians Rehab, we're getting you back to life.
If Hurricane Helene has left you struggling with water-damaged appliances, Good Deals is here to help you recover as fast as possible. Our warehouses are fully stocked, and we're getting truckloads of new deliveries every day. What's more, owners Jay and Sandy Russo are offering special pricing to those affected, which means right now, Good Deals' guaranteed lowest prices are even lower. In most cases, we can deliver next day, and as always, free delivery and free haul away of your old appliances. For more, visit gooddealsappliances.com.
As a Florida OBGYN, I'm reminded every day that abortion is a sensitive topic. After treating thousands of women, I know Florida laws prioritize women's health and safety. Abortions are available at any point of the pregnancy to protect the life and the health of the mother. No doctor has to wait until a patient is near death before they perform an abortion. Anyone who claims otherwise is lying. Florida is protecting women right now because Florida cares.
Unlike alcohol, there's no easy way for law enforcement to detect how high you are when driving. A DUI can more than double your car insurance, and driving high affects more than just you. DUI crashes increase in states with legalized marijuana, putting everyone at risk. Don't drive high. It can raise your premiums or end your life.
In Southwest Florida, hurricanes come with the territory. So does protecting you from them with Wink Doppler 3X. Storm tracking power 3 times more accurate. It's one more reason more people turn to Wink, the weather authority.
DeRomo's Restaurant invites you to be our guest for an extraordinary dining experience. Enjoy light and refreshing summer salads or daily specials with house-made pasta, fresh seafood, and hand-cut meats. The finale, a decadent dessert. DeRomo's, delicioso.
No matter how you've been hurt, in a car accident, on the job, or from a medical mistake, it doesn't matter. Life goes on. How that life goes on is where we come in. Farah and Farah.
Severe back pain can make you feel less than yourself. At BioSpine, we can do more with less. Less time waiting for answers with next day appointments. Less days off work with faster recovery. Get back to being you.
Wink is first.
Fair everywhere.
The Weather Authority, we're glad to have you along with us. We're going to be here with you throughout this storm. We're watching it very, very closely. We've had some bands move through. We've had some tornado warnings, and now we're going to find out what's going to happen next.
Yeah, we've had several tornado warnings. I've had a lot of people sending in some damage, some storm damage from those tornadoes. Some of them will get confirmed later, but we've seen pictures, and the pictures are very telling.
Yeah, so we'll see how that goes. Right now, let's get over to our Chief Meteorologist, Matt Devitt, in the Weather Center. So, Matt, what are we looking at right now? Current conditions.
That's right. So I would love to take this opportunity to show everybody the current situation at hand, not only with what you see on radar, but what we can physically see. I was able to create a graphic where I'm taking cameras incorporated into Wink Live Doppler 3X. So if y'all don't mind at home, I know you're hunkering down and you're watching Wink. Let's kind of give a tour of how we're doing across Southwest Florida. And we'll first start in Englewood. And here's a look at some of those live conditions, the waves kicking up, coming in from the Gulf. Now I'm going to take you to, this is going to be around Placida, where we are going to be watching those water levels. And you can see a little bit of an encroachment above the dock, and you know, the surge is expected to into the late afternoon and all the way into the evening. We also have some occasional FDOT cams. Let's see if they're working. Yeah, this is around mile marker 160. We don't see that very often. Nobody's on the roads. Let's cross over into Lee County. Multiple cameras across Lee County to Sanibel. Sanibel has seen off and on bands of heavy rain. Look at that one. Currently working its way through, and look at the palm fronds almost going completely flat there with the waves continuing to crash in as the bands of heavy rain and tropical storm force gusts are rotating around Milton. We also have some good visuals as we go eastward across Sanibel. This is Siesta on the beach. And so far, the water levels are looking good. If that changes, we'll let you know. We also have some cameras as you go to and from the causeway all the way towards the lighthouse. This is one of the cameras that we do have near the Sanibel Lighthouse, and we will be watching those water levels as the next couple of hours. And then let's take you to Fort Myers Beach. I tell you what, before I do that, we'll go to Cape Coral. Here's a live look with one of the cameras that we have along the canal. And this is the Rubicon, as we have the winds that are continuing to come in from the Gulf, rotating around the storm. And then as we highlight areas of Fort Myers Beach, this is Diamond Head. And if you recall with Helene, this was all inundated. Now, we're not at the surge event yet, but we're going to have to periodically check on this to see the type of encroachment and how those water levels come in. So that's the current status around Diamond Head. Got a little bit right here. So again, we'll have to watch that status as we go deeper into the afternoon. Then we're going to take you inland. We also have an inland camera network. And let's zoom on in as we will take you to downtown Fort Myers. We have, this is at the top of the luminary. And you're looking at North Fort Myers in the distance, the clouds rotating around the storm. We have at times seen winds gusting upwards of 40, 50, even 60 miles an hour. They're zooming on by. Live shot from downtown Fort Myers, gusting upwards of 40, 50, even 60 miles an hour. They're zooming on by. Live shot from downtown Fort Myers. And then as we give you also some more looks, taking you into Collier County, Marco Island. Here's a look at some of the current conditions. You are right now in between some of these bands of showers and storms that have been working their way through. But with this live shot, yes, some bit of coastal flooding. But your main event is going to be later on tonight. So this is a live shot from Marco Island. And then also as we take it to Naples, last check, there were people out on the beach. Okay, it looks like that band cleared them out. But look at this shot. We are starting to see the water coming in from the Gulf, and that's probably why they're not there anymore. So there's the Naples Pier all the way towards where it's guarded off, and it looks like we are starting to see some water come in. So what I'm going to do here coming up in a bit, I'm going to continue with this particular weathercast, start to talk about water levels, and I'll highlight those specifics coming up in terms of how much we're increasing, the rate of our increase. But needless to say, we are starting to see some water come up. Look at the stairway all the way down to the beach, starting to come over a little bit more. And that is the influence of this storm bringing in the waves, the elevated water levels from the Gulf as it eventually makes its landfall towards the state of Florida. So these are the stats. You're going to see it pop up in about maybe under 5 to 10 seconds. The very latest on the storm, the stats are, it is a Category 4. We do get a new update here momentarily, so we are a couple minutes away from that. 1:30, pressure's at 948 millibars. As lower the pressure, the stronger the storm. But the one thing I don't want you to let your guard down is that even if the max winds come down, and they're not at 180 like it was 2 days ago, but the wind field expands and more people feel the influence of Milton. So as expected, right on cue, go wind shear. We love wind shear, and that's what's continuing to hurt this system. So thankfully, that went according to plan. We are no longer dealing with a Cat 5, and we could even see by this 4 o'clock update, they may downgrade it, all relative. It's still going to be a Cat 3. Potentially as we get those new updates in. So here is the very latest on Wink Live Doppler 3X as we have the bands of showers and storms rotating around the core. Let's take a look at our wobble tracker and see if it's right now staying on the path that it should. And, you know, maybe a slight deviation to the north, a little bit of a wobble. The white line is where it came from. The red line is where the National Hurricane Center expects it to go over the next few hours. And again, wobbles are very typical of especially powerful hurricanes. And you just have so much energy within the core of these storms that, again, sometimes cause fluctuations and a little bit of a wobble there. And I do expect that trend all the way towards its eventual landfall, which would likely be at this point either Sarasota County into Manatee County, and you can already see, folks, the thing about me is I'm an optimist. Let me show you that it has already technically cleared Lee County. So in terms of its parallel status to us, let me show you that it is now due west, excuse me, of Charlotte County. It's cleared Collier, it's cleared Lee, and then now it has, let me show you the distance. It is due west about 70 miles of Port Charlotte in Charlotte County. Now, I don't want you to let your guard down. Yeah, we might miss, and we are expected to miss the core of the storm, the northern eye wall, but the southern eye wall is the surge. The southern half is the surge, and that will still happen from this storm. So we are still going to get the surge, even if the core of this storm works its way basically from Hillsborough County, Manatee County, and extending into Sarasota County. They likely have the highest wind threat, but ours is going to be especially the surge. The wind field has been expanding. It's almost been kind of going off the map here. You'll see it come up. Yeah, it's right. This is how the storm has been expanding. Very typical. The max winds are coming down. It's starting to expand in its coverage. It's about 310 miles wide in diameter. Slight update in the surge forecast. At least we're going in the right direction, but it's not low enough. Instead of 10 to 15 feet, National Hurricane Center has 9 to 13 feet. So slight adjustment there, but life-threatening storm surge expected still across Sarasota County. And then if you look locally for Charlotte County, and the one spot in Lee County with the 9 to 13 is Boca Grande. So 9 to 13, still 8 to 12 for Charlotte Harbor, Charlotte County. Again, take it seriously, please. 8 to 12 for Lee County, and then 5 to 8 for our friends in Collier County. You already saw the water levels starting to go up in Naples. Let's take a look at the current wind gusts that we have at the moment across Southwest Florida, as we are right now gusting to essentially tropical storm force levels. That makes sense. The hurricane force winds are offshore. We are seeing the extension of some of those winds into Southwest Florida at tropical storm levels. And right now we are gusting between about 30 to 50 miles an hour. Now, doesn't take much sometimes, even with these gusts between 30 and 50, to see some power outages. And even some of this is because of the earlier tornadoes. Worst tornado outbreak in a long time in Southwest Florida, at least in the past 2 years, if not longer. 16,000 people, if not 17,000, currently without power. And meteorologist Nikki Sheeks is continuing to update these numbers as they come in. Very preliminary peak wind gusts, 50 to 60 miles an hour, but we will be updating this list every single hour as they come in. So where do we go from here in terms of the wind? Happy to walk you through it. Let's do it. So this is going to be the future track model, the winds gusting as we go into time. Now, thankfully, these are not sustained. They're not sustained. The sustained winds are lower than what you see, but at times we could see these gusts where the winds pick up, and they could reach hurricane force. That's why I have a hurricane warning in effect. And you can see some occasional gusts by later on tonight. This is at 10 o'clock. There's a 74 in the Cape, 85 for Englewood, 85 in Northport. And then as we transition to about midnight and 1 a.m., as we're trying to get some sleep, some winds gusting in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and even spots into the 80s. The data source, by the way, is from the American model. This is the American model wind gusts as we go into time. As we continue to fast forward, here's a look at still some gusty conditions leading to the potential for power outages as we hit about 4 and 5 a.m. And this is also when we would see the surge event. Look at the wind coming right off of the Gulf. So any surge that we see overnight, even as we hit sunrise to noon, they're still going to be elevated because we have tropical storm force wind still pushing up the water. And then finally, as Milton starts to weaken and it moves away, you can see that the wind speeds do come down a bit. But here's the forecast as we go hour by hour, and this has a good handle on what's going to happen. And you can see the core of the storm, the eye wall. There's going to be the highest wind, but there's where you get the greatest surge And as we zoom on in, here's our future track model as we go into time. There's a look at 6 o'clock all the way towards 7 and 8. It shows the likely area for the landfall within this vicinity of our state. Again, to reiterate, Sarasota, Manatee County, Hillsborough County within that corridor, but we get the surge, and that is going to be life-threatening. I hope the forecast doesn't verify. I'm rooting for it, but we need to prepare for the possibility as these bands of heavy rain and wind work their way through as it eventually makes its landfall. And then we see these lingering off and on showers across southwest Florida from Port Charlotte, Cape Coral, and extending towards Naples. And then as we go throughout your Thursday morning into the afternoon, mix of sun and clouds and overall breezy. So let's do another check of Wink Live Doppler 3X. So that way you know the situation at hand. I'll kind of give you a tour of what you're seeing outside of your door. And needless to say, we have a lot of active weather. And it looks like the radar, you see that skip, it missed a frame. So let me also, for the sake of clarity, I'll turn off some of the alerts that we have, as well as the heavy rain. Switch over to Wink Live Doppler 3X, and what we have is going to be bands of fast-moving rain and some squalls zooming on by areas of Charlotte County. Here's a time lapse, and look at how fast they are moving by. And when the rain picks up, that is where you could get those gusts of wind. Tropical storm force, according to what I've seen, and there's one about to approach Punta Gorda. We also have off and on bands of heavy rain for Deep Creek, Northport, as well as towards Rotunda, Boca Grande. Let's take you now into Lee County. Off and on bands, but compared to what we had earlier, this is not bad. But we are watching for the possibility of rotation. And I'm not seeing that right now in these cells. Here's also some more areas of heavy rain. There's also a pocket coming in towards Everglades City. Now that we're on it, let's take a look and see if we have any rotation. We do. Offshore, there it is. I'll point it out. And there's the possibility that the National Weather Service may issue a tornado warning with this one as it eventually starts to approach coastal Collier County. So there is a pocket of rotation right there offshore south of Collier County. As we go big picture, here's a look for the rest of southwest Florida, the current situation at hand. And most of the tornado warnings are trying to go more up the coast. And just what an absolute mess, right, of a situation from my old stomping grounds in Melbourne, born and raised, all the way towards Tampa, Orlando, as we continue to take you back to the core of this storm. So Russ and Amanda, that is the very latest on my end. I'm going to continue to compile some more data, and I will be back with everybody momentarily with the very latest on Milton.
And we're all looking forward to that next update to see where this thing's going and what it's going to do.
Yeah, when you talk about that wind damage and the power outages associated with it, we know Governor DeSantis this afternoon said that there are 50,000 line workers staged and ready to go to restore power. But I know that that's a tough thing. We like our air conditioning and we want to keep the lights on, especially with this storm coming through in the middle of the night.
Yeah, and as you heard, you know, we still have the storm surge to go. We're still going to have some wind gusts. So by far, we are not in the clear. We have many, many more hours to go, but the good news is we're going to be here with you all the way through it.
Yes. Right now, we want to go back out live to Wink News reporter Haley Zarkonian. She told us that she's starting to make her way inland, and she has moved locations. She is near the intersection of San Carlos Boulevard and Pine Ridge Road. So we know you're making your way back into town, Haley.
Yeah, that's right, Amanda. We definitely are. And I want to make a point of, I'm going to take a line out of my colleague Liz Byro's book. She talks about areas we should and shouldn't see flooding. Ooh, there's a gust. Right over here. This is an area we're expecting to see water pond up like this. That's what this is made for. That's exactly why this drainage is here. We're expecting to see that. What we don't want to see is water coming up on the roadways, and that's exactly what we were starting to see at our last live location near the Getaway Marina, so that's why we're here. I'm at the corner of San Carlos Boulevard and Pine Ridge Road, and we're starting to feel those gusts, as you can see on me. And right over here, you can see this sort of flag, per se, here. has ripped. We're starting to see some of these stoplights wave. These gusts are strong. They're pushing water out into the roadways, and we came all the way over here because we didn't see as much water as we did over there. As we made our drive here from Getaway Marina, we were driving through some water. So definitely don't be out on the roadways. It's better to stay home because driving through water, Sylvie Sparks has said this as well, turn around, don't drown. You don't want to be driving through water. As you can see, LCSO is here. They've been here since we were here earlier today as well. So we're going to continue and check in, see how this area near Fort Myers Beach is holding up, and we'll bring that information to you as soon as we get it. I'm going to toss it back to you guys for now in Lee County. Haley Zarconi, Wink News.
All right, thank you very much, Haley. And we know our coastal communities, Fort Myers Beach, but the coastal communities in Charlotte County have been bracing for impact, and hopefully everybody who was supposed to leave has done so.
Yeah, I just called up the Florida power outage map and kind of just going up the coast, and so far, it's not terrible. You know, Collier County, only 455 people without power. Lee County, 8,000 people without power. Charlotte County, 4,000 people without power. Then it gets a little worse. You get up to Manatee County, there's over 8,000 people there. So far, things are kind of holding together. Of course, if you're the one without power, that's no good. But for the most part, most of the people seem to still have power.
Yeah, and if you do lose power, there still are options to connect with the Weather Authority and get our updates. If you have a battery-operated radio, you can do that on Wave. You can do that on Wink FM and on 92.5 radio. So we're simulcasting there, have been since 4 o'clock this morning.
There was an interview with the Charlotte County Sheriff at the Emergency Operations Center. So let's go ahead and play that. Listen to what he has to say.
All right, your action right at this very moment.
Well, right now the plan of action is to prepare for post-storm. We've done everything we can pre-storm, so now it's how our response is going to be post-storm. So all your first responders that operate within Charlotte County, as well as those that are coming to aid us with our National Guard, FWC, we've all been meeting on a regular basis. We're putting our plan together. We're looking at the inundation maps, looking at where we think we need to focus. I guess fortunately, when Helene came through, we had a lot of flooded areas, so that was kind of a dry run for us. We know it's probably going to be threefold, so we know what areas we're really probably going to need to concentrate on. So we do have access stations throughout the county in different areas ready to respond as soon as it is safe to do so. At first light, and as soon as it's safe to do so, we're going to have our air unit up to kind of do an overall view of the county to, again, feed the information back to us, so we're going to be able to assess and see how we're going to attack it. So in place, but it has to be very fluid because this storm is going to dictate our response.
What are your main concerns for people in Charlotte County who haven't evacuated yet?
It's loss of life. I don't think some people are really taking this as serious as it is. I've seen some of the news feeds and some of the interviews that are out there, and people just don't think that we're going to get this surge. I really hope we don't. I pray to God we don't. But if they're right, this could be life-threatening.
And right now we're flirting with a couple hours really before we get those tropical storm-sustained winds. And then after that, your deputies are off the street, they're hunkering down, and also the shelter's closed. So kind of hone in on the message that if you're debating whether to move, you got to move now.
No, if you got to move immediately, right now, because there's not much more time left. The roads are getting dangerous. We're seeing the tornadoes sparking up everywhere. We are starting to see flooding in some areas just from the rain that's been coming through. So if you are going to move last minute, now is the time to do it. If you don't leave within the hour, then you're going to have to hunker down and pray.
So for the people, unfortunately, that probably didn't evacuate, they're going to be calling 911. What happens after that when you start getting those phone calls for I need help, but you guys can't leave yet?
Well, if it's unsafe for my staff and fire EMS staff for them to respond, we're not responding. I'm not putting my people's life in danger because you made a poor choice. I'm just not going to do it. Now, as soon as it's safe afterwards, we will be responding to those 911 calls. We will be going out into those inundated neighborhoods, and we will be checking door to door to make sure people are okay and get them to safety. But during the storm, when it's unsafe, we are not coming out, putting my people's lives at risk. And I do know that there are other people that have stayed on our barrier islands. There's people that have stayed down on Minnesota Beach. That is foolish. And we're watching those areas very closely.
What are your talks about plans for your mission after the storm dies down?
Well, like I said, after the storm, we got our search and rescue, and that's what we've been planning on every day. We're more and more assets have been kind of arriving or staged around the area, so we're developing our plan and where we're going to hit, how we're going to hit, and putting our search and rescue teams together.
When do you know if, USAR from Miami is going to come up here? When is that decision made?
Well, we've made the request for that. Actually, the fire chief had made that request for that, and from what I understand, they are going to make it up here. I'm just not sure when. I think they should be here around Friday.
Okay. Anything else you want to add or include, just a message for people in Charlotte County?
I just want to tell people that if you're still here, you have very limited opportunity. You need to leave. You need to take this seriously. Hopefully get as hard hit as everybody, but the way it's looking right now, it's ground zero. I've told people for years, after Charlie, after Ian, we were actually lucky because it was a wind event. Although the wind was deadly enough and destructive enough, we didn't deal with the water. We are dealing with the water now, and you're going to have a mass wall of water coming at you, and there's no stopping it.
Sheriff, I heard that you went out yourself and did some rescuing after Helene. Are you planning on doing that?
Advisors, I will be out there. I was out in my vehicle, and I heard one of my deputies calling for help because there were people trapped in their homes. So I responded, and that's what I do. I'm law enforcement first. So if somebody needs help, I'm in the area, my people, I'm going to go.
You love this place?
Yes, I do. This has been my home for well over 30 years. Raised my kids here. Now my grandkids are being raised here, so this community means something to me.
How are you doing?
I'm holding in there. So I got a lot of good people who got my back, so I'm good.
We'll get through it.
Yeah, we do.
It.
We always will. Yeah. So everyone just got to remember, we stay strong, stay safe, and we don't quit.
Thank you, Sheriff.
To Sheriff Bill Promell, and you could just hear it in his tone how upset he was, knowing that there are some people who have decided to stay. You remember yesterday, Russ, on our air, he told people, if you decide to stay, write your name and marker on your arm so that we can identify you. I mean, absolutely. And so, that was his tone yesterday, trying to warn people. I think he was really hoping that Helene kind of woke some people up and made them leave, but sadly we're hearing about some folks who've decided to stay. And
the track has been going kind of right there at the Charlotte County, Sarasota County line. Maybe it's going a little bit farther north, and that would be good for Charlotte County, so let's hope. But yeah, it is a dangerous situation, and that interview was some time ago that we did that with him, where he was talking about the possibility of going someplace else. It's getting to the point where, quite frankly, it may be too late to go do that.
Yeah, I think so. And as Matt has been saying, south of the I, that's going to be the water event. And so we're talking about, surge for Charlotte County. Right now, we want to go back out live to Wink News reporter Zoe Warner. She is in a mobile home park north on the trail, north of the Shell factory in Suncoast. Zoe, who do you have with you there, and tell us what's been going on?
Hey guys, that's right. I'm here in North Fort Myers at Lake Fairways, and I'm actually here with Matt right now, who is directly impacted by whatever just happened. And Matt kind of walked me through what happened, and let's just take a look at what his home looks like right now.
Well, you're looking at the living room, and that's where we were watching the news when it happened. The weatherman actually said to take cover, and about 10 seconds later, the tornado ripped the roof off of the house. Rafters were falling on us. I covered up my mother and the dog, and not 20 seconds later, it was gone, and so was the house.
Yeah. How are you feeling? Are you okay? Are you injured or at all?
No, not injured. Somehow, some way, we're both okay.
Okay.
But I'm not sure how to feel right now.
Yeah. This is your home, your livelihood. Let's walk a little bit over to the front. The wind is starting to pick up a little bit, but I just want to show you guys the complete damage that has been done to this home. Again, we are here in North Fort Myers at Lake Fairways, and this whole neighborhood is just completely has so much damage, and it's just pretty much destroyed at this point. Matt, talk to me about this point. Were you on this side? Did you feel the weather coming? Did you feel the wind coming at all?
It was immediate.
Yeah.
We heard it, and then the roof was coming off, and then once we were exposed, you felt it.
Yeah. Yeah. And you say you had been watching the news all morning, just kind of waiting, and then you heard the tornado warning come, and then out of nowhere it just came.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. And so now I see you've been out here with your buddy trying to clear everything up. What are you trying to salvage at this point?
We got all the important documents out and some family photos.
Yeah.
At this point, I'm looking for anything that might be important to my mother. Got a couple valuables out of the house. So.
Yeah. Yeah.
Next, probably just try to get some clothes out of the house and call it a day.
Yeah. And so let's walk over here a little bit to the front too. Where are you guys planning to go at this point?
Luckily, we have great neighbors in this park. It's a great community, and we're planning on staying with some neighbors.
Okay. And so they live close to here.
Yes.
Are you concerned at all for the hurricane that's coming and that it might impact your neighbor's home as well?
No, these homes withstood Ian, but a tornado it destroyed the house.
Yeah.
I don't think the winds from the hurricane will be as bad as what we just experienced.
Yeah. And so talk to me, some neighbors on the other side who have just gone through the same thing said it felt like a boom or a train at some point too. What did it feel like you guys were going through that?
It all happened pretty quickly. It's hard to describe, but yeah, it just came out of nowhere.
Yeah, obviously Matt is pretty speechless at this point as the whole neighborhood kind of looks like this. It's destroyed. There's debris everywhere. Homes are bricked apart. Windows are broken. Everything is just kind of laying out on the streets. And it was not like this a few hours ago. And obviously they're still trying to recruit, still trying to, get their bearings together. And we're going to be walking around. We have been walking around pretty much all this morning and this afternoon, but we'll make sure to keep you guys updated more with the latest. Live here in North Fort Myers, Zoe Warner, Wink News.
Hey, Zoe, before you go, can we ask him real quick about his mother? Where is she? And I think he said that she was all right, but where is she at right now?
Yeah, Matt. They want to talk to you a little bit about your mom. Where is she at right now and how is she doing?
She's safe. She got dry and I think she got a hot shower. She's over at the neighbor's house right now.
Yeah, good. And his mom was actually the one that came up to us. We were kind of driving around in the neighborhood just trying to figure out what was going on and assess the damage. And his mom came up and said, "My son saved my life." And so, Matt, obviously, how does that feel when your mom says that, being able to save her in such a disastrous moment like this?
She was top priority. As soon as the roof ripped off, it's just something you got to do.
Yeah. Save your family, for sure. Well, thank you so much, man.
No doubt.
I know I can't even begin to comprehend what you guys are going through, but we wish you the most safety with the hurricane coming up as well. And we'll make sure to keep you guys updated back at the station with anything that comes up. So live here in North Fort Myers, back to you guys.
Zoe, thanks.
Wow.
They're so unfortunate in a way, but also so very fortunate that they're okay.
Yeah, that they escaped with their lives, but I just feel for him. I mean, we are talking to Matt at the worst moment in his life when he is standing in front of his home and he's watching everything he owns in this world just destroyed around
20 seconds later, it was gone, it was over, and the house didn't look like that.
Yeah, and I just talked to a woman, too, who's near Page Field, said the same thing. As soon as Matt and Zach were talking about it in Jamaica Bay, they had a 4-minute warning. It had reached them where they are by Page Field near the villas. And so that's what we're hearing over and over with the tornadic activity from earlier this afternoon.
There were, 9 tornado warnings?
Yes, all at one time.
And that kind of as that one band came through, and it was very, very difficult for so many people.
Yeah, so it sounds like Matt and his mom are going to ride out the rest of what Milton has for us at a neighbor's, but still staying in that neighborhood. And we hope that the neighborhood, fares well. But I think the email that came in said 20 RV homes overturned, power lines snapped all around there. So we hope that everybody stays safe.
Considerable damage there.
Yeah.
All right, let's shift down now to Collier County.
News reporter Olivia Jean has the latest now from Naples Beach.
I'm on Naples Beach, where the conditions right now, it's really just the wind. There is no rain, but I do want to show you some of the water, right? Look at those waves, and you'll notice that there's no more Naples Beach. The water has come all the way up, I mean, even to my feet, all the way onto the parking lot. And then I want to take you this way, actually, and I want to show you something. You see the pooling at the end of the road? That's Gulf Shore Boulevard South. This is an area that tends to flood with storm surge and even just those typical rainstorms. So we're going to make sure we keep a good eye on that. But we're going to keep you updated all throughout the day today. As you can see, it just started raining. I will keep bringing you guys the updates. In Collier County at Naples Beach, Olivia Jean, Wink News.
All right, Olivia, thanks. So you see some of the water coming up there. The Gulf just looks kind of ferocious out there right now.
Yeah, it does. It looks angry, certainly.
All right, I want to get to Wink News anchor Liz Byro. She joins us now live in downtown Fort Myers, right off the Edison Bridge. How are things looking there? Clearly, there's a lot of wind.
I believe my call just dropped with you all, so I'm going to check really quick. Give me 1 second. Okay, if I'm on with y'all right now, we are right in front of the Edison Bridge. Is this one right here? This is what I wanted to show you in downtown Fort Myers. Look at this fence, completely knocked down. Now, this is what was holding it up. These sandbags right here. We have rocks right here. It is gusty here in downtown Fort Myers. When I came off the Edison Bridge again, that's where I'm at. We're outside of Edison Grand right now. I mean, this caught my eye immediately. This entire fence just pulled down. You can see the water level is rising here outside of the marina. We're actually going to go check on City Tavern right now and other areas in downtown that have put up precautions. They put up storm barriers, water barriers in downtown Fort Myers. I'm going to toss it all back to you all right now.
Liz, thanks. Yeah, the temporary fence there knocked over, and
you can hear the wind. You can barely hear Liz, trying to talk over it right now.
Tell if she was on the air or not, but good job there, and keep us informed on downtown Fort Myers. All right, I also want to show you some roads that you need to avoid because there's some problems out there. Some of them getting high water and so forth. Inlet Drive, Stipe Street East from Moody to Seaworthy Road at Moody and Road Belmar Boulevard at Jade Court, North Tamiami at East North Shore. This is from the Lee County Sheriff's Office giving us this information, saying that these are some of the roads you're going to want to avoid because there's some high water out there.
Of course, you should be avoiding all the roads right now. So many places in our viewing area, put in those curfews that started at 4 o'clock this afternoon. So people should be staying inside right now and riding it out. Let the emergency vehicles and all of the storm response teams use the roads right now and keep the rest of us off of them. Image near the Bell Tower from earlier today. This is the Villas neighborhood, South Fort Myers. The South Trail Fire put these out. This was right around 3:20, but oh my goodness, you can see an RV toppled over onto some of those vehicles there. I was telling you that I was talking to the woman who is near Page Field. She was saying a garage door was blown off and that her neighbor's front door was ripped off of its hinges. And we have some security footage from her home that we hope to turn around and show you of when those winds went through earlier this afternoon.
Yeah, and again, some of that could be straight line winds. Some of it could be a tornadic event that had taken place. Of course, the Weather Service will ultimately determine all of that in the days to come. Meantime, I want to go to some video that was taken at Jefferson and La Palma Street in Fort Myers. This came into the newsroom right around 3:30 this afternoon. People say it sounded like the freight train in the neighborhood. Tree limbs down, fences down, debris everywhere. Again, don't know if that was an actual tornado or just really heavy straight line winds. That will all be looked at by the National Weather Service. Then they'll give us the final determination on that.
All right, for our next piece of video, let's go farther south, Marco Island, and take a look at the waves crashing up on the rocks here. This was taken by Wink News viewer Kevin Olsack. Came into the newsroom right around 3 o'clock today, but we talked about how angry and ferocious the water looked off of Naples, and you can see it crashing up in Marco Island as well.
I want to take a look at this. This is Matlacha by Matlacha Park. This was around 3:20, and you can see in this video what appears to be the funnel cloud, possible tornado there touching the ground. There were so many tornado warnings earlier today, and you can see some of the damage that is out there already that this storm storm has brought.
Yeah, when you talk about earlier this afternoon, in virtually every live shot that we went to with our reporters, you could hear the warnings. All of our phones were going off while we were on the air at the same time. So, you know, it really was quite a couple of hours there as far as the tornadic activity is concerned.
And that's some of the stuff that you're going to want to be careful of tomorrow. Those tree limbs that are out there.
The down power lines, certainly.
And some places, you know, the road may get washed away as well, and some little potholes may become really big potholes. So be very, very careful, not only after the storm hits, but for the next several days.
That's true. And if you find yourself taking a different route than you normally would, and you don't know the area very well, it's hard to tell the difference between a flooded road and right where the drop-off is into a creek or some of these other canals or culverts when you don't know the area.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more. You're watching Wink News, the Weather Authority.
I'm Dr. Gracie Christie, a physician, a Floridian, and a mother. Today, I can't even prescribe Tylenol to a teenager without first talking to her parents. But under Amendment 4, that same teen could get an abortion without parental consent and without a doctor's approval. In fact, Amendment 4 would make abortion the only medical procedure a minor could undergo without parental consent. Amendment 4 is too extreme and not what it seems. Please vote no on Amendment 4.
Welcome to the most honest commercial you've ever seen. Not the cleanest, just the most honest.
Today, we're fixing a home's foundation.
I mean, that is like the most common thing to see in the world.
Pretty common, yeah.
Right.
So it's the soil that's eroding away, causing those cavities, those voids that the foundation then wants to settle into.
And then you guys with your superhero capes show up and fix everything.
Yes, sir.
Get a free and honest inspection with Alpha Foundations, a Groundworks company.
It is about as awkward can be.
He's a bit of a clumsy player. You were on Survivor. You fight until I snuff your torch.
Anything could happen, and it wouldn't take too much to turn the tide.
I've never really seen anything like today.
It's the very, very worst case scenario.
That ain't gonna work for me. What's happening right now?
New Survivor tonight, 8/7 Central on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Window World stands for exceptional energy and money-saving windows made in the USA. We stand for local ownership with low-pressure sales. We stand alone with the strongest warranty out there. We stand for honesty, integrity, and support of our troops and life-changing charities like St. Jude. We stand against misleading offers and false promises from the competition. Make your stand and call, click, or visit us today. Window World. Not only do we stand behind our windows, we stand on them.
Unlike alcohol, there's no easy way for law enforcement to detect how high you are when driving. A DUI can more than double your car insurance, and driving high affects more than just you. DUI crashes increase in states with legalized marijuana, putting everyone at risk. Don't drive high. It can raise your premiums or end your life.
In this moment, everything changed. Every choice now impacts a child's future. Research has proven that smoking weed while pregnant can hurt babies. Cannabis passes through the placenta, leading to brain development issues, anxiety, poor academic performance, and physical problems at birth. Any use of THC while breastfeeding is also dangerous for babies. Your child or grandchild's future starts now. Don't put it at risk. Say no to marijuana while pregnant.
Wink Weather, sponsored by Morgan & Morgan. Dial pound 529 on your cell phone. Pound law, that's all.
You're watching continuing coverage from Wink News, the Weather Authority on Hurricane Milton.
Yeah, we have reporters spread out across Southwest Florida, and we also have multiple places where we can broadcast from. So if you're just tuning in, you may notice the backdrop looks a little different. We have an office here in Gateway. Matt is still in downtown Fort Myers. Just in case one of them goes down, we'll have another option where we can continue to give you the very latest information, and we're going to be with you every step of the way.
Right now, we want to go back out live to Wink News anchor Liz Byro, who's still in downtown Fort Myers, but she's in another location. Liz, tell us about where you are now and what you're seeing.
Yeah, Amanda, another location more protected from that wind between these buildings. But right now I'm in front of where the new location of Bruno's of Brooklyn will be. And I want to show you some of the precautions that are in place in downtown Fort Myers. This one, a special one. This is called the, let me reread this name right here, actually. This is the Tiger Drain Dam System. This is a replacement or in lieu of sandbags. You do see some behind here, but this thing's actually full of water. It's designed to protect these buildings, this infrastructure from any kind of water or wave action. You can see these are actually bolted into the ground. This is a very unique system that we see in downtown Fort Myers. We also see other areas where we're looking at the typical precautions for storms. Sorry there, stay safe. Sandbags in front of Ford's garage with all kinds of plastic tape to protect the windows. We're going to keep on moving around here. There's sandbags in front of Starbucks if you want to zoom in over there. The streets are cleared except for this gentleman over on a scooter. Hope he stays safe. We're looking at all these pottery. I mean, these are taped, saran wrapped to the trees. This is how we're keeping downtown Fort Myers safe. I just wanted to show you those systems because it is unique looking at a drainage system like that. But here in downtown Fort Myers, we're not feeling any rain right now. We had some gusts over by the Caloosahatchee. I'm going to send it on back to you all.
We obviously know what happened after Ian and how much downtown flooded. And Bruno's of Brooklyn, that's their new location. And I just looked, their grand opening for that is set for Tuesday, October 22nd. So just a couple weeks away. They really would like to not have any damage there or flooding that they would have to clean up as they continue to get that location ready.
I know they've worked so hard on that newer, much larger location. And so we wish the best for them. Interesting, though, I have seen that barrier, that protection that they're using. I believe I've seen that over on the east, and hopefully works well there, and hopefully will work well here in this situation.
Because we could see a little bit more storm surge, a significant amount of storm surge later tonight, so we'll see how that goes. Speaking of all that, let's turn things over to Wink News Chief Meteorologist Matt Devitt as he gives us the very latest. Matt.
And that's right. And by the way, for some, if you guys are wondering, I am in downtown Fort Myers, but I'm currently on the first floor where you can't see this, but I have a green screen. We also have on the second floor of Wink, well above, another green screen just in case if the water levels go into the building. So we have contingencies. We also are in Gateway. Let's start at the surge event. The water levels are going up as expected. And what I have done is we have created a network here that will give you in real time, only on Wink here, rising levels for multiple sensors that we have across Southwest Florida. Okay, so these are the sensors that we have available to us. This is a combination of river levels, look at the Peace River, but also the combination of Charlotte Harbor all the way into areas of Lee County. And that's where I'm going to take you now, where let's go into Lee County. And every single spot is rising. And then you can also see some of the levels that are currently happening. And that does include, let me give you the current surge levels that we have. And I'm looking at the data right now. So the current surge that we have in the city of Fort Myers is at 2.5 feet. So we have a surge in downtown Fort Myers, and that's one of the tide sensors that we have in Lee County, that is producing water levels that are about 1 to 1.25 feet above the average high tide. That's a very important number. It basically tells you inundation. So that will be going up over the next couple of hours, and that's a good number as to how much inundation we are currently experiencing. We also have a great network just recently put in, and this was from the Lee County Public Safety Division. They have teamed up with a local network that has tried to put in more tide sensors, and they're all going up. So they are going up right now in their water levels. And then let me take you into Collier County. Now, this level was updated, I'd say about a half hour ago. The very latest on Naples, how we're doing. And Naples right now is rapidly going up. So since this was updated about 30 minutes ago, now we're at 2.1 feet above the higher high tide, kind of the average high tide. Oftentimes that's a good inundation number. Right now, minor flooding is occurring across Naples near that sensor. We also have water levels rising for Marco Island and Everglades City. So we're going to continue to get you these updates with the water levels. And here's the situation, and why we have this happening is we have the core of the storm, and the wind around it is pushing up the water. And you can see the eye as well as the eye wall. Now that part avoids Southwest Florida. It is already, let me zoom on in, it is already parallel to Charlotte County and offshore. So, you know, it's going to continue to head to the northeast, and it will avoid the core of it, Naples, as well as Cape Coral, Port Charlotte, to name a few, but we have to deal with the surge. We have to deal with the surge on the southern side, and that's why we've really been trying to drive that home because of that threat. The tornado potential still exists across our area. However, there are, man, my goodness, look at the new updates. Multiple tornadoes on the ground right now along the Florida East Coast, Fort Pierce, all the way towards, looks like Sebastian Inlet. And let me analyze the core of this storm with our local radars. And man, I'm seeing colors I haven't seen in a long time. And I won't say the name of that hurricane 2 years ago, but let's analyze that. Normally, you see a white or that type of indication. That is incredibly high velocity, and let's all kind of look at this together. 144 miles an hour, 143 right now in the northwestern quadrant of this storm. Now, it's offshore, it's in the Gulf, and this is what we avoid, thank goodness, in Southwest Florida. But our luck is somebody else's misfortune, and this is going to be working its way, granted as it's weakening a bit, but it will be heading towards Tampa Bay and Longboat Key, and they're going to be dealing with that type of wind. Right now, aloft inside of the storm, it is being picked up in the northern eye wall of 144 miles an hour, and that is a pretty potent part of the storm. So let's do once again kind of a tour across our area. And I'll show you these bands of rain rotating around the storm. Not seeing much in the way of rotation. If anything changes, I'll let you know. But the area in green, that is a flash flood warning. And that means that significant rainfall has occurred and flash flooding is right now in progress. Let's take you into DeSoto County. More areas of heavy rain. Port Charlotte as well as Punta Gorda. We have bands coming in from the south. And what's kind of interesting here, and this is very unconventional, you're going to hear me over the next couple of hours getting extremely specific when I talk about radar. That's because not everybody can see the TV, as they will be listening because they've lost power. They're going to be listening on radio. So you're going to notice over the next few hours I have to adapt to that. I'm going to be extremely descriptive in where rain is, because if I say, hey, look at this rain, they can't see it. So that is going to be one of the adjustments you'll probably hear from me over the next couple of hours. Here's a look at some of these bands, one after another. This band from Cape Coral to Iona, Fort Myers Beach, pushing to the north at about 30 and 40 miles an hour. Also areas of heavy rain for Lehigh Acres off and on towards Immokalee as well as Ave Maria. The wind field continues to grow with this storm in diameter. It is about 310 miles wide. The yellow, that is more likely where we are seeing the tropical storm force gusts. And you saw on radar some of the wind analyzed in the core, the red, the hurricane force wind. That is still off the coast, but eventually that will be working its way to the northeast. Here is that forecast and the cone as it will continue to make its approach towards the state of Florida. And there is going to be where the landfall is expected later tonight and all the way into tomorrow morning. But it's going to be a rough go of it, no doubt about it, and we will see some power outages. Here is the storm surge outlook. There was a small tweak, but still life-threatening. 10 to 15 has gone to 9 to 13 in the pink, the magenta. 8 to 12 for Charlotte Harbor and all the way toward Lee County. And I have a complete network of water sensors all across the area to a certain degree. And whenever I know of an update that's incredibly important, you guys will know of that update. So as soon as they come in, I'll let you know. 8 to 12 in red, 5 to 8 for Collier County. If you're wondering about the tornado potential, that will be lowering as we go into time. Now, it's still elevated as we go throughout the afternoon and all the way into the evening. Goes down a bit, but still watching that at 9 o'clock towards midnight, and then really dropping off as we hit, especially the start of tomorrow. Live wind gusts, Sanibel's at 59, 50 for Englewood, 59 in the Cape, 55 in Fort Myers. The winds are starting to increase as the wind field expands with this storm. Now, we want to keep all this pink. That's the hurricane force wind well away from us. But like I said, it's going to be an issue for others, especially as we go up the coast. Just got an update. Thanks so much, Nikki Sheeks, on the power outages, and it looks like it's gone up 8,000. We have an increase of 8,000 across southwest Florida. We are at 12 to 13 grand across in Charlotte, 1,400 for Sarasota County, and 461 across Collier County. Here's a look at the wind gust forecast as we go into time. And right now we're in the 40s and 50s, but we will likely maximize in our wind gust potential by later this evening and overnight. And you can see some of those hurricane force gusts in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, mainly 70s and 80s for Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte, as well as Northport. This data is from the America model, if you're curious at home, showing at least that possibility. We hope we don't reach those levels, but can't rule it out. And that will lead to some power outages across the area. Here's a look at about 1 and 2 a.m. as we're trying to get some sleep. I know it'll be a little noisy outside. And then as we work our way towards 4 and 5, still seeing some occasional tropical storm force gusts. And then finally the storm starts to move away. It will be weakening and becoming what we call extratropical. Sandy did kind of the same thing in 2012, became a hybrid storm. And we're getting into October, so that type of thing as it moves away from the state of Florida. If you're curious about high tide and low tide, let's take a look as we will see. And I'll get out of the way, that way you can see the information. As we have the low tide and the high tide plotted on this graphic, the layer behind it is just that worst possible case scenario of inundation. 9 times out of 10, it won't reach absolutely these levels. A good amount of it will verify, but what's behind it is the absolute worst. Harbor, 3:30, high tide about 7:15 a.m. Here's a look across areas of Lee County from Fort Myers, Cape Coral, Fort Myers Beach, all the way towards Sanibel and Captiva. And like I said, folks, I'm not going anywhere. I am going to be with you for the afternoon, the evening, tomorrow morning. I'll sleep this weekend. I'm going to be with you. There are going to be no surprises that you won't know about. Captiva, Sanibel, and all the way towards Naples, as we will see that low tide and high tide all the way towards Marco Island and Everglades City. Right now, we are going to start to approach Everglades City, that high tide this evening, and then we see the high tide in Naples at 7:20. So just a heads up, time now is 4:40, where we will see those water levels really start to go up in Naples as we approach the 7:20 to 7:30 time frame. So when I come back, we're gonna talk about water levels, and this is super important. And what I'm gonna do is show you the live sensors that we look at, how to read that, and you can even join me at home. I'll show you how to get to this website, and that way we can constantly monitor the water levels. We'll talk about how to read it, how to analyze the storm surge, and we'll watch that in real time. But for right now, I'm gonna toss it back to Amanda and Russ at the studio.
All right, yeah, we know everybody is laser focused in. They're going to want to pull up that information themselves. A lot of people who aren't normally night owls, we know are going to be sticking with us. So long as the power is still on, they're going to be watching all night long.
Yeah, so far the power's held up, but we'll see as time goes on what happens. Still a lot more gusts to go, and then there's the storm surge. High tide is still yet to come. So it's going to be a while, but right now we're doing pretty good.
Yeah, we are. We mentioned that we're broadcasting right now. Russ and I are out of our Gateway studios. And in the last few minutes, our crews who were on Englewood Beach covering Manasota Key for us, they have come here to stage and be ready to go to look for the aftermath after the storm. Right now, we're utilizing some of our cameras that are stationed around until those go offline, until they're knocked out. That's how we're going to be seeing some of the conditions out there.
Yeah, so let's take a look at Englewood, because it has really picked up out there with the waves and so forth. You can just see that wave action in the Gulf from that live camera there. And you can see how far that the waves are coming inland too. Usually there's a decent amount of beach out there, but right now that water is just coming all the way on up to the vegetation.
Yeah, the trees are a good indication of how the wind is whipping as well. Let's take you to another live camera that we have on Fort Myers Beach and look at the Diamond Head Resort. We had crews that were here during Helene and rode out the storm there at the Diamond Head. And yeah, you can see all that water already there.
Yeah, there is still some beach there, so that's good. We have seen some reports that the water is starting to come up some, but right now it is not encroaching on the property, at least at this point, so that's a good sign.
Want to go now to Wink News reporter Amy Osher, and Amy has, you know, the unique vantage point of being in the same spot that she was, I believe, during Ian, so can kind of give us a compare and contrast of what she's seeing there in downtown Fort Myers.
That's right, Amanda. It's quite a bit different this time around. We had a lot of wind gusts. We're having some right now, but nothing like we saw in Ian. We're waiting for the storm surge, though. I know it's going to be highest around midnight, but I've been keeping an eye on the water. We haven't had any broaches over the seawall and that berm there yet. But if you look at that boat in the distance, it's a remnant, a reminder of Ian when all the other boats spilled over the sidewalks. That one remained, has not been removed yet. But when we first came to you, the water was a lot lower on it. So we're already able to see the storm surge, the tides coming up a little bit, and we're going to keep coming back to that to give you a vantage point when you see how high that boat is sitting. There's another boat here. It's the only other one in the area, and you see they put some hurricane lines on it, and I don't know if that's going to be enough line, to be honest. What you'll notice is a lot of people who have boats leave a really long line. So if the water comes up 12 feet, they have 20 feet of line, and it enables it to stay upright. I don't know if they have enough there, if we're getting 12 to 15 feet, but we'll watch that throughout the evening as well. Otherwise, it's pretty dry here. We don't have any water in the parking lot here. Again, you mentioned Ian. During Ian, I watched as cars floated around this parking lot. That came well after the storm passed, and that's what I guess we're afraid here too, is even though the eye of the hurricane is offshore past us, it's that storm surge that we're waiting to watch for you as well. Tiffany Rizzo and I are here, so we'll both be here all night watching the water come up. Last time it came up on 4th Street, so we have a lot of areas that we're tracking for you now, and we'll be here with you all night. Back to you.
All right, Amy, thanks. You know, people also learn lessons from Ian. You see there's not cars there in that parking lot because last time they did float. So, yeah, that people are learning and adjusting as time goes on.
Yeah, here's some video of a car unfortunately crushed by a tree near Bell Tower, but we did get shout outs from quite a few of our Wink News viewers in this area who said thank you so much for letting us know that it was time to get to our safe spot in the house, to get into the center of our homes, and they were given that warning and could hunker down as that tornado went through right around 4 p.m. I don't know if this was taken around 4. I think 4 o'clock is when we got this video in, because I think it was earlier than that.
Yeah, we probably got out at that point when it was safe to do so. But yeah, you don't want to get out when it's not safe to do so to take those pictures. So just wait till it's okay. All right, I want to go now to some trees down on power lines in villas. This is the villas near Fordham Street, near Bell Tower earlier today. And you can see those trees just stretching those lines. So far, it kind of looks like those lines are holding up, but you wonder if throughout the rest of the gust that may come, if that will continue to be the case. But right now,
that tree's already on it and pulling and just hanging. Yeah, we've gotten quite a few reports from right around that area, from the villas and some of the neighborhoods around Page Field. Want to go to some video from Ashley Mann. Thank you so much for sending this in. And she says that this was around 12:40 this afternoon when Matt was warning of a tornado moving through at the time. She says that they got hit by what seemed like a tornado. They are on Garden Boulevard in Cape Coral. But this is a great way to share your footage safely, is to send in the security camera footage before, especially, you know, they'll turn in black and white and night vision. after the sun goes down. But right now we're getting some really good views and getting an idea of what this storm was capable of when those first outer bands came through.
You can just see that wind whipping through there, possibly, a tornado there. Let's just play it again. Let's just let this breathe a little bit, because you can really see there's a little bit of debris also that flew around there. Fortunately, it looks like that car is going to be okay, but you got about 20 seconds here where things are pretty intense. There's the debris, there's some tree limbs, maybe some leaves also blowing around, and then just a moment or two later, and it's almost all gone. And
yeah, that's the exhale, right? When you're going through that.
Yeah.
We have some damage at Village of Entrada off of Del Prado, so stay in the Cape here. This was from around 3:30 today. Wink News viewer sent this in, and it looks like, did they lose the pool cage, or is that the door to maybe the screen, the lanai?
Pool cage gone.
Okay, their pool cage is gone. Hate to see that.
Yep, that hurts. All right, well, we're going to continue to watch it for you. We're going to have the very latest weather-wise coming up in just a few minutes as well. You are watching Wink News, the Weather Authority. We'll be back with more as we continue to track Milton.
At California Closets, every project is a personalized experience. Custom designed, built, and installed by true craftsmen. We create exactly what you want, so your home office finally works for you. And the family room brings everyone together, even with the TV off. That's the California Closet's difference. We call it practical magic. Start your experience with a free design consultation.
This is the place to make them feel at home. There's no place like theirs.
At Advanced Pain Management and Specialists, each of our doctors believe that every individual with back pain, sciatica, or neck pain can regain comfort and mobility. We see many who have had surgery that failed to correct the problem. Other patients may wish to avoid major surgery if there is another option. Before you have surgery, or you feel you've simply run out of options, consult with the pain management doctors you can trust.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Our firm is a family firm. John, my boys, and so many lawyers who have been our partners for so many years. We know that an accident or an injury can have terrible consequences for your family. We don't take your representation for granted, and every day we will work hard to never break that trust.
It is the only place that I would ever suggest anybody go.
It makes you feel like you're worth something.
You're not just a number.
I felt like that. Thank God that I went to Morgan & Morgan. Our family helping yours.
The badge. It's more than a symbol. It's a promise to stand watch when others sleep and face danger when others flee. Sheriff Carmine Marcino kept that promise, safeguarding our streets, protecting the innocent, rescuing abused animals, and giving his best when nature gave us its worst. That is his promise. This is his badge. Carmine Marcino, our sheriff.
Are you feeling foot pain during your everyday life? Step on into the Run Shop. Our experienced staff will help you find the comfort you need, no matter the size or style. Visit one of our 2 locations in Fort Myers or Cape Coral. The Run Shop, not just for runners.
Can I go to the sleepover?
I want you to promise me something. If there's any drinking, I want you to say, no thanks, not my thing.
I promise, Mom.
They really do hear you.
Did you pack your toothbrush?
If you need support for behavioral health needs, visit cfbhn.org.
Welcome back in, everybody. We want to thank you, our viewers. So many of you have safely been able to get footage to show us some of the damage that you're seeing, sending us some of your home security footage to show us what the conditions have been like for you during this storm. Of course, our reporters are fanned out across the area, giving us several vantage points as well. And our meteorologists are also monitoring some of the cameras.
We have already seen today tornadoes. We've seen video of a large tornado on the ground. We've also seen homes that have been damaged. We've seen seen power lines that are down. We've seen the trees are laying on power lines. There is considerable amount of damage out there already, and we still have a long way to go. Let's send Nikki Sheeks, meteorologist. He's watching some of the live cameras. Nikki, what are you seeing out there?
Yeah, I just want to take you into what we're actually seeing on some of our cameras, just because I know everybody's hunkered down. We want to make sure that everybody's inside. And if you want to get a view of what's actually going on, here's a look. We're going to start with Charlotte, what we're currently seeing. And here we have a couple of really great cameras. This is I-75 mile marker 176. Unfortunately, there are still some people out on those roads. Don't recommend getting on those roads as it's slick. We're seeing ponding and we have some dangerous conditions out there. But take a look at how the camera is rocking because of those winds. So let's just continue to look at some of these cameras across the region. Here we're going to stick along I-75. Here's a look at mile marker 174. Some raindrops on the cameras there. And as we continue to push to the south along the Peace River Bridge, luckily nobody on the roads here again because of the winds. You could see the trees in the background actually whipping as well because of those strong winds and gusts that are currently pushing through. And to actually take the camera away, you could see where that rainfall is coming in. So not the heaviest of rainfall right now along I-75, but the issue are those stronger winds and gusts associated with Milton that's currently moving through. So just going to continue to move south through these cameras. Here's a look, I-75 at Tucker's Grade. No rainfall at the moment, just those eerie gray skies. Let's take a look even further to the south along 75. I-75 mile marker 172, a raindrop on the camera there. Now we're going to push into Lee County. So here's a live look we're going to take right here. Sanibel, Siesta on the beach. You could see that water already rushing towards the coastline as we're beginning to get more of that onshore flow taking place. So over the next couple of hours, we will begin to see those water levels rise, as Matt was talking about earlier. We're going to be monitoring very closely all of those water levels, so you could see just how dangerous those conditions are out there at Sanibel. Again, this is Siesta on the beach. Now let's get a look over here in Cape Coral, Rubicon. Look at those winds whipping the trees out there. The water, you could see the raindrops coming down. Not the heaviest of rainfall at the moment through that area. As you could see how our radar is lopped on top of this camera map, you could see that most of the rainfall is really along 75 at the moment, but lighter showers right now. Let's get more of a look at some of our island communities. Here's a look. Wow, Fort Myers Beach at Diamond Head. That water again rushing towards the coast. You could see some flooding already. Look at those trees blowing. Very nasty looking out there right now. Let's just continue to track further to the south to get a good view of what everybody's seeing here. Here's a look over Bonita Springs. Gray skies, kind of hard to see out there. This is the Bonita Springs station, number 22. Gray skies, some water droplets on the cameras here. You could see those trees whipping as well. And we're going to just sink further south into Collier County, try to give you guys a look at what is going on there. Okay, this is coastal Collier County. Not seeing too much rainfall right now, but we should have some good shots of the water levels and some of the wind. Here's a look, Vanderbilt Beach. You could see that water level beginning to rise. The trees whipping in the wind, no surprises there. Okay, checking in on Pelican Bay. This is a rotating camera. Look at that water rushing onshore. Out there right now. This is why we have those evacuations in place for those coastal and island communities, because we're already seeing that water rush and rise towards the coastline, and we're not even seeing that peak storm surge just yet. Give you a few more shots before I send it back to the anchors. Here's a look from Belmead. Gray skies, raindrops on the camera, not too much in the way of wind just there. And then we're just going to take a few more looks out. Okay, here's a look at Marco Island. You can see that water again beginning to rush further inland. Nasty looking out there. This is why again, those evacuation orders were in place because we're still not seeing the peak of that storm surge. We're just beginning to see that water push its way towards the coastline. So we'll keep checking in with all of these cameras. You guys have been sending in some great videos, giving us an idea of what's happening in each and every neighborhood. So I'll send it back to the anchors.
And thanks so much, Nikki. I appreciate it. I'm going to take it over from here. Hey, let's go to full with that shot. If you are wondering at home where you can find the tide sensors. Hey, so right now I'm at the computer that you're seeing on TV. So what you're going to do is you go to Google, you type in NOAA tide sensors, okay? And then what you're going to do is you want to click on the first one, and then you will see on the top in red, you see that banner where it says Hurricane Milton. And then you zoom on in to our area. And by the way, I'm in the process of trying to talk to NOAA to get us more sensors, fingers crossed, after the storm. But right now we have 2 available ones that are live streaming our water. Let me put up this one first. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to head to the touchscreen. And so I am working my way to the touchscreen right now. You're seeing it on TV, and here I am. So how do we analyze this? Okay, so what this is essentially, and let me zoom on in a little bit more, what we are looking at in red is going to be our current water levels. In blue is what we would have had, the normal astronomical tide, if we didn't have to deal with a hurricane. Now you can see when the storm surge event started and then how we are starting to go up. So this is based off of the data in downtown Fort Myers. And the good news is, ever since Helene and ever since Debbie, and especially Ian, we've been trying to get in more tide sensors. So we're building our network. We're trying, and I expect after this storm, we're going to build it even more. So let's analyze this data. Okay, I'm going to click right here, if it lets me. Come on, I know you want to. Okay, there we go. So now let's go to full. Let's go to full. And I will explain what we're looking at here. And this is what you can see at home. So the observed is going to be the water level in Fort Myers. You can see 1.73. That is our water level. The difference between the blue line and the red, that is your storm surge number. So as we do the math here, 1.73, and then you also 0.96, our current surge in Fort Myers and climbing is between about 2.5 to 3 feet. And then our inundation, that is at 1.73. Now for a reference, you see that 1.73 number during Helene, 0.12. So that's when we had Debbie in August, that number hit 3.2. With Hurricane Ian in 2022, that number hit 7.25. It's the all-time record in 60 years. So let's bring it back to me here in the Weather Center. That is how at home we can do this together. You can see those water levels both in Fort Myers. You can do it in Naples. I'll tell you what, let's do it right now. Let's bring up Naples. Okay, there. And look how the Naples storm surge is going up more drastically as they are starting to A, approach their high tide, and then B, so this is, we were at low tide, and then see how we're starting to approach the astronomical high tide. So as that occurs, the force of Milton is pushing up the water, and we are going up with a sharp increase. So now let's, live on TV, we'll do this together. Let's see how Naples is doing right now. Okay. So Naples right now, their water level is at 2.33. Now remember, that's not the surge. Let's go to full and we'll once again explain it. 2.33 is the water level, oftentimes the inundation. The surge is the difference between those two numbers. So that means that Naples right now is experiencing a surge. You have to take the difference between both values, and seeing a surge currently between 3, but it's also climbing and rising. So now let's bring me back here. I do have some other networks that I look at. So I'm actively looking at a sensor that I have in Sarasota County, and come up at least right now. But we also have networks thanks to FGCU. Thank you guys so much. They have put up a network around the Sanibel Causeway. And what you do, you go to, let's see if I can bring that up. It has a depth. Yeah, there it is right there. They have a depth. And look at this graph. So in this graph, we have, that was Helene near the tip of Sanibel. And then that right there is where we are currently. So the water levels are going up on Sanibel. And then as we take a look, we'll do another update and then we'll toss it back to the anchors. We also have another sensor on Fort Myers Beach. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna find depth. It's gonna load into the system. And there was Helene. And then you can see that we are starting to go up now on Fort Myers Beach pretty drastically.
We have the new advisory, the 5 o'clock advisory.
Okay, we have a brand new advisory. And I tell you what, Nikki, you wanna take it from here?
So we just got our latest advisory, the 5 o'clock one from the National Hurricane Center. Hurricane Milton, still a major hurricane Category 3 storm, sustained winds of 120 miles per hour, central pressure at 948 millibars, moving to the northeast at 17 miles per hour. So here's a look at the cone, but I do want to get you a closer look, a zoomed in look at the current cone, and you will see it is beginning to narrow. So let's just zoom on in here. You will notice Cape Coral no longer in the cone, but just because you're not in the cone, that doesn't mean you're not going to be feeling the impacts are far from the center of the storm. So a closer look. This is, again, the latest cone from the National Hurricane Center. This is what we're actually seeing. I'm going to send it over to Matt, and he's going to further update you on this.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Nikki. Thanks so much. And here is a look at the brand new advisory that she was talking about. And we're getting to the point now where we are going to use the general location where the National Hurricane wants to put it. And you can see some wobbles. It definitely has been wobbling. And the white line is where it came from. The red line is the general direction that the National Hurricane Center is thinking it will head towards. And if there are no changes to this, it would put it in either extreme northern Sarasota County or southern Manatee County. But for us, yes, we avoid the worst part, the wind, but we don't avoid the surge. And we still will see those occasional hurricane force gusts, but there is the storm. And I tell you what, I'm gonna stop this right here as we will have, this is the one part right there. So right there is very likely going to be event. So we can extrapolate, okay, with this general direction, that will be heading, you see that right there? We can extrapolate that will be heading northeast. So I'm gonna come back in the next few minutes with more updates, but now Chris and Lois have gone from Fort Myers to Gateway at our inland and secure facility, and they are gonna get you the very latest right now. Chris, Lois?
All right, Matt, thank you very much. Yeah, one of the things that we're starting to see, our reporters in the field, is that storm surge that Matt has been talking about. We're keeping a very close eye on the barrier islands, and that right now means Sanibel.
Yeah, Wink News reporter Maddie Herron is live from the... Maddie, how are the conditions?
The conditions are intense. Look behind me. There are huge waves crashing onto the causeway for Sanibel Island. It's all the way down there. Look at those waves. The ocean is just piling up onto the roads. I don't have any other words to describe it besides grand. This is just a grand thing to be looking at. Not in a good way, in almost an intense, scary way, because you see how powerful those waves are crashing onto the roads. Imagine if your cars were here. Imagine if people were in this area. There's no shot. You can go up against intense waves like that. And I want to take us over here so we can really see how much the ocean kind of starts to translate into the roads here. You kind of lose where one starts and the other begins because there are so many intense waves crashing up against these structures that we're seeing here. And there's also a good reason to understand why you shouldn't be out here. We are leaving immediately after this because it is not safe. You're starting to see some of these debris, sticks flying up and out, and it's one of the reasons why Sanibel is evacuated. It clearly is not safe out here, so that's why people should not be in this area. The water is, it is intense, guys. It's intense out here, and we're gonna keep you updated on how people in this area are doing, but again, I want to say emergency services also had to evacuate themselves when I was here on Sanibel looking at some of those preps. Let's just go back to this bridge because you cannot get there with a normal car. It is too difficult because the wind and the waves combination is just too powerful. And I want to get into a few numbers here. Our chief meteorologist, Matt Devitt, had mentioned that Sanibel, specifically in the past hour or so, it had 8 to 12 feet of storm surge, which we are clearly starting to see those first effects of, as well as wind speeds up to 59 miles per hour. I'm going to repeat that. Wind speeds of up to 59 miles per hour. And you can see it in the trees. Oh, you can see it in the hat too. It's definitely whipping out here. So we're going to keep you guys updated how this area is doing. But for now, live on Sanibel, Maddie Heron, Wink News.
All right, Maddie, thank you very much. Please stay safe out there. But boy, oh boy, that's an area that is an active construction zone, and we're really hoping that it's not 2 steps forward, 10 steps back after this storm, because erosion is a very serious matter, as we all know, on the Sanibel Causeway.
And when you see surf like that in the Gulf of Mexico, you know something is wrong because the water just doesn't usually do that.
Yeah.
Wink News is the weather authority. Of course, we're tracking Hurricane Milton as it forces its way closer to Florida. We want to make sure we get you all the latest information. Hello again, everybody. I'm Chris Safadi.
And I'm Lois Tomey. The Weather Authority meteorologists are tracking Milton closely. Wink News Chief Meteorologist Matt Devitt joins us now from the Weather Center. Matt?
So we have created a graphic where we are taking all the tidal sensors and then showing you that data live on TV. So every single one of our local sensors currently rising, and we are entering the surge event. So please mentally prepare yourself for that. Fort Myers Beach would like to correct. Fort Myers Beach not seeing 8 to 12 currently. That is the forecast. So water levels are going up on Fort Myers Beach, but 8 to 12 would be the peak. We're not seeing that right now. We're steady at St. James City, but that's temporary. That will likely bump up. Cape Coral rising, Fort Myers going up, and all the way towards even the Franklin Lock, we have a sensor there. Naples has been going up fairly quickly. Marco Island had noted some of the wind. And by the way, before I even get to that, let me show you that 5 o'clock advisory. If you missed it a little bit ago, it has now been slightly lowered to a Category 3. Winds are at 120. The pressure's at 948 millibars. It's pushing to the northeast at 7 and just a few hours away from its landfall. But the landfall will not be in Charlotte County. It will not be in Lee or even Collier County. It will be just up the coast. And the worst part of the storm, let's analyze this. The worst part of the storm in terms of wind, you can see that on radar now. So let me show you, we have multiple ways in which we can analyze these storms, and there's going to be your well-defined eye. And right there, this is what during Ian, Charlotte County, DeSoto, and Sarasota County got. Well, they're going to get it for Tampa Bay, Hillsborough, Pinellas. You can imagine, unfortunately, the power outages. It will be widespread. And then towards Manatee and Sarasota County. Let me switch over to what we call our velocity or wind product. And there are some pretty significant winds, and this shows you what part of the storm has the strongest wind. You see that pocket of pink and even some white? I did notice I'm not seeing as much white as I did an hour ago, so that is a sign of slight weakening, but all relative. It's still going to be very powerful. This is analyzing some of the wind. So here's how it looks on radar. Here's how it looks on radar, but we're going to take a deep dive under the hood inside of the storm. This is the velocity, the wind, and I am right now analyzing that winds are currently in the northwestern eye wall, upwards of 144 to 128. I did another observation. Let me move that out of the way. That is the type of wind that is inside of the storm aloft that's going to be working at the coast. Now, for Southwest Florida, we don't see this, thank goodness, but what may be a blessing for us is going to be a misfortune for someone else as that heads towards the Tampa Bay area. But as far as our wind is concerned on the southern half, let's analyze some of the winds on the southern eye wall, which we will see in Southwest Florida. And some of the wind that is right now being analyzed, there's 90, 87, and I did one more on the southern eye wall. Yeah, so those are hurricane force gusts, and that's going to be moving in to Southwest Florida. So that was some of the wind we had talked about for later this evening. Let me show you that with our future track model as we have our wind analysis as we go into time. So let me show you that. This is going to be the hour-by-hour wind product, and it shows right now we've been gusting into the 40s, 50s, at times even 60s, and then notice how we start to get, I'm going to backtrack a little bit for you. Once we hit about 8 o'clock and 9, then we start to potentially get in some hurricane force gusts. That's as Milton starts to make its landfall. So this is the American model showing some of the winds that could gust in Southwest Florida. European model pretty similar too. As we hit about 11 o'clock and midnight, 60s, 70s, and 80s for parts of our area. As you can imagine, power outages will be possible. I think I mentioned this about an hour ago. This is a bit unconventional, but what happens is when we get into this type of coverage, I'm gonna become extremely descriptive on what I'm saying, because when people lose power, they can't see me. So they can listen to me as well as the entire wing team over the radio. So there will be a bit of a transition with that later tonight. Here's a look at some of those higher winds in the 50s, 60s, 70s. Still tropical storm force gusts for early tomorrow morning. And then you can see as we go into time, Chris and Lois, we will start to see gradually an improvement in the wind speed as they go down a bit by the second half of Thursday.
All right, thank you very much, Matt. We're just getting some breaking news in from Lee County. We're learning from the county government that they are now saying it is time to shelter in place. Do not go out on the road. Do not go out on the bridges. They don't believe it is safe for you to do so. And remember, they say that when storms winds reach sustained 45 miles per hour, they're going to pull all the emergency response off the roads too. And they will not be able to come to you to rescue you, but they will continue to keep a list of where those 911 calls are made so they can get to it as soon as the conditions are safe. But they're saying it is time to shelter in place as Hurricane Milton is approaching our coastline.
We've been seeing tornadoes earlier in the day, and one of the areas that saw some of the worst of them were lake fairways in North Fort Myers. Let's go to Wink News reporter Zoe Warner, who's there tonight. Zoe, there was just a lot of devastation there.
Chris and Lois, that's right. We've been out here all day talking to neighbors who have been directly impacted by the tornadoes. And I just want you to take a look behind me at this home that is just completely devastated. The roof is gone. The house is just deconstructed all the way. You can even see, I want you to take a look at some of this metal pieces that just kind of flew off of the house. And I want you to take a look over here as well. Some of the metal pieces are just hanging off the tree, barely. If anybody was really on this road right now, it would be completely unsafe. And as soon as the wind starts to pick up, I'm sure that's going to come flying in this direction as well. And so we're just kind of walking down this road, taking a look. There's more metal pieces, more just super destructive, very dangerous for people to be out here at this moment. Thank God nobody is out here currently. We've been talking to neighbors again, and a lot of neighbors have just been completely devastated. But it seems like a lot of neighbors have a community here. They are checking on each other. They are making sure everybody's okay. A neighbor that I spoke with earlier who was directly impacted by the tornado said he jumped on top of his mom just to make sure she was okay. And they are both currently okay. They are safe. Nothing has happened to them. But I just want you guys to take one more scenic look at what is going on behind me. The winds are definitely starting to pick up a little bit. We're across the street actually from the home that was flipped over completely on its side earlier. Neighbors were going out and checking on those neighbors, making sure they're safe. I also talked to another neighbor too who went inside some of the homes and was just grabbing some of the essential items from those homes to bring to the neighbors who have been recently evacuated and just took them away to shelters. And so neighbors have just really been helping each other out in this area. It seems like community is super, super strong. But like you guys said, it's super important to get off the road, stay safe, go somewhere, find shelter. But we'll make sure to keep you guys updated. Live here in North Fort Myers, Zoe Warner, News.
All right, Zoe, thank you very much. We'll keep tabs on what's going on there. It's good to see that everybody is off the street. I know they wanted to help, which is great.
Yeah,
they did,
yeah.
but it's important that they, like she said, get to someplace safe because there is all that debris on the road. We're also going to get Zoe out of there as it starts to get dark so that we don't have any of our people get hurt.
Right, but it is time to shelter in place. It's not time to be out there. Even though you have good intentions, it's not the right time. We don't need any more difficulties to deal with. Well, let's look at some video that's coming to us. A damage from near the Bell Tower Mall earlier today. This is in the Villas neighborhood, which wraps right around the Bell Tower shops. And you can see all the tree damage, all the trees down. Look at that RV just tossed over on top of that car. This was sent to us about 3:20 p.m. Of course, all these tornado possibilities need to be confirmed, but you can see the extensive damage there in the Villas neighborhood.
Here's some video of a car that was crushed by a tree. This is the same neighborhood. Well, that was the same video, but look at this car. This is the same neighborhood as Lois was just talking about. This is also right near Bell Tower. Possible tornado again. This was sent to us about 4 o'clock. This string of tornadoes, though, that were around the Villas and Bell Tower happened around lunchtime, a little bit after noon today. There were several of them.
And now we're going to head down to downtown Fort Myers, where the big concern, of course, in downtown is the storm surge. They are very worried about having flooding. They've dealt with it many times before. Businesses were just cleaning up, some just cleaning up again from Helene, some not even done, and really do not want any more water in the neighborhood.
Wink News reporter Liz Byro is checking out downtown for us. Liz, how are folks doing there?
Yeah, Chris, we really do not want that flooding in the downtown area. Now, for context, low tide here in downtown Fort Myers, 4:45. So we are just passing that now. You can see the water right now. Maybe a little hard to see, but I'll describe it to you at home. It's a little choppy, but nothing crazy. The water looks a little higher, but again, nothing crazy. I do want to give some context for you. I was in downtown Fort Myers during Helene, 9 in the morning before that storm hit. First Ave and Park Ave were seeing water pooling in the streets, and Matt Devitt will tell you every storm is different. It depends on the tide. It depends on all kinds of conditions. But right now, driving around downtown Fort Myers, you're not seeing that pooling. Does not mean you should be out on the road. So, of course, we had that Lee County's shelter-in-place order. But I do want to show you right now. I'm currently behind the Royal Palm Towers. This is right next to Edison Grand, and I'm here protected by a building because it is so gusty in downtown Fort Myers. I'm going to show you if we can look at the grass right now. Maybe hard to tell, but these gusts are strong. They're strong enough to knock you over, and I know that because it almost happened to me. I did move to safety, but it was when I was trying to check out these fences over by the downtown Fort Myers Marina. I mean, look at this. But Jesse, if we can show what the fences should look like standing up, and then you see where they just came down. These were being weighted down at the base by sandbags, by rock. That was not enough. That fence is going down. It looks like it just wants to fly. The good news is right now in downtown Fort Myers, again, no water, but we are not at high tide. We just passed low tide at 4:45. It is gusty. You just don't want to be out here right now. I'm going to send it on back to you all.
All right, Liz, thank you very much. Yeah, that is certainly one area that everybody will be looking at very carefully tonight. We have crews also in some of the high rises along First Street to keep an eye on the bridges, to keep an eye on First Street, to keep an eye on downtown because it is such a flood-prone area. And they just went through it.
They did. And in Ian, the streets look like rivers, and we don't want that again, for sure. Well, with strong winds and several confirmed tornadoes across southwest Florida already today, many communities have suffered significant damage.
Wink News reporter Haley Zarconi joins us live in the Villas in South Fort Myers. We've been talking about this area a lot, right near Bell Tower. Haley, there's some damage there. Tell us what you see.
Yeah, that's right. I'm standing here in the Villas off of Exeter Street and Sunrise Boulevard. And look at this tree behind me. We've got 2 here. These are 2 of many more that I'm about to show you because this area saw a possible tornado here earlier today. We're going to walk this way and I'm going to show you all those other trees that I'm talking about. Take a look at this. This entire yard, from one house to the next, trees down, they're all down, and they've fallen on what looks to be possibly a cable line, maybe a power line. This is the kind of damage that now that they have taken EMS out of the roads, you do not want to be out if power lines are down. I'm not stepping any closer to this than I need to be because there is danger when you see things like that. But this is what a possible tornado left of this neighborhood, and we got pictures after pictures and videos of just what that tornado left here as far as destruction. Thankfully, this had any any debris up on top of there. And we have this one over here behind my photographer. They have their doors and windows boarded up, but nothing up there. I briefly spoke with a woman who lived inside that home because she saw us out in front of her house. She knew exactly why we were here, because of this debris. She said that it was loud, and they did have this tornado here today, that they felt it, but thankfully they did not have any destruction at their house from it. But you can see it on me. We're starting to feel these gusts of wind. We've had bands and after band of rain come in. So I'm going to go ahead and toss it back to you guys. Live in the Villas, Haley Zarconi, Wink News.
All right, Haley, thank you very much. Yeah, we're starting to see our reporters in more places now talk about the wind picking up a little bit and the bands of rain again. It kind of matches what Matt was showing us at the very, keep an eye on that. Let's check out Charlotte County now. People who left Charlotte County behind and evacuated are worried about all this that was left on the street there, all this debris. These images are from Manasota Key. The street's just lined with debris. This is left over from Helene, so going into tonight, that will mostly all be still on their streets.
And we have some more video sent to us by Ashley Mann. It happened about 12:39 p.m. Just watch this video. Matt was warning about a tornado moving through the area at the time, and Ashley was seeing this. They got hit by what seemed like a tornado, she said. She's in the 4000 block of Garden Boulevard in Cape Coral. She said there's much more damage that you can't see on the video because, of course, she was just getting this from her Nest camera or whatever, her security camera, and you can just see the wind just starting to whip things around. It was really a scary moment for them.
Yeah, so that's Cape Coral. We have another image of some damage in Cape Coral. This is the village of Entrada off Del Prado. This is from 3:30. What looked like there was a pool cage there, right? We saw parts of a pool cage there. Again, Cape Coral viewer video, damage to the side and front or back of their house there. It really did make a mess right by their swimming pool.
It just reminds you there's so many tornadoes in these bands of hurricanes, and you think that it's not here yet. The worst is not here yet, but you already can see these isolated tornadoes that can do a lot of damage when they pass through. Well, Wink News reporter Zoe Warner joins us live from Lake Fairways in North Fort Myers, where they saw a lot of damage from one of these suspected tornadoes today. Zoe.
That's right, Lois. I'm still here in Lake Fairways in North Fort Myers. And as you can see behind me, the North Fort Myers Fire Department is out here cleaning all of this debris up. Thankfully, they're getting it out of harm's way. Nobody is in the road at this point, so nobody's going to be impacted, hopefully, by this debris. But they are trying to move it out to safety as best as possible. Hopefully, we can get some trucks out here soon to clean all of this debris up so it doesn't become a weapon when winds start to get up and get faster. But as you can see, just look at these homes, Chris and Lois. Look how bad they are right now. The debris is just all over the front yard. These are people's homes. These are people's livelihoods, and they're just completely destroyed. But, you know, the fire department is still out here. They are still trying to clean up everything as quickly as possible, trying to respond to all the neighborhood that has been impacted by these suspected tornadoes. I want you to take a look over there at that home. Just look at the roof. Look at the roof and see how all of their stuff, it seems like bins, you know, some of their personal items just sitting out there in their front yard, just destroyed. This garage right here, if you take a look to the left of me, just completely destroyed. The suspected tornado, I guess, ripped through most of these homes over here in Lake Fairways. But as I said earlier, this community has such a strong sense of support. Again, the firefighters are out here. They're going probably to the next destination to try to clear up any other debris that is left in the neighborhood. But again, like I said, the community is so strong. They are supporting each other. They are trying to help each other out. They're going around. I've been seeing them go on their golf carts, trying to help each other out, pick up debris and stuff. But the fire department, we're going to let them go and pass us so they can get to the next destination and hopefully help some people. But we thank them for coming and trying to get the debris out the road as safely as possible. You can see them here. It's one big truck and another truck right here just helping the debris get out of harm's way. So we'll make sure to keep you guys updated live here in North Fort Myers. Zoe Warner, Wink News.
Yeah.
It's great to see the fire department there. You can see the difference behind her and part of where she was sitting to get rid of some of that stuff before the winds pick up.
The tight community, she's right about that. They do have a good sense of community there for sure.
Yep.
But let's go to Matt. And Matt, you know, as we're looking at these new updates from the National Hurricane Center, I'm wondering if you can talk to us a little bit about whether or not this hurricane is behaving the way it was anticipated to behave as we were watching it a couple days ago.
Yeah, everything is going according to plan as far as the shear, if not doing a little bit better than expected, but it's still powerful, still a major hurricane. The pressure right now is at 948 millibars, category 3. You know, it's not impossible. It makes landfall as a 2, but at this point, it's a 120, category 3. Let's take a look here. As expected, there's that wind shear, and as it approached the Florida coastline, it started to see that shear. And that's what we like, boy, as it has really taken a toll on the storm. No longer a Cat 5, no longer a Cat 4, but the problem is, even though the wind category may come down, it can still carry a surge level that may be a category higher than what the wind category has. So that is something to keep in mind. Let's analyze the very latest on radar. As this storm, let's see if we have any wobbles, if it's going according to plan. And as we zoom on in, I'll show you that with our kind of wobble tracker. And, you know, maybe a slight nudge to the east as of late, but nothing too crazy here. We still are going to be watching the progress here. The white line is where it came from. The red line is where the National Hurricane Center expects it to go. Now let's talk about the anatomy of this storm. There's a couple things that we can dissect here. First off, the eye wall. So let me zoom back in. Worst part of the storm. So that's going to be the worst part of the storm in multiple ways. So first off, this right here is the maximum wind. And we can see that, and we can analyze that as I switch over to our velocity product. And you see this one pocket right there, that sliver of pink and white. That is the strongest winds in Milton right there. And it's in the northwest quadrant. But we still have some strong winds on the southern side. But as we extrapolate this out, that is going to be working its way very likely towards highly populated areas of Tampa Bay, Clearwater, all the way towards Longboat Key. And as we analyze some of the wind speeds in this hurricane, they are right now registering at miles an hour, 131 up in the storm. And what happens is the bands of rain rotating around the storm have the ability to take a good amount of that down to the ground. Maybe not all of it, but a good amount of it. Let's take a look here at also the eye wall, which is now starting to approach Charlotte County and even Lee County. So here is going to be, you almost have almost two eye walls, a circulation spot right there, and then you have a bigger eye wall right here. Now this one is going to be weakening, if not collapsing as we speak. So this is going to be the primary eye wall. That is where the winds will pick up. And you also have the greatest force of the water. So the reason why I bring that up, and let's see if I can clear out some of these warnings. You're going to see it pop up here momentarily. I want to extrapolate this out, and meaning I want to show you where that's going. So I'm going to draw on here where I believe there will be very likely the maximum amount of surge. So I'm going to draw this on. We're going to do an arrow, and this was very similar to Ian. We had the southern part of the eye wall during Ian go to Sanibel, to Fort Myers Beach, Bonita Beach. That's why they had the worst surge. So this is going to bring right here the maximum surge, right there. So as we take the direction in which it was, and we kind of analyze that out as we go into time, that means that it would likely, I would say within this line and up, would likely see the absolute worst surge from this storm. Now, don't think that south of that line you're not going to see anything. You will. In Lee County, I expect a good amount of surge for areas of Collier County, and we're seeing that right now. It's just that the absolute highest amount of surge is going to be, as you can imagine, closer to the core the eye wall. And that means for areas of Sarasota County, we are going to have a good amount of flooding in Charlotte County, Lee County, absolutely, and also Collier County as well. So if we could, I actually would like to show you, and then I'll come back to the weather wall. Let's go to full here. Can we punch up the touch screen camera? And you're going to see real quick some power outages, but I would like to also bring up the water levels. We're going to do that interactively, as I do have some of the water levels live in progress, and we're going to do this together. So here is, and this is, there's nothing better live than this. This is going to be, and I'm here controlling this. You see the red line? That is our water level. In blue, that is the astronomical tide, or basically the high tide, low tide, and what you see above it is the difference. Okay, so, and tell you what, yeah, let me hop on over there. Let me hop on over there. So right now, what we have in blue and red is your water level, and where we are seeing the difference is going to be, I'm walking over here, definitely get my steps in today, as we have the prediction and then the observed. So let me translate this. Water level is 1.9 right now in Fort Myers. Between these lines, that's your surge. That's the current surge. So right now the surge in Fort Myers, and it's going up, this is downtown Fort Myers, this is not even equating what's happening at the beach, is almost approaching 3 feet of storm surge. So we are almost already at 3 feet of storm surge. Let's go to full once again, and I'm going to switch to another tide sensor that we have, and this one is in Naples. Now it was going up even fast. Take a look at the live data coming in, and there we go. So the surge event started at 11 a.m. And since then, over the past 5 hours, it has increased now by this much. And the difference between these two values is your surge. So 2.88 minus 0.92, good rule of thumb. Right now, Naples, 4 feet of surge. We especially care about is the red, the observed. That is going to be your amount of water in feet above the average high tide. That's essentially an inundation number. And we had, during Helene, let me give you a historical reference here. During Helene, we had 4 feet. So we're about 1 1/10 inches shy of that. During Ian, Naples had 6 feet, and then the sensor got washed away. So we actually don't know the highest with Ian. But we're starting to get into the red category of flooding. And then in the purple, that's when we're starting to get into major flooding in Collier County. So water levels are going up. And here's the deal, everybody. Watch my mouse cursor. We basically extrapolate and go into time, see how we're approaching high tide already, even without a hurricane. And on top of that, I expect the water levels to continue to go up because we're following that high tide trend. Okay, so we are going to be on alert watching these surge levels across Southwest Florida. Live Doppler 3X. I'm back in the Weather Center, and let's get you also caught up to speed on some of the current observations that we have. Let's punch up Weather 1. Let's punch up Weather 1. Hello, here I am, as we do have the storm working its way towards the Southwest Florida coast. Let's put a time lapse on it, show you where it's coming from and where it is heading, generally to the northwest, and there is one of the outer bands where the winds are picking up. What are those winds? Well, needless to say, before we even get to that, the angry Gulf has been kicking up those waves. Here's a new assessment of some of the wave heights that we have right now in Southwest Florida, upwards of about 20 to 30 feet in the core of the storm, and then just offshore of our coast, we are at about 10 to 15 feet. The storm surge forecast, once again to reiterate, is right now at 8 to 12 in red for Lee and Charlotte County. The one exception is going to be the sliver from Boca Grande to Englewood Beach. That includes Don Pedro Island. You know, they're very susceptible to storm surge. And then all the way towards Sarasota. And then 5 to 8 feet for areas of Collier County. Here's going to be the main storm surge timing as it will be eventually starting to peak. I'll show you where we are right now. So here we are, and kind of match that graphic I showed you a little bit ago. and we're going to continue to go up for this evening, maximize overnight, and then we're still elevated into tomorrow, but we're going to start to gradually improve. So maximum surge is going to be late this evening, overnight, and then still elevated into tomorrow. And we saw this with Helene. Hey, Nikki, what camera is that? Tell you what, let's punch up Nikki's camera, Weather 2, and let's put that behind me. This is the Sanibel Lighthouse, and it was showing some quite a bit of flooding. I wonder if it can zoom out in its view. It was showing quite a bit of flooding when I caught it a second ago. And yeah, there it is. Okay, so we have some water coming in. This is right near the lighthouse. So there's your surge as that will continue to move across Sanibel Island. And they may even rotate this around towards the, I don't control it, but they may try to rotate it around towards the lighthouse. But there is the surge starting to come in. We also, hey, in the back, if it's possible, I saw flooding at the Pink Shell on Fort Myers Beach. The Pink Shell on Fort Myers Beach. If you're able to get that up, and feel free, don't wait for me. You can put it up behind me. But look at the waves crashing in. I just showed you the wave heights. Live shot from Sanibel at the lighthouse as the wind rotating around Milton is forcing up the water. Take a look once again at the high tide times. I've had a couple viewers that have been asking me, hey, can you show this again for us? And let's take a look here. Englewood, Gasparilla Sound, Charlotte Harbor, all the way towards Boca Grande, into Lee County. There's Fort Myers, which actually right now for Fort Myers is about low tide. The high tide is going to be later. Cape Coral, your high tide is tomorrow morning. Fort Myers Beach, it's going to be overnight towards about 5 a.m. Sanibel, you're looking at about 5 a.m. And same type of trend for Captiva. And then into Collier County, let's take a look here. Everglades City, Marco Island, and extending towards Naples, as that's when we would see the maximum water level rise around that point overnight and all the way towards sunrise. So thank you so much, everybody, for the questions that you've had online. I'm happy to address it as much as possible. Another one, and I know today has just been, personally, this has been the worst tornado outbreak I've ever seen in South of Florida in a couple years, even more than the one we had in 2022. Multiple tornadoes, large tornadoes. The one in Clewiston was probably the largest I've ever seen in Southwest Florida. That threat gradually should start to go down. I hope that that lowers at least some anxiety and stress. The tornado threat, especially after midnight, will start to go down. These are the current wind speeds, and I think we've lost a couple sensors. Yeah, the Cape Coral one's not accurate. I'll see if I can update that one for you. We lost Page Field, 56 for Englewood right now, 58 in Naples. We're at 58 for Marco Island, 50 for Lehigh Acres, 46 for Golden Gate, and 50, the current wind gusts right now for Northport. So that's the type of tropical storm force wind we currently have. Again, for Cape Coral, I'll try to help you out in a little bit. You're not at 4. You're probably at a 0 on that, if not a little bit more. This is going to be the wind gust forecast as we go into time, and you'll see right now we're experiencing tropical storm gusts. Even some hurricane force gusts will be into the mix as we go later this evening. Take a look at 9, 10, 11, midnight, 1, 2, 3 a.m., and that's where power outages will be possible. But we're going to be with you every step of the way, and you will get those updates as they come in. And then you notice how it goes down into tomorrow, and it's still going to be gusty, but not to the caliber of our main event with some of the wind for the late evening and overnight. We are updating those power outages as they come in. I want to show you the future track model as we go into time, and this is basically how I expect things to play out for the remainder of the evening and all the way overnight. So there's going to be your storm, the core of it. There's the eye wall, which you'll notice our computer model continues to keep it away. But the southern eye wall, that's the storm surge troublemaker. That one pushes to the northeast, and that's what we're going to see for areas of Sarasota County, Charlotte County, and Lee County. And that's why we wanted to keep you safe from it. And you know, the water levels will be going up this evening, but frequent updates every hour. you can trust that from us. I'm going to get you those updates on the water levels. That way there are no surprises and you are completely in the loop. Here's a look at 9 o'clock, some of the tail end bands of showers and thunderstorms. And then by 11 o'clock and all the way towards about midnight, we still continue to see the water levels get pushed up. Here's a look at 3, 4, and 5 with some of these wraparound bands as the storm eventually starts to exit. And Chris and Lois, I'm going to now toss it back to you, but what we'll do is once I come back, update on those water levels and the very latest analysis on Hurricane Milton on radar.
Okay, thank you very much, Matt. You're talking so much about surge. We want to show people one of the cameras we're going to keep an eye on throughout the night. This is a live look at a surge cam courtesy of Starship Adventures. This is at Moody Road and Grenier Drive in North Fort Myers. And I don't know if Ian is watching while we're showing this cam, but you see some of the damage on that home right across the street. They are near a waterway that is linked to the Caloosahatchee River in North Fort Myers. And so he has a surge cam there that will keep an eye on how quickly the water might rise up out of that waterway into the streets and around the homes. And as you look at different views, he switches this camera around. We might see different angles as we go to it throughout the evening, but there's still a lot of debris and on more water again during Hurricane Helene. And so people have been making repairs and some of that debris has not been picked up yet, but we'll keep an eye on this camera throughout the night. It looks great right now. We're hoping it stays that way, but we don't know with the surge.
Sure, there's a whole neighborhood full of people that hope it stays that way, watching to see what happens in neighborhoods like that, too. And just across the river there, downtown Fort Myers, let's go to Tiffany Rizzo live at the High Point Condominiums. Elevated view of downtown Fort Myers to kind of keep track of how we're doing there.
Yeah, Chris, so the biggest thing that I'm noticing over here is the wind gusts. And a lot of the other reporters were talking about that wind. Now, luckily, I have a high rise blocking a lot of that wind coming towards me. But I'll kind of take a look behind me and you can see with those trees how powerful these winds are. And I've also been keeping an eye on the Caloosahatchee water levels. That water is continuing to rise, but this area is known for flooding. If you take a look on First Street, there's no water on the roads just yet. We're not seeing any flooding, but that surge we're going to keep an eye on because we know when it does come in, it's going to come in quick, and this area is known for that flooding. We haven't seen any of that just yet, just really a lot of wind gusts in this area. So we're going to be keeping an eye on it. The reason me and Amy Osher are here is to keep an eye on that surge as it comes in those later hours. So we'll keep you updated on all of that. I'm live in downtown Fort Myers, Tiffany Rizzo, Wink News.
Very much. And she's got such a good view there for a couple of reasons. One, the elevation, but two, she can see a couple of the areas that are known to flood first.
Well, and you see that boat that's still there from
Right.
Hurricane Ian hasn't been removed yet.
So we can kind of use that shot throughout the night
Yeah,
too to monitor
measure
how
it.
the water
Right.
rises on that
Right.
side and then take a look at First Street as
Right.
well. Let's show you this video, a tornado touchdown or possible tornado touchdown off of Colonial, not far from Summerlin by De Leon Street.
This is De Leon, right on De Leon Street, right by Orangewood Elementary School. You see the church there? That's where that tornado damage happened, and they had some severe damage in that area. This is just a short video that we're working on turning around and getting to you a little later in this area off Colonial Boulevard, between 41 and Summerlin.
Yeah, we heard from quite a few people who live in the neighborhoods in and around there today about trees down and things like that. The tornado video here of Matt Lachey. This is Matt Lachey Park. Again, a possible tornado there this afternoon. All these need to be investigated, but you can see the aftermath of whatever it was, whether it was a straight line wind or a tornado that came through. And all of these kind of happened about the same time. If you weren't watching, all these things we're telling you about, Villas, Bell Tower, Fort Myers, North Fort Myers, it all happened right about the same time.
Let's go now to video from Fort Myers at Jefferson and La Palma Street, and you can see all the tree debris down on the street. This came into our newsroom about 3:30. This damage happened a little bit earlier than that. People said it sounded like a freight train in their neighborhood. Tree limbs down, fences down, debris everywhere. This is not in an evacuation zone, so I imagine there were a lot of people who were there at the time, and it was probably pretty scary.
I would imagine it was scary. Look at some waves. Marco Island, Kevin Olzak from Marco Island sending us video of the surf. You wouldn't believe me if I told you on any other day. This is Marco Island.
Wow.
And this is the Gulf of Mexico. Look at the surf this afternoon. This came in about 3 o'clock, so we took it probably early this afternoon, just crashing over the rocks there.
We want to take you to Englewood right now, where people were on their boats in Englewood, and Wink News reporter Taylor Wirtz was there at about 3 p.m. and she said she could hear music coming from these boats. We're really hoping people are not on them, but there are some liveaboards out there. We don't know if people evacuated or if they're still there, just keeping an eye on their homes. We already talked to the one gentleman who was in his truck who drove up and was just looking out on the harbor, looking at his boat, hoping it was going to be okay, just taking a look at it, but he evacuated. We hope everybody else did too.
Yep. People who left Charlotte County behind and evacuated are worried about what will happen to all of this debris on the street. This is Manasota Key, so an area that was hard hit by Helene. This is debris from Helene that they had taken out of their homes and hadn't had, city and the county hadn't had time to deal with it yet. But this could become very dangerous later on tonight, especially, you know, you think about wind right away, but too, if the water rises and has a current to it, it can take a lot of this stuff with it and just make it dangerous if anybody's out there, or dangerous to property if it wouldn't otherwise be.
All this high wind and these possible tornadoes has led to some power outages in our area. So we want to go out to take a look at what's happening in our area, where the outages are. Let's go to Sylvie Sparks, who I understand is in the studio monitoring all of that for us.
That's right, Lois. Lots of people without power. Of course, those tornadoes, warnings coming through, that wind damaging power lines we saw. So let's take a look. Here we are at the LCEC power outage website. You can see over here several in our region without power. Now, North Fort Myers with the most right now, almost 4,000 LCEC customers without power. If we click around on here, there's about 700 people in this one area right near the Caloosahatchee Bridge without power as of 3:41. Over here, we're seeing a little finicky right now. The screen is being, but like I said, lots of people in Lehigh Acres as well. There's a few power outages over there. Let's go to the FPL website and take a look. We'll start in Collier County. They had lots of tornado warnings this morning. Right now, this says there are 530 people. This is as of 5 o'clock, so just about 48 minutes ago. And we'll take a look at Lee County now. 5,240 people without power using FPL. Let's see about Charlotte County. They have 680 people. All of this is as of 5 o'clock this evening. Crews are working to restore power, but of course, we have more Hurricane Milton to deal with, so we'll have to see how long that takes them to get things sorted. In DeSoto County has no one without power, so that's good news for y'all in DeSoto County right now. Again, my screen's being a little finicky. Hendry County, same thing, zero people without power right now, so definitely seems to be Lee County has the most area of power outages in our area right now.
All right, we'll keep track of that throughout the night, too, for folks who have power, who want to check on other people, perhaps on a cell phone that may not have power, or if you want to know in your neighborhood if you've evacuated, we'll try to keep track of that for you.
And you know what? The crews are ready to go. They just need safe weather to work. And once the weather is safe enough for them to work, they'll be out there doing the job.
So hopefully that will be sooner than later, but we'll see how the night goes. Thousands of people in the area, as Sylvie said, experiencing power outages if you total them up as Milton makes it closer. Governor held a news conference this afternoon where he addressed the whole issue of power. He says Florida is fully prepared for the inevitable widespread outages.
You see these linemen that are behind me. This is one of the processing sites here in Lake City for Florida Power and Light. We've had linemen come from all over the continental United States. California, people are coming. Others have come. So we will have over 50,000 linemen that are as soon as the storm passes. If you are in the path of this storm, you are most likely going to lose power. We just did Hurricane Helene. That was 2.4 million restorations, as fast as it's ever been done in the history, I think, probably of all hurricanes in the U.S. This one, coming on the heels of Helene, where you still have hundreds of thousands of people out of power in other parts of the country, like North Carolina and Georgia, you have a lot of linemen who are working in those areas. So the fact that we got over 50,000, that in and of itself is a big deal, but especially considering that you have a lot of people that are still at work in the aftermath of Helene in these other states. It's really, really remarkable.
Be so happy to have that army of
Oh, yes.
electricians out there working, doing the job for sure.
Yeah, people would be happy to see them.
Yeah.
But with the strong winds and several confirmed tornadoes across Southwest Florida, a lot of communities have already suffered some significant damage just today.
Yeah, Wink News reporter Haley Zarconi joins us in the Villas neighborhood in Fort Myers, where we've seen some pretty dramatic pictures. Haley, I understand you're people there.
That's exactly right, because the Villas has been a big talker because they had a possible tornado touchdown here today. I'm on LaSalle Avenue here. I mean, there's no other way to prompt this. Take a look at this. This is an RV that has fallen over perfectly, I might add. It is balancing on these two tires right here. That's what's holding this RV up. And on the other side of this RV, this Jeep. Look at that. I mean, there's really not too much to say. It is just a wow factor kind of moment. And this is that possible tornadoes what caused this. And I'm talking to Adam and Evie here. I hear you guys went through that tornado earlier. Talk to me about what led up to that.
Yeah, we did. So we were at our house and watching the news, obviously, and watching the storm come in, and got the announcement that Villas was 2 minutes out from a tornado. And so we got everybody to the closet. And when we were inside the closet, our ears started to pop, and we heard they say the freight train is coming, and we heard the howl of like a freight train, and it was only lasted about a minute, but we were pretty sure that a tornado came on the outside. So.
Yeah. Do you remember what that was like? Was it loud?
Loud.
It was loud? Yeah. Oh. Were you a little scared? No, you're fearless. You look like it. Talk to me about how have you guys prepared for Milton? I know we're kind of in the thick of it here, so.
Yeah, so we don't have power right now, unfortunately. The tornado did take out our power. So we went for a little walk to get a little fresh air, and while in between the rain band. So we got our windows boarded up, and we did everything we could to be prepared for the storm. And now we're just watching the track, and looks like it went a little bit towards Tampa, and hoping that's the case for our sake, but obviously feel bad for the people up north. So
absolutely. And one last question, just looking at this RV, what was your reaction when you saw this?
We saw it actually on the Facebook, the group, the neighborhood page, and we obviously saw it was a street right next to us, so we walked around the corner and saw it, but pretty wild. I'm glad it's not my RV that's standing on its end, but we're just out here looking to make sure everybody and all the neighbors are okay and safe, and happy to be safe ourselves. So
yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Adam. It was so nice to meet you. It was so nice to meet you, Abby. Continue to be fearless through this storm, okay? And Godspeed, guys. Be safe. This is all I have for you here in the Villas. I'm going to go ahead and toss it back to you guys. Live in the Villas, Haley Zarconi, Wink News.
Wow. That is some picture right there when you see that thing on its side.
When we saw Haley standing next to it, it just gave such an incredible perspective. It's amazing what a tornado can do, just like that. And there was, again, that was that path that we were following all afternoon. If you're watching around noon, 1 o'clock, it kind of went all the way through the area. Yeah.
You're watching Wink News, the Weather Authority. We're tracking Hurricane Milton. We'll be right back.
It's an unimaginable trauma. A woman or girl is raped and gets pregnant. Then she's forced to have her attacker's baby. That's now the law in Florida, an extreme abortion ban with no real exception for rape. No matter where you stand on abortion, that goes too far. Government has no right putting anyone through that. Government has no right making that decision for you. Voting yes on 4 protects women and girls and stops government's cruel abortion ban.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Our firm is a family firm. John, my boys, and so many lawyers who have been our partners for so many years. We know that an accident or an injury can have terrible consequences for your family. We don't take your representation for granted. And every day, we will work hard to never break that trust.
It is the only place that I would ever suggest anybody go. It makes you feel like you're worth something.
You're not just a number.
I felt like that. Thank God that I went to Morgan & Morgan.
Our family helping yours.
As a Florida OBGYN, I'm reminded every day that abortion is a sensitive topic. After treating thousands of women, I know Florida laws prioritize women's health and safety. Abortions are available at any point of the pregnancy to protect the life and the health of the mother. No doctor has to wait until a patient is near death before they perform an abortion. Anyone who claims otherwise is lying. Florida is protecting women right now because Florida cares.
I would have to wear pads constantly.
I'm having to get up and go urinate 4 or 5 times an hour.
I find myself running through the store, trying to get to the restroom.
These people regain bladder control with this tiny device.
I have my life back.
This device has totally changed my life.
It makes my life completely normal.
If you or someone you love needs help controlling their bladder or bowels, please contact us. Telehealth visits are available.
High Wind Shutters, providing Southwest Florida with the best prices in town for hurricane impact windows, doors, shutters, and everything else you need for hurricane and severe weather protection. Call us for a free estimate or visit highwindshutters.com. Financing available.
If Hurricane Helene has left you struggling with water-damaged appliances, Good Deals is here to help you recover as fast as possible. Our warehouses are fully stocked, and we're getting truckloads of new deliveries every day. What's more, owners Jay and Sandy Russo are offering special pricing to those affected, which means right now, Good Deals' guaranteed lowest prices are even lower. In most cases, we can deliver next day, and as always, free delivery and free haul away of your old appliances. For more, visit gooddealsappliances.com.
Special coverage, Tracking Milton.
Thank you for staying with us here on Wink News as we track Hurricane Milton. We want to continue to track other areas in Southwest Florida right now to see how they are doing. And we want to take you to Sanibel Island right now and talk to Eric Jackson. He's the PIO for the island. We know Eric, thank you so much for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
I know that you had a lot of people who left the island, followed the orders. Are you pretty confident that most people left?
We hope so. I think a majority of the people left, and we know that originally when we put the call out a couple days ago and then even yesterday and had the mandatory evacuation order that there were just a handful of people that said that they were intending on staying. That was yesterday. So hopefully with the storm as it's happening, people realize we've got to get out of here. So we're really hoping so. And just to be clear, I'm not on Sanibel Island. We all evacuated from the island. Right. We are on the mainland.
Are you getting any reports, though, of what conditions are? Do you have any idea what the island's looking like right now?
Yeah, we are at our offsite, our temporary operations center. We are monitoring our cameras. Our cameras are still up, so we're seeing beach camera footage, and we're also seeing the street level views. So we do see some water coming up, and over specifically, I'm looking at Gulfside City Park right now, and we do see quite a bit of water coming up over that parking lot. So we know this is just the beginning, and we're going to keep an eye on it as long as we can, as long as we've got that feed and can see what's going on.
So now that we're getting into the thick of the storm and you're watching that, are you starting to think about what's next, what comes tomorrow morning and what comes tomorrow afternoon?
Yeah, as soon as this storm passes, there will be a team that will head out with the first responders. First of all, to make sure, working with FDOT, that the causeway is sound and safe to cross and free of debris, and then they will assess what's on the island. The amount of floodwaters and then any debris that's out there. So very similar to Helene, we'll make sure first the causeway is set and then that the island is set before we can allow people back on safely.
And you issue passes so you know only residents and business owners can get back on the island when it's deemed safe to do so. Are you worried at all about utilities or anything like that delaying that re-entry?
I mean, with any storm, you worry about that happening. You worry about down power lines, all of that. But safety is first. So we appreciate everyone's patience, just like we did after Helene, that if it does take some time, just bear with us so we can make sure that that's all set before we can get people back on.
And you usually do updates about this time when we have storms, 5 o'clock or so. Is that part of the plan for the rest of the week, to update people daily on what's going on?
Yes, we will continue. I was just at the laptop when I got the call to give you guys an update. So we will be putting out a news release very soon.
Yeah, Sanibel became almost famous for their regularity with your updates for your residents who are off island because, of course, you are a seasonal island. Not everybody, I would imagine, is back yet and want to hear everything they can from the city leaders to hear about recovery and how things are going. So I think when you're talking about updates, you're also talking about their on-camera,
the 5 o'clock on-camera
updates, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean for the Facebook Lives? Yeah, we haven't planned another Facebook Live right now. I can tell, we've had 1,000 viewers watching. So certainly people that aren't just here, but also people from out of state. But we'll work on getting another one of those set up as well. Just right now, we're going to be putting out the vital information through our regular news release, and then we will plan on doing another one. I just can't tell you when that's going to be at this point.
Well, is there any other off-island maybe waiting it out somewhere? Any message you want to pass along to them?
I would just reiterate what we've heard from our county partners and county. So this is not the time to move around. So make sure that you stay safe, and that we will see everyone on the other side of this.
For taking the time out of your schedule this afternoon to update us, we really appreciate it.
Yeah.
And thank you for getting the message out, and everyone is glued to what's going on. We really appreciate it.
Happy to pass along any important information. Thank you very much, Eric. You stay safe. Stay weather aware with the Weather app. You can control Southwest Florida's most popular Doppler yourself right in the palm of your hand. Our Wink weather team will send out updates and alerts here as well.
And if you're looking for information while you're at it, you can download a copy of the Wink News Hurricane Guide right now, a great resource for hurricane preparation and for what to do in the middle of a hurricane and severe weather. It's free. It's on winknews.com. You can download it again right now if you choose.
And if you lose power, which we know some people already have, don't lose us. Make sure you have your battery-operated radio because our continuous coverage is simulcasting with 92.5, 96.9 Wink FM and Wave 101.1.
Hurricane hunters, flying through the eye of Hurricane Milton, so giving us some incredible footage we want to show you right here. You can see the cloud formations. You can see these guys. They go right into the eye wall of the hurricane, and as Matt would say, they kind of punch it to get new information. But this is a view we don't often get to see. These dangerous missions collect the data that helps improve the forecasts and supports hurricane research.
Some of the early damage we're seeing come in is a lot of tree damage, and a lot of it was caused by either straight line winds or possible tornadoes. This one was happened in a backyard in the Fort Myers Villas neighborhood about 2:50 p.m. This was sent in to us, and that's quite a big tree that is got quite a trim right now.
Yeah, and very close to that big RV we were looking at a minute ago or two.
Yeah.
Charlotte County has enacted a very strict curfew. Anybody who hasn't evacuated needs to stay home from 9 p.m. tonight until 6 o'clock Thursday morning. If you're caught breaking the curfew, you'll face a misdemeanor. And again, this just starts tonight. It's an indefinite curfew, so it's not just for this one night. We'll let you know if they change the times or when they're ready to call it off altogether.
You know, one of our most low-lying counties in Southwest Florida is Charlotte County, and so we're keeping a very close eye on what's happening there, very close to where Milton may come ashore, so we want to keep a very close eye with them. And Wink News reporter Annalise Iraola is live at the Charlotte County Emergency Operations Center. Annalise.
Lois, Chris, since getting to the Charlotte County Emergency Operations Center, I've spoken with officials about the work being done behind the scene, just behind these blinds. All Charlotte County department heads have gathered. They're planning, preparing, and anticipating and hunkering down here overnight before Hurricane Milton hits. Fire, EMS, law enforcement, county admin, you name it, all decision makers are here. The gathering of these department heads allows the county to make decisions without going through the board. Here they're anticipating everything that can go wrong and staying ahead of it. What can happen and planning for those events. I spoke with Charlotte County Sheriff Bill Permel about concerns ahead of Milton. Listen. Alrighty, well, I did speak with the sheriff and I asked him what his main concerns were for this area, and he told me that his main concern is loss of life, and he stressed the importance of evacuating if you are in any evacuation zones. But I'll be here overnight and I'll bring you the latest as soon as there are any updates or briefings. Annalise Iraola, Wink News.
Thank you so much. Here is going to be a long update on the current situation that we do have. Let's take the banner down on the bottom. I want to give everybody a full picture of the situation that we have. This is going to be the Sanibel Causeway Toll Plaza, and the water continues to come in. This is a live look being forced in from the outer bands associated with Milton. And these are the stats on the storm. Right now, it is a Category 3, the winds of 120 as expected. It has interacted with some of that shear, which is our best friend right now. But the problem is we still are dealing with a powerful major hurricane, as we are just a couple hours away from that landfall and also a couple hours away from the maximum surge event. Pushing to the northeast at about 15. The wind shear, that's what we love. It is brought down the category from 5 to 4 to 3. We're going in the right direction, but what can happen is sometimes we can still contain a category higher in terms of the storm surge. So granted, we're seeing an improvement with the category top wind speed, but still, it is going to be significant storm surge in Southwest Florida. We have a network where this is just so helpful, where it gives you the current water levels and what they're doing. Includes rivers, creeks, all the way attached to the Gulf, and pretty much every single spot is rising in Southwest Florida, and that includes towards downtown Fort Myers, Cape Coral, Fort Myers Beach, extending towards Matlacha, as well as Boca Grande. Let's take it into Collier County. Cannot thank you enough, our Wink viewers. You guys have been sending me in pictures and videos and reports. And what you also have done, and I thank you for it, is you've been telling me how you've been doing. And I had one, I had an email, was it 30 minutes ago, and she said, I'm terrified. And what we're hoping to do is to give you the information. That way you know the situation at hand, so that hopefully can lower some stress and anxiety. And we hope that everybody took this storm seriously, but I'm not going anywhere. I'm gonna be with you all night and all the way into tomorrow morning. So that way there will be no surprises with that storm, and you will be constantly updated. So here is the storm as the eye wall is working its way onshore now. Is basically the worst part of the storm, and that is what they are experiencing in Sarasota County as it is rotating around the storm. Now, the center of circulation is actually right here. There is the center of circulation, as that has been working its way to the northeast, but they are very likely experiencing hurricane force conditions for areas of Sarasota County all the way into Manatee County, and that's going to go right up towards Tampa Bay with widespread power outages. Let's analyze some of the wind speeds that are being picked up, and pretty significant. There are two ways that I want to analyze this, and basically radar can do multiple things. It can analyze rain, but also wind. And where you see the brightest color here, pink and white, that's the strongest wind in the northern and western quadrant of the storm. And I would say, just looking at that, that's going to be easily over 120, but let's look at it live on TV together, if not 140. And this is in the northwestern eye wall. Yeah, 145. 138, and that is being picked up inside of the storm in the northern and western eye wall, and thank goodness that's what we avoid. We are going to avoid that part of the storm. The problem is, for our friends up the coast, that's what they're going to get. Tampa Bay, Longboat Key, Sarasota, that's their wind threat. We get the surge, so nobody wins in this. We're all going to get something. That's why the positioning of the landfall is important. Let me show you if it's deviating from its track at all. And what we're looking at here is as of the 6 o'clock update. So there has been some wobbles, but the general motion, the northeast, and if it continues on this path, it is going to be working its way likely towards a landfall around either Anna Maria Island, Longboat Key, towards Sarasota. That would be the highest probability for the landfall. Let's take a look at what we have in Southwest Florida. And this part right here, that is the eastern eye wall, and that has now pushed onshore for areas of Boca Grande towards Charlotte County, all the way into Sarasota County. Winds could gust well into upper tropical storm, if not hurricane force, as that's rotating around the storm. And let's take a look at some of the winds that are being indicated aloft within that eye wall. and they should be easily in the 60s, 70s, 80s. Let's see here. Yep, 62, 72, and that's some of the wind that you could be experiencing as it works its way down to the surface. We'd like to show you some of the wave action that we right now have getting really churned up in the Gulf of Mexico. Wave heights 10, 20, even upwards of 30 feet. That's going to load into my system momentarily, and that is in the core of this storm. We also have been getting in those wind observations. These are the current wind reports across southwest Florida. We are gusting to tropical storm force. Look at Englewood. Yeah, remember I mentioned the eye wall. So the eye wall now just brought a wind gust to 67 miles an hour for Englewood. So consequently, as you can imagine, that's going to lead to some power outages. And that means that the power outages right now have been updated to about 20,000, and very likely that will continue to increase. Here's where we go from here on out. And then right after this future track model, I want to get you a live update on the water levels. Okay, so we're going to do that together. Let's first show you the future track model and where we go from here. There's the eye wall. That's the strongest wind on the northern flank. That goes towards Anna Maria Island, Longboat Key, Ruskin, Tampa Bay. That's what they're going to get. But there is the maximum surge on the southern eye wall, and that will be heading to the northeast. So let's go into time here, and you'll see it eventually work its way towards areas of Lee County, all the way into Charlotte and Sarasota County. That's why there was the surge forecast that we back to it in 1 second. Here's the future track model as we hit about 8, 9, all the way towards 10 o'clock. Bands of rain rotating around the storm. And then we see that surge event as we hit later this evening and overnight. Let me show you some of the surge that we are going to likely see in terms of timing. And we are right now about here. We have all this that we still need to go through. So that's going to be the main surge event later this evening and overnight. So I just want you to mentally prepare for that. That would be the primary timing. The surge forecast, here it is, to reiterate. And this was as of, if you don't mind, I'll just double check with the National Hurricane Center that they are still keeping those values. They should be. And that is 5 to 8 for Collier, 8 to 12 for 8 to, yeah, so this is what they're going to do. And to Bonita Beach, 8 to 12, so that's in red. And then, yeah, so they've kept it. So they're going to keep that forecast that you see on the screen, 5 to 8 for Collier, in red, 8 to 12. Boca Grande, all the way towards Anna Maria Island, about 9 to 13. Okay, so now in the back, what I would like to do, I got to show the surge levels. So let's punch up that side computer, the touch screen that will be able to show you live the wall. I'm going to head to another department over here, and I'm going to show you that those water levels continue to go up, and these are live as they come in, and I'll show you how we do this. So the blue is going to be your astronomical high tide going up and down. It's the most important. That's the amount of inundation, the amount of water above the normal high, the normal high tide. The difference between these two values, that is your surge. So right now the surge in downtown Fort Myers is between 3 and 3.5, but into Naples to go up. And the surge value, difference between these two values, the surge is at 4 feet, the water level is at 3.26 and rising. For a comparison, Helene was at 4 feet. So we'll have to see how high it gets. I would like to show you some of the live conditions that we do have across Southwest Florida. This is at the Naples Pier. The water continuing to come in from the Gulf of Mexico. We also have Fort Myers Beach. This is going to be at Margaritaville. The water coming in from the Gulf, the inundation, as that stream continues to load. We also have another shot from Margaritaville. You can see the gusty wind getting pushed up, the camera shaking left and right, and there is inundation right here, if you can see that on the map and on this camera on the right-hand portion of your screen. Also would like to take you to Marco Island. Here's kind of a tour of the area. Marco Island, not seeing much in the way of inundation. That could change. but it looks like it's not far off in this shot right here. It's going to eventually start to come in later. Let's take you now to, this is a Marco Island Marina. Water levels still kind of steady, but then look at, real quick, this is Pelican Bay. This is a live shot from Pelican Bay as the waves continue to crash up, and there is the water levels rising. And look at even, this does a rotation and a scan, 180, and it's showing some of those water levels as they go up. And then we can check at, I did notice the Imperial River was flooding. So we'll let this load momentarily, as they as well have seen flooding even around the Imperial River, and that will be loading. I'll go back to it in the meantime. Let's also refresh this page and let's show you Sanibel. So this is Periwinkle Way, and looks like, let's see here. Let me scroll down a little bit more. There's some flooding around more areas at Periwinkle Way. You can see some of the intersections on the top-hand portion of your screen. Looks like we could have some surge flooding on this part. This is looking south at the intersection right here, Periwinkle Way. And we thankfully have the luxury of some of these cameras that we can look at to see the current status across Southwest Florida. This is Periwinkle Way, Tarpon Bay Road, as we have the strong, gusty winds. That is the latest on my end. I'm going to do another update here momentarily. Now let's toss it back to Chris and Lois.
All right, Matt, thank you very much. Yeah, we're very interested in all the surge now. I think that's the big story for so many people. We want to go back to Liz Biro downtown in Fort Myers, who has a bird's eye view from a couple levels up of the surge, both on the, oh, you're down on the, I'm sorry, you're down on the ground now, yeah,
right in the city.
In one of the areas that was really hard hit last time by Helene.
Yeah, Chris, I'm tall, but I'm not that tall. But no, I'm on the ground here in downtown Fort Myers, and what I want to show you is how the different businesses prepared for Milton. Over here at the lodge, interesting method. We have foam, we have sandbags inside and outside, and doors taped up. And the reason I want to show you all of this is because we've done all we can in downtown to prepare. It'll be interesting to see what happens after. Now, what I want to show you across the street here, you can see at Blue, Quartz and Clover, over at Cafe Blue, no sandbags, but they have black tape up on those doors. We're going to go on quite a bit of a walk here because and watch this, watch that, McChesney. There you go. We're going to go on a bit of a walk here. Again, Lodge, we have tape and sandbags. Langford Lofts, sandbags. Now here's an example of a place that did not do much. Bahia Bowls, again, I don't know what's going on inside if they have something there, but from the outside, you don't see any kind of protection. Now, need we remember, if we've not seen the videos, Top Floor Vacation Rentals, they have floodgates inside. The sign says I could not see any. Here outside of Enjewel, we had some kind of metal protection with a tarp, and then we have the sandbags right here. Downtown Fort Myers, if you don't remember those videos from during Ian, the waves rushing in, the water rushing in, most of these businesses, their first floor inundated with water, had to be cut out. Here we are in front. I only checked this business really quick. This is actually Blue Sushi, closed down, not because of a storm, but it is closed down. I did talk to some people who are staying in here in these condos, and they're taking their dog on that last walk. We have tarps over here. Tarps outside of this business. We're going to keep on going because there's some more interesting methods as we go. Again, businesses have done all that they can. Now it's time to wait and see what Milton does. Here outside of one of my favorite ice cream shops, we have not one but two, some kind of metal awning taped down, and then sandbags over here. This is where that video was taken that I will never forget. Coming right down this way. Water rushing in during Hurricane Ian. It was strong, it was wavy. Now I do want to note, as we cross the street and kind of get away from the wind over here, in the last about 10 minutes we did see the lights start to flicker in downtown Fort Myers. It's because of these gusts of winds. That's when we start to feel power outages. The lights did turn back on, and we are happy to see it. Now we're coming up on two areas I do find interesting how they protected themselves. One right here. This is air inside, plus we have sandbags. This may actually be water inside. And this is a method we've seen a couple of places do. We're coming up on the new location for Bruno's of Brooklyn. We've boarded up windows. This is what it looks like outside of Izzy's as well. We're coming up on the new location of Bruno's of Brooklyn, where they're using a very interesting method. It's water inside of a massive tube almost, but they're also going with sandbags. We're going to keep on walking over here. McChesney, we're going to cross the street safely really quick. And you can hear that wind. You can probably see it in some of the trees. McChesney, if we can go up to them. It's gusty in downtown Fort Myers. Okay, and we're nearing the end of our journey. Outside of Ford's Garage, this is a restaurant that got a lot of damage during Ian. Water inside. We have sandbags, we have boards, we have taped up pieces of plastic, just trying to keep any kind of water out that does come in downtown Fort Myers. Now here we make it to our final destination. This is outside the new Bruno's of Brooklyn location. This is called Tiger Dam System. This is water in here. This is to help stop wave action, to keep water out. They've also paired it with sandbags out. This location isn't even open yet. They're just trying to keep it as dry as possible. Like I said, people have done all they can to prepare. Now we just have to wait and see what happens, and hopefully these businesses are not hit as hard as they were during Hurricane Ian. It took some time for many of them to open. Some did not come back, so we're hoping for the best. I'm going to send it on back to you all.
All right, thank you very much, Liz. Bruno's in particular had to push back their opening already once just because of Hurricane Helene, and it'll be interesting to see whether those water dams, how well they work, because the governor has talked about them as a new type of system that people were trying and businesses were trying to use.
And there are so many things out there. So many of us have become students of how to try to do that in our homes, especially in the last week. I saw the tarps, I saw the tape, you see the water dams. People are doing so many things now. It'll be interesting. Maybe we'll learn something about what works.
Well, it's a game of inches, right? With water in your house, it's a game of inches. I mean, just another inch or just another inch or just another inch can make all the difference in the amount of damage that you're dealing with. It can push you to another foot
of drywall that you have to take out. Sure. It can be the difference between your appliances surviving and not surviving. It can be, you got your furniture up on blocks, and if the water goes under as opposed to hits the furniture, it can be a lot of money, it can be a lot of things, but it can get you back faster if you can really minimize it.
Water is a difficult force to stop for sure.
Yep. Week News reporter Haley Zarconi back in the villas in South Fort Myers. I believe we're going to Haley next. Yes, yeah. You showed us that RV on its side, but you're seeing some other things too. Tell us about that.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, after seeing what we've seen, I'm only left to believe that this tornado started back by that RV and made its way up through the villas. Now, again, I don't know that for sure, but that's what it looks like. Look at this. This is off of Kent Avenue and Terrace Lane. I'm looking at an entire palm tree laying down. There's two of them. There's one down here, but this one definitely takes the cake on how big it is. I don't know that I've ever seen the bottom of a palm tree before, just laying down here. And if we continue to move this way, you'll see back here another tree just snapped in half. Big tree snapped in half, and behind it, it looks to be a shed to me, a shed laying on its side. I'm seeing a trend here, things laying on their side, pushed over by this wind, and I'm starting to feel a bit of that because these gusts are getting strong, so hopefully I'm not next. Over here, we've got a garage door. Only way I can describe that, it just looks crunched. I mean, it just looks like somebody just took it and crunched it. It's laying down right in front of where it should be on this home, and water is starting to pool. This home right here has water pooling at the bottom of its garage. Oh, strong gust of wind. And so does this one. We're starting, again, as you can see, to feel these strong gusts and to see this debris lay here. My only worry is once we start to get stronger gusts later tonight, ones that I will not be out here in the field to report for, what happens with this debris. Thankfully, these people here have boarded up their homes. Many other people on this street have their shutters up, have their homes boarded up, so they have that protection from them. But bottom line is, this possible tornado that people here say happened around noon, it definitely left its mark on the villas, and we've seen it street after street. This is now the third live shot we've done in this neighborhood, and I have tons of photos from people that they've sent to us of what that tornado left behind. So this is the real effects of what we're seeing here, and we're really only in the beginning of this. So everybody stay safe, stay inside, and I'm going to go ahead and toss it back to you guys. Live in the villas, Haley Zarconi, Wink News.
Very good advice, Haley, very good advice. That's a very large single-family home community.
And she makes a good point. A lot of us are exhausted already. It's been a long week. It's been a long day. But we're it's just coming now. We've got the next few crucial hours to get through for say the next 6 or 7, then it'll be the middle of the night. Then we have to find out in the morning what really happened.
Right, but that community would not expect water. They would not expect water, so they're dealing with the tornadoes. So really, it can affect everyone in different ways. This hurricane.
Yep, for sure. So I'm sure there'll be a lot of neighborhoods like that.
Yeah. Well, a possible tornado tore up a mobile home park in North Fort Myers earlier today. It might have been the same one, made a bit of chain of tornadoes. We had so many different warnings throughout the day. Wake News reporter Zoe Warner shows us the destruction from Lake Fairways.
Guys, that's right. I've been here at Lake Fairways in North Fort Myers for pretty much all of the day. And I just want you to take a look at what is behind me and how this community has been directly impacted by supposedly the tornadoes that came through earlier this afternoon. I mean, look at that home. The roof has completely fallen through. You can see that neighbors or that residents' items in their front yard just completely destroyed at this point. I want you to take a look even at this garage right here. It looks like the tornado has just completely ran through it. I'm going to walk up a little bit so you guys can see a little bit closer what is going on. But I mean, just even look at some of this metal that's just lying in the front yard. This is completely dangerous, you know, for residents to even be out here, hopefully not being impacted by this. But fire department actually just came out here cleaning up the roads, getting all of the debris out of the road and getting it out of people's harm's way. And I just want you to take one more look at everything that is going on behind me. I mean, it is just one word, completely destroyed. But I do want to say that Lake Fairways has such a strong sense of community. Since I've been out here, I've been talking to neighbors all day, and everybody is just helping each other. No matter if they're been impacted or not been impacted, they've been helping each other. They have been helping people clean up debris on the side of the road. I even talked to a neighbor who has been grabbing stuff from somebody's home who has been impacted, and he's going to bring it to them at the shelter so they can still have it and still salvage some of those memories that they lost in those homes. I just want to take you guys even just over here. Obviously, this home wasn't too badly impacted. You can still see some dents in the garage, and this fence is on the verge of kind of breaking off. But yeah, this home, these neighborhoods, they have just been impacted so much. This is not the only one. We have been in multiple cul-de-sacs throughout the day, but we will make sure to keep you guys updated with Lake Fairways in North Fort Myers. Zoe Warner, Wink News.
All right, Zoe.
Thank you very much. We can certainly hear in Gateway here the wind picking up around the building.
And I was kind of worried
minutes.
about Zoe too, being out there. There's debris out there that could be blowing around. You got to be careful out in the field too.
Right, so we're going to get her off of that street and get her back somewhere safe. Let's check in with Wake News Chief Meteorologist Matt Devitt right now on what we're seeing outside. Is the wind in fact picking up in a lot of different areas?
It definitely is. And before we even get into my PowerPoint here in my presentation, can we punch up Weather 2? This is a live look. This is an airport runway. This is the Everglades Air Park, and it is now the Gulf of Mexico. The water has encroached in this live look on Everglades City. In a normal shot, folks, there is a runway where the small airplanes take off. It is completely underwater from the storm surge coming in. This is a live look from Everglades City. Thanks so much, Nikki, for pointing that out. Let's punch up. Let's take you to the Sanibel Causeway, the live conditions from the toll plaza. Surge right now, according to what I've been analyzing, is between about 3 to 4.5 feet and rising. 3 to 4.5 feet and rising, the current surge levels. Camera shaking, winds gusting about 50 to 60 miles an hour. I'll show you that momentarily. Let's also get you a live look from Punta Gorda as well as Port Charlotte. This is going to be a spot to really monitor as we go into time. And right now, overall, not bad, but that is subject to change as we go deeper and deeper into the night. So the 6 o'clock advisory, we are getting these updates now. The National Hurricane Center does that when it starts to approach landfall. The Cat 3 has winds of 120. Pressures at 948 millibars, pushing to the northeast at 15, as the wind shear, as expected, has taken somewhat of a toll on the storm, but still it is going to be fairly impactful and significant, and already we are seeing that. Would like to get you an update on the water levels. We have a network and we have a sensor to show you all these spots. These are sensors. It's a combination from NOAA, the USGS, you name it, and every single spot is rising. Now, if you see in a couple locations, there's a little number. That's the inundation in feet. So 2 feet of water above the usual high tide currently around the Myakka River with a sensor in Sarasota County. We also have more spots seeing water levels rise. Normally, Fort Myers starts to flood at 2 feet. We're at 2.32 and rising. That's the case for Sanibel towards St. James City. And you saw the live shot from Everglades City. They are seeing storm surge, and so is going to be all the way up towards Naples. And Naples has been rising fairly quickly with some of that surge. Let's analyze the core of the hurricane right now as it is approaching the Florida coastline and its eventual landfall, as the worst tornado threat, let me step out of the way, I'll show you that, has now worked its way either offshore in the Atlantic or right along the East Coast. Now we're entering the main phase of the hurricane force winds, and that's going to be on the northern side especially of this storm. That's going to be working its way up Tampa Bay towards Hillsborough and Pinellas County, but we are already starting to see one of those outer bands, the eye wall, that has been working its way through areas of Charlotte and Sarasota County. Let's switch over to, we have so many products that we can use, heavy rain, but we also can use wind, and let's do another update. This is basically kind of under the hood of this storm, seeing inside of it. And the winds right now, I would say, again, based off of this analysis, you typically hit white. That's like 130, 140, but let me show you that firsthand. And the wind being picked up in the northern, yeah, there it is, 140. In the northern and western eye wall, that's going to be heading toward water, as well as Tampa Bay, Ruskin, down the road towards Lakeland, spots like that, and St. Pete. So it's going to be very destructive. They may not see winds of 140, but it's going to be up there. But what we will see in Southwest Florida is that the southern and eastern right here being picked up. So let's analyze the wind in that part of the eye wall. That's going to be working its way towards Sarasota as well as Charlotte County. And some of the winds being analyzed in there are upwards of, you will see it plotted on here shortly, I would say based off of the blue, the darker blue, yeah, we're hitting about 80 to 100 miles an hour. That is in the eastern side of that eye wall, which the heavier rain could surface. It's not impossible. We can't rule it out. Let me take you back to some of these bands moving around areas in Charlotte County. I put a time lapse on it. The reason why the hurricane disappeared, I switched to our local radar. And as we do a time lapse on it, you're going to see where these areas of rain are coming from. We're the eastern eye wall. This is the eastern eye wall of this storm as it is rotating around the storm. Boca Grande, North Fort Myers. Winds will pick up when you get this rain. The winds will really pick up when this band works its way through. Not much at the moment for Collier County, but looks going to be deceiving. You saw the storm surge come in around Everglades City moments ago live when Nikki showed you that on the camera, and then more areas of off and on rain as we take you primarily inland. Let me show you some of the current wind gusts that we do have. The winds happen right now. This is live as we speak. It's going to be put into my system momentarily. Wind speeds right now, brand new update on Sanibel, 62 miles an hour. Englewood is at 61. Northport at 54. Cape Coral 55. Naples is at 58 as we are seeing those winds work their way through. Lehigh Acres at 52 and Golden Gate at 47. Now you see the pink on the top left-hand portion of your screen. That's the hurricane force wind, and that will be working its way closer and closer to the coast. Now, when I expect us to maximize in our wind, it would be primarily later this evening and all the way into the overnight. So you can see those gusts occasionally hitting in the 60s, 70s, could even see some 80s. Here's a good look at the computer model as we go into time, showing the possibility of us getting, a couple wind gusts into the 70s and 80s. That includes around Englewood, Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda. Then as we continue this out, all the way towards midnight. This will obviously lead to areas with power outages, but Wink will be with you because what we do is during situations like this, we're simulcasting on our radio station. So if you lose power, you can't watch TV, you can listen to us on radio and get those updates that you need. And I do have a list of the radio sites on my Facebook page if you want to check that out. Here's a look at 3 a.m. all the way towards, if it wants to advance for me, extending into tomorrow morning at 8 and 9 a.m. as we would be gusting into the 40s and then starting to back down into the 20s. Here's a look at the future track model as we go into time, showing the storm eventually making landfall as it would be approaching Sarasota County and Manatee County. But you can clearly see we get that southern flank as the winds come in from the Gulf and push up the water as we go into time with our future track model. Hey, Sylvie, can you do me a favor? We're going to go to the touchscreen right now, and I want to punch up the NOAA sensors. I think I have a bookmark on the far left, or at least one of the web pages open, and we're going to, okay, that's one of them. Let's see, how about try that one? Yeah, let's try that one. And what I'm going to do right now is we're going to take a look at some of the tide sensors that are hopefully popping up. All righty, the internet. Let's see if it comes in for me. Could be impacted by Milton. Tell you what, guys, in the meantime, let's toss it out to Chris and Lois. We're going to load some of these pages. Here's a live look at the Naples Pier. Continue to come in to show you some of the conditions. This is going to be Margaritaville, the pool, as the storm surge is working its way through. And as you can imagine, sometimes the hurricane can impact these feeds. Let's also take a look at, this is Pelican Bay. That should be a beach, and right now it has turned into the Gulf. This is a camera that rotates on a 180-degree angle. And then we also have Diamond Head. Let's take a look at Diamond Head, as this as well will be updating momentarily. And there it is, the storm surge live in progress along Fort Myers Beach, rotating around the hurricane is forcing up the water. So Chris and Lois, what I'm going to do is I'm going to toss it back to you guys. I'll get those NOAA sensors working. I'll get you the latest water levels in the storm surge, and I'll be back in just 1 second.
Okay, thank you very much, Matt. It's good. We want to pass along some breaking news to everyone out there right now. We have just learned from Charlotte County that their emergency response services have been suspended. That means the fire rescue will not respond if you call for help, and it's all because high winds that Matt just showed us. It's just simply too dangerous for the emergency crews to be out there. Now, you can still call 911, and they will be keeping a list and rundown of the emergencies and then prioritizing them as they need to be able to get back out there. But it's going to take for the winds to die down and for the conditions to be more safe again for them to be able to do that.
Yeah, you heard Matt just mention too, he's going to be monitoring the water rising all night. A lot of people are interested in that. We're doing it with our reporters. Wink News reporter Amy Osher is live in downtown Fort condominium on the 3rd or 4th floor, overlooking the river, overlooking First Street, monitoring the storm surge for us in real time. Amy.
Yeah, Chris, it's a little bit deceiving where we are. We are blocked by the wind by this building. It's very windy out here, not so much here. But while we're out here, we are watching both the time and the tide. You can see it's come up. I'm glad we got here while there's still some daylight hours. That boat that we've been using as a reference point all day, the bow is completely underwater. So you can see this tide is coming in. What's interesting is at the same time the wind is blowing across. So while it's not impacting the tide, it's making for an interesting mix here. We're seeing the wind pick up the water, the waves, and making these like interesting waves of water kind of spray all the way across there. So it just shows you the impact of the wind out there. We haven't seen any water on First Street yet. I know that'll happen, and when it does, it happens fast and furious. I was here during Ian. 1 minute it was dry, the next minute the entire parking lot and the road was overflowing with water. So when it comes up, when it gets past that natural green berm and the seawall, it'll come up and swamp this area. One thing to note too is it took everybody by surprise during Ian. So this parking lot was full of cars during Ian, which when it filled up, they were floating all over the place. Now people have learned, they've learned how important, how powerful the storm surge is. Everyone has taken all the warnings that we have said and moved to higher ground. We're still out here though. We'll be here all night watching that storm surge and watching that boat. In downtown Fort Myers, Amy Osher, Wink News.
All right, Amy, I guess it's kind of inevitable right now that we have to watch it rise, but a lot of people are going to be really interested to see, watching for your property, watching different areas to see how high it comes.
It gives you some perspective. I mean, if you see how it is in downtown Fort Myers and you're a little further upriver, you might anticipate what you might be seeing there.
Right.
Or if you're seeing little surge, which we hope
for everybody,
true,
right? We hope for everybody.
Then you can relax a little.
Yep. You're watching Wink News, the Weather Authority tracking Hurricane Milton. We'll be right back.
This hurricane season, turn to Wink, the Weather Authority.
You know, we love our Connecticut home water system because it protects our plumbing, our appliances, our fixtures.
I love what it does for my hair.
The water tastes great because the K5 system removes viruses, bacteria, and pharmaceuticals. And everyone...
In this moment, everything changed. Every choice now impacts a child's future. Research has proven that smoking weed while pregnant can hurt babies. Cannabis passes through the placenta, leading to brain development issues, anxiety, poor academic performance, and physical problems at birth. Any use of THC while breastfeeding is also dangerous for babies. Your child or grandchild's future starts now. Don't put it at risk. Say no to marijuana while pregnant.
Hessler Floor Coverings has been a family legacy of value right here in your community since 1951. And for nearly 75 years, we've given Southwest Florida the best choices in carpet, hardwoods, laminate, tile, and luxury vinyl, using the best brands such as Cortec. Cortec floors replicate the natural beauty of hardwood but are durable, waterproof, and pet-proof. Hessler Floor Coverings, Southwest Florida's legacy of value since 1951.
I'm Sheriff Morris Young. Illicit marijuana laced with illegal drugs like fentanyl have destroyed lives. I know because I've seen it firsthand. Amendment 3 will save lives by making marijuana safe, regulated, and lab tested. Amendment 3 will protect our community from dangerous illegal drugs while allowing law enforcement to focus on serious crimes. Vote yes on Amendment 3, the smarter and safer choice for Florida.
Upgrade your outdoor living space and make every evening a special occasion. With premium materials and elegant designs, our patio collections are both stylish and durable. Don't miss out on this limited time offer. Visit us in Fort Myers or Naples today.
Still suffering from a damaged or incomplete roof? Unlike other roofers, Nastar Roofing completed every job before and after Ian. Nastar Roofing can solve your roof problems in 1 week at the same pre-Ian prices. Don't believe us? Call 239-567-RACE.
When people stop me to ask, what's my case worth? Here's what I tell them. All law firms are not the same. You see, the most important part of anyone's injury case is the firm you hire. The insurance company knows exactly which firms fight for full value and which firms will settle your case for pennies on the dollar. Our firm has recovered billions and billions and billions. $3 billion last year alone. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
For beautiful skin and soft, shiny hair, nobody does it like Connecticut.
That's right. No matter what the competition may be saying.
It's all about my hair. It's not about the water.
Not even close.
Great water, great service.
Great hair.
Only from Connecticut.
The roads in Collier County are flooding.
Yeah, Wink News reporter Ashley French joins us with the latest in Naples on Gulf Shore Boulevard South.
I'm Wink News reporter Ashley French. I'm currently on Gulf Shore Boulevard South, where you can pretty much see the floodwaters are beginning to accumulate here with the storm surge creeping in pretty much from the Naples beach, and that seawater coming in, making this road nearly impassable. As you can see, this stretches for about nearly a mile, and several inches of rain, almost to nearly a foot, has accumulated here, and it is highly advised for you not to drive in these conditions. Literally, this can damage your car, and pretty much if I was to step in further, just any deeper, we'll begin to pretty much feel several feet of that storm surge coming in. As you can see, trees are swaying, the wind is picking up, and this is just pretty much the early stages of Hurricane Milton making landfall into the Florida coast. In Naples, I'm Ashley French, Wink News.
All right, Ashley, thank you. We want to show you this new video from Fort Myers Beach. This is heartbreaking. This is Joe Salvaggio's home. You might remember Joe from some of our stories. He's 86 years old. Water got in his house during Ian. Had contractor problems, lost $40,000. The community came together to help him rebuild this. This is his home camera. He evacuated. He's over on the other coast, watching the water get closer again, I just talked to him. I mean, he's like, we're praying that it doesn't get any closer. Joe, we're praying for it with you. You know, he just got back in that house. It's so beautiful. He's so proud of it. So many people I know are in that situation right now.
Yeah, I know so many people will be praying for Joe. Everybody just fell in love with him because he had lost all hope, and the community wrapped their loving arms around him and just brought him back to life.
And will again. I just hope he wants to do it again.
Yeah. Well, most people heeded the warnings to get out of Charlotte County, and for good reason. Englewood is dealing with intense conditions at this hour, and that's where Wink News reporter Maddie Herron is.
Check out this intense rain. It's wind and rain slapping us in the face. Right now we're on East Frey Street in Englewood, where I want to show you what some of the homes here look like. They're boarded up behind me, but as you can see, these are one-story homes, and it's one of the reasons why Charlotte County asked everyone in this area to evacuate. And a second reason is what I'm about to show you on the ground right now. It's this intense flooding that the Englewood area is very prone to, especially during Helene, and now we're seeing for a possible projected more flood water for Hurricane Milton. If you want to take a look at the tree there, you can already see how much it is swaying in these high winds, and the storm has not even hit landfall yet, so we can expect those winds to increase as Hurricane Milton gets closer to this area and this community. In Englewood, Maddie Herron, Wink News.
All right, Maddie, thank you very much. Again, another area we're starting to see more and more neighborhood coast, but the water is starting to come up, you know, even as we get into the early part of the night.
So those are isolated pictures. Let's go out to Matt and let's just get a bigger perspective on what's going on with Hurricane Milton right now.
That's right, guys. Yeah, that's right, guys. What I would like to do right now, this is a live tap into the NOAA sensors and our tide levels, and let's explain what's going on here. The blue line is going to be your natural high cycle, and that's where we would be, and I'm controlling it, what you're saying. That's what it would be if we didn't have a hurricane. The problem is the storm surge is causing the water levels to go up. You can see where we started that. It was at about 1230, and then since then we have been going up. And this is in downtown Fort Myers, and I can attest to this, it is flooding right along the river. We are at 2.55 feet, okay? So how we know what the storm surge is the difference between those two values. So it's about 3.5 feet of storm surge. You take the difference between that. But the more important level is the observed. That's the water level. That's when we start to get flooding. And you can see that NOAA knows this, and it has a gauge of minor, moderate, and major flooding. So right now in downtown Fort Myers, we are seeing about 3.5 of storm surge. Let's take it to Naples, and that has really been going up fast. And let me see if I can get a brand new update. That should be the update. Yeah, so same deal with Naples. They started to have their water levels go up at about 11 to noon, and then since then, it has continued to go up. And right now for Naples, they are seeing what is classified as borderline major flooding with the observed at 3.53. Their surge, let's take that difference. Yeah, it's about 2.5, so 4.25 feet of storm surge right now in progress for Naples. And we pulled up earlier, here's a live look of, oh, thanks. We'll look at Allstate later, as we do have the Naples surge level, again, about 4 and rising. And the other thing, you know, we're here right now in the blue. We have to go through still more of approaching a high tide cycle. So you can take this line right here and kind of infer that we're going to continue to go up until we hit this peak, which is at about 5 a.m. So that's something that we do have to keep in mind, and that's just the water coming in from the hurricane. Now, there will be a time where we lose that pull from the hurricane as it starts to weaken. Boy, that's a long commercial. Let's go back to the storm, as we do have the water level still at about 3.5 feet. All right, let's see if longest commercial in the world. Let's see, we're going to wrap it up. Thank you so much, Allstate. And now we can take a live look at EarthCam, showing the water coming in, the wave action right along the pier. And this is basically what it looks like when you have 4.25 of storm surge coming in from the Naples Pier. Okay, guys, let's punch up Weather 1. So Weather 1, this is a live shot from the Sanibel Lighthouse. There's the lighthouse on the left-hand portion of your screen, and there's the surge as it continues to come in with this live look. Not far off, this is going to be the siesta on the beach property as we are seeing more of that coastal flooding. We're also monitoring downtown Fort Myers as the water level's about 2.5 feet above. You can see definitely some higher water levels there. And this is Bayview Park in Naples. And water levels definitely up, higher than they should be. You can see that submerged bush. Here is Vanderbilt Beach Resort and Turtle Club. This is along the lagoon and completely inundated. You can see the boat above the water. This is Everglades City, and this is amazing. Normally, there's a complete runway, air park, and this is completely the Gulf now as the water has come in. Here's a live look from the Sanibel Causeway Toll Plaza, shaking back and forth. Here's a live shot that we're going to be watching very closely from Punta Gorda, Fisherman's Village, as we go deeper into the evening. The storm right now, Category 3, winds of 120 miles an hour, not in Southwest Florida, but in the core of the storm. Actually work its way towards its landfall across either Manatee County, Sarasota County over the next several hours. You're going to see the radar composite pop up here in a second as this storm continues to spiral and churn towards its eventual land spot. So Tampa, heavy rain, some gusty wind. Even in Southwest Florida, we are seeing these bands one after another of the rain picking up for Northport, Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, Boca Grande. And if you're just tuning in and just joining us, we are going to avoid, yes, the highest wind, but we don't avoid the surge. Everybody's going to get something to a certain degree with this storm. I would say the diameter of the eye, let's analyze that. I'll stop the loop. As it continues to approach its landfall, the diameter of the eye, and it's kind of interesting here, you're kind of seeing two circulations, but I would say right here, it's about maybe 30 to 35 miles wide in its diameter, especially from top to bottom. Now we'll switch over to our velocity signature, and I like the trends. We're not seeing as many areas of white and pink on the northern and western eye wall. It is weakening, but it's still powerful, and it's still going to bring hurricane force wind. But I would say based off of that, you know, earlier we were analyzing about 140, and right now we're about 120 in the northwestern eye wall. Now the part that impacts us, that's going to go to Tampa Bay and Longboat Key. The part that impacts us is let me switch over to this, is going to be the part right here. That's the eastern eye wall, where we have winds right now being analyzed in the blue, the light blue, upwards of 92 to 76 miles an hour. Yeah, so for a couple days, we've been thinking wind gusts 70 to 100 for areas of southern Sarasota, Charlotte County, even some gusts to hurricane force across Lee County. And right now that is being picked up on Wink Live Doppler 3X. So now let's take you to, switch back over to the wobble tracker. And I know it looks like there might have been a small, and that very well could have been the case. We do get an update within the next couple of minutes. We do get a 7 o'clock advisory, and that will be here shortly. So there would be your general circulation. You know, it could be a little south, but it also could be a wobble of where the National Hurricane Center was thinking with their red line. But regardless, it doesn't change what we see here. We are going to feel those impacts. Let me take a look for you on the very latest wind observations as they are coming in. You can see this pop up. And some of the current wind speeds, Sanibel is at 70, Englewood at 59, Northport at 56, Cape Coral's at 55. We have a 60 in Fort Myers. 58 for Naples, 59 for Marco Island. So this is going to cause some power outages, and we will get you those power outages updates. Nikki Sheeks, meteorologist, is doing a great job getting those updates. Port Charlotte, 64, Punta Gorda at 61. but you can clearly see that the hurricane force winds are right here in the pink as that will be approaching and working its way to the northeast. So Chris and Lois, I'm going to do some more updates on the storm surge levels. I'll come back in a little bit and get you the very latest on Hurricane Milton.
All right, Matt, thank you very much. We want to check in area by area now as the water starts to rise. We have Brian Gleason on the phone with us, the communication director for Charlotte County. Brian, can you hear me?
I'm not hearing Brian. Are you?
I'm not hearing Brian here.
Hello?
Hopefully we can get that fixed.
Oh, hi,
there he is.
Brian. Thanks. We hear you loud and clear now. Thanks for being with us tonight.
Okay, super. No problem. Thanks for having me.
I wanted to ask you about your recent having to pull some of your crews off the streets. So what kind of conditions are you looking at right now? And just tell the people who are listening what that means.
Yeah, when we get sustained tropical force winds, we suspend our emergency services, including law enforcement, fire EMS, until the winds die below tropical storm force winds and we can be out on the street safely.
So people who might have an emergency, they can still call, and then you keep a log of those calls, and then when it's safe to do so, you might be able to respond?
Right, yeah. 911 dispatch is still open. They'll just make a list of people that have emergencies, what they are, and then as soon as we drop the winds down, then we'll send crews out to treat those people.
Okay.
What are you most concerned about now that we're starting to lose daylight?
The remaining concern still is the surge. We're seeing some surge. We're not seeing a lot of any road closures at this point. We have some cameras out there. The southbound bridge on US 41 into Punta Gorda, the road is still dry there. That's a very susceptible area for flooding. But it's been relatively dry here in Charlotte County. That front right quadrant, as Matt's been showing all day, has been much more dry than a typical hurricane. And so that's good news for us because we were looking at 6 to 12 inches of rain in the forecast, and the highest total we have in the whole county is 5 inches to this point, and most of it's around 2 or 3 or less. So if we don't get the rain and we don't get the hurricane force winds, which Matt said that doesn't seem likely, then we're just really looking at surge. And if that eye wall is, if that center of the hurricane is that small, then we're not talking about 10 to 12 feet and possibly higher. And so that's a pretty good roll of the dice for us if it holds.
Yeah, let's hope it does. I'm sure all of your county residents are hoping so as well. You have a very low-lying county, as you know, and the sheriff gave a very stern warning to residents, asking them to leave. Can you give us an update on how many people have come to your shelters, people who evacuated areas with nowhere else to go and came to you for a safe place to be?
Right. At 4 shelters that are open in Charlotte County, 3 that are run by the county and 1 that's run by the Florida Department of Emergency Management. And obviously they're all locals. We had very good compliance with the evacuation orders, especially in the A and B zones that we called for 2 days before the storm. And the highway, we're right by the I-75 here at the EOC, and we can look outside and there's hardly anybody on the roads. So that's encouraging, and we're encouraging people to stay home. That's why we're the shelters, because we don't want to heavy wind. You know, we're getting 50 and 60 mile an hour gusts, and that's not safe for driving.
Brian, what's your plan for tomorrow? I know you guys are always looking 1 or 2 steps ahead. What happens when the sun comes up tomorrow?
The first thing we do is at daylight and the storm is off the coast and the winds are below tropical storm force, then we'll send our crews out, our public works crews, to do what they call the initial push. And that means to check for areas that are flooded, the roads aren't passable, check for debris that's in the roads, and that's also that we can get the first responders out to start going down that list of calls that were logged the night before when we couldn't respond to those calls. So that's the first thing we do in the morning, and then it's a matter of implementing some of the other plans, getting some missions fulfilled from the state, having some of the support staff that we have go out and do whatever water rescues that we need to do, check on those calls that where people either are stranded, like we saw after Helene. They were stranded in their house and they were calling to get picked up and taken to safer areas. So that's the first order of business. Get out there, clear the roads, get to people that need help, and then start the road to recovery.
Can I ask you, Brian, I don't know if you can answer this question or not, but I know you have all the different department heads that are with you in the EOC there tonight. I know people sometimes are hesitant to evacuate their homes because they're worried about people coming into their neighborhood, causing trouble, looters, and those types of things. What does the sheriff's office do to make sure that people's homes are protected just to get them to evacuate?
Yeah, as soon as the winds go below tropical storm force winds, and there'll be a heavy police presence, just because there are so many people who are not in town, and so all of the police department and the sheriff's office are have everybody on shift. They're doing double shifts and A and B shifts, and so everybody who's working for those law enforcement agencies is working through this storm. So there'll be a heavy police presence and sheriff's office presence on the streets as soon as it's daylight and the winds are below tropical storm force winds.
Okay.
All right, Brian, thank you so much for taking the time out of a very busy day and spending time with us. We appreciate it. Well, first responders are assessing roadways in Fort Myers, too, and there's a lot of debris. Fort Myers police posted some images on Facebook, and you can see, wow, there is a lot of debris caused by some of those tornadoes here. They're moving a palm tree. This looks like it's on the McGregor corridor. We also saw some other pictures like these along McGregor near downtown Fort Myers. There you see the fire department as well with the police department in neighborhoods, checking out the damage, trying to clear debris, keep things safe before the heaviest of the winds came. Most of this damage likely came from either straight line winds or a tornado. We've seen so much damage in Fort Myers, or as a result of what seems like either a string of tornadoes or the same tornado system. Those palm trees don't come down in wind that's not a tornado usually.
No, hurricanes, they usually withstand very well. Correct,
yep,
correct.
So it'll be interesting to see what that turns out to be. We'll show you some video of the early storm surge on Fort Myers Beach at Jefferson Street. This is associated with Milton, of course, sent to us by a viewer about an hour ago right now. And, you know, Fort Myers Beach, obviously it's a big concern where the water goes, because there's not a lot of places for it to go except straight across the island.
Yeah, another video of storm surge sent to us on Fort Myers Beach by Taylor Petrus at 6:30 tonight, and this is from Leanne's Paradise Vacation Rentals. They sent it to us, and you can see the water rising there near the Times Square area, and you just hate to see it. So they're trying to recover. Still working to recover from Ian, and now dealing with another blow.
Let's go down the coast a little bit to Barefoot Beach. Water rushing into neighborhoods there. You see these houses surrounded. A lot of them hopefully are built up to be that near the beach, but you know they all aren't. Water rushing into the neighborhoods there. Again, this is Barefoot Beach, sent in to us about a half an hour ago, so fairly recent, and a lot of neighborhoods looking like that as we start to lose daylight tonight.
Well, meteorologist Nikki Sheeks has been on duty all day too, trying to keep us up to date on the 11 o'clock. Nikki, does that mean you have any kind of update for us from the National Hurricane Center?
Yeah, we just continue to track Milton, not seeing any changes with the wind speeds with the 7 o'clock update. The center of the storm about 30 miles away from Sarasota, and I'll show you a closer look at that in just a minute. But I do want to show you around some of our coastal communities that are already seeing that water rise. As Matt showed you guys this image about 30 minutes ago, this is an airport in Everglades City. There's usually a runway here, but now take a look at the water. The water levels have risen in Everglades City. We've seen some incredible photos sent in to us by some of our viewers of the flooding in the area because of the water levels rising, and continue to see this happen across our coastal communities as we are approaching that high tide, as many of us will be hitting that high tide as we head into the overnight and early Thursday morning hours. And we're beginning to get that onshore flow kicking in, which is leading to that water pushing towards the coastline. Here's a look from the Sanibel Lighthouse. Let's see if we could get that camera to turn. Perfect timing. You could see all that water rushing to the coast. You could see how it's pushing across the palm trees onshore. That water just going to continue to push further inland as we progress through the evening. Nasty looking view of the Naples Pier for this evening. Again, water rushing in, water levels rising, which I'm going to show you the rising waters in just a moment here. I want to show you Bayview Park in Naples. You could see just how high they're getting to encroach across the bushes there. Marco Island, just how powerful those waves are as they're crashing towards the coastline. And another look of Marco Island. Look at how the water is pushing so far inshore, beginning to work its way into those cabanas there. Now, here's a look at the current water levels. Let's see here. I'm just going to go back 1 second, because it passed over you guys real quick. So I do want to take a look here. So Venice, water levels rising. Mayaca River almost at 3 feet. Shell Creek, Peace River in Arcadia rising there. And really that's the case across Southwest Florida. As you can see, 2.5 feet for Fort Myers right now. St. James City rising. Fort Myers Beach, those water levels are rising. And then as we push south into Collier County, Naples seeing some flooding, 3.5 feet. Rising water levels in Marco Island as well as in Everglades City. So now here's a look at the latest with Hurricane Milton as of the 7 o'clock advisory. So just came in moments ago. As I said, the center of the storm about 30 miles to the west-southwest of Sarasota. Sustained winds of 120 miles per hour. Still a powerful Category 3 hurricane. Central pressure at 952 millibars, and it is moving to the northeast at 15 miles per hour. Here's a look at the cone as we're expecting it to weaken as it pushes over land. Basically, the interaction of the land will cause it to break down. Not only is it currently dealing with that sheer and dry air, but once it works its way over land, we'll see that take place. And then it is going to be working its way back out into the Atlantic as we head into Thursday afternoon. So we're going to continue to feel the impacts associated with Milton for the rest of tonight, overnight, and into our Thursday morning. Here's what we're currently seeing on Wink Live Doppler 3X, 3 times more accurate radar. You'll notice some outer bands pushing through, bringing some showers our way. Not seeing any signs of rotation right now. I know that was such an issue for the first half of the day, but that threat no longer with us at this point of the evening. And so just checking in on the wind velocity, we're just going to sample a few of these areas to kind of see just how fast those winds are kicking. So this is sampling our winds. We're going to take a look closer to Port Charlotte. 57 mile per hour winds being picked up there. Let's see, near Englewood, about 82 mile per hour winds, very powerful winds associated with this storm. And you can see they're even stronger offshore. We could take a closer look at that. A sample of 118 miles per hour. So again, still a major hurricane, even though we have seen some of that weakening. We're still going to be dealing with the impacts as we progress through the rest of the evening. And I do want to show you a timeline here of the severe weather threats. So heavy rain and storms expected for the rest of tonight, overnight, and that's why we've had that flood watch in place that'll actually last until tomorrow. As with Milton and even before Milton, we had multiple inches of rainfall leading to some very fast gusts. Our damaging wind gusts over 75 miles per hour will continue tonight, overnight, and into our Thursday morning. That's why we do have the potential for some power outages, which I'll show you guys in just a moment who's seeing the power outages at the moment. Tornado warning still not out of the question, and our surge, again, we're seeing those water levels rise, so that's going to be a threat overnight and into our Thursday morning. 8 to 12 feet possible for Lee, Charlotte, along Collier County, expecting about 5 to 8 feet. Here is, I'm going to show you guys a power outage map. This was just updated moments ago, and more than 64,000 people in Southwest Florida without power. In Collier County, seeing more than 4,000. Lee County seeing almost 22,000 without power. About 2,600,000 in Sarasota County. Strong winds and gusts, this will definitely be a threat for us. So I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio, and we're going to just keep in, and we're just going to continue to be monitoring those water levels as well.
All right, Nikki, thank you very much. We have some breaking news coming in. We were hearing from Cape Coral that the Cape has now suspended emergency services on their streets, adding to Charlotte County, which told us that a little bit while ago. Lee County is telling us they are still out there, the sheriff's office. They're still out there on the streets. But again, they'll make a decision at some point when it becomes too dangerous for them to be out there.
That's right. And so now is a good time for us to catch up with the public safety director. I'm sorry, they're telling us something right now. We're making a change right now. Okay, we're going to go to Fort Myers damage.
Do we have someone on the phone, I believe?
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Thank you very much. So we're going to go to Carlin Stage. He lives near Allen Park Elementary School in the Fort Myers neighborhood. Carlin, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
So, Carlin, I know that area very well. Both of my children went to Allen Park Elementary School, so I know that neighborhood well, and I hear you had quite a shakeup this evening.
Yes, we did. Yeah, we're on Passaic Avenue here, right down from Allen Park. And around 12 o'clock, we got all those tornado warnings. And we were listening to it on, we were watching the TV, and then our power started to brown out as the wind picked up. And I got my little battery-powered radio out and listened to it creep closer, and heard the winds pick up. And it we got some pretty strong winds during Ian. And I tell you, this wind this time was much louder and much scarier. And we all sheltered in our bathroom in the house, because that's like our most interior room with the most walls between us and the south, as we were instructed. And it was very scary sitting in there hearing the wind whip and hearing the power lines arc and everything. And but we're very thankful to get through it.
I bet you are. And I think we're looking at pictures of your home. You have it all boarded up and shuttered up, and you still could hear things loudly like that, huh?
Yes, I believe the pictures I sent in were of my neighbor's. His mango tree split and fell right on his roof, and we got out there once the band had passed. We got out there once the band had passed and kind of assessed everything, and then another one of my neighbors, their oak tree split, and their pine tree split, and it cracked the windshield on one of their vehicles, and then we luckily have no damage to our house, but my poor neighbors have a tree sitting on the roof.
Oh, that's too bad. I mean, I take it you were able to go outside for now. What are you hearing now? Are your winds picking up again? Are you able to hear any changes now that we're seeing more of those tropical storm force winds in the area?
Yes, yeah, we can definitely hear the winds picking up, and we can hear debris scattering across the roof. It's definitely starting to act like it's picking back up again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it feels like it. I'm sure going into the, well, you probably don't have a lot of light in your house given the shutters and the plywood that we see anyway, which always adds to that. But what other plans did you make for this? I know tornadoes are unpredictable, but it looks like you really planned for this hurricane to keep your house safe.
Right. Yes. Our power was restored after the tornadoes passed. Luckily, I mean, we're here. We're in Zone C, so we were gonna stick it out unless we were told to leave. But my job is in public safety, so we had a secondary plan I could have pulled out to our office, which is out off Daniels. But we were going to stay at the houses if we could.
Right. Well, you being in public safety, you have the background that you need to make sure to keep your family safe. And a lot of people like you were in Zone C or higher and still experienced the tornado damage that came along with this storm today. So we're glad that you and your family are safe, and we hope that you continue to stay safe. And I'm sure that neighborhood, everybody knows everybody else, so I'm sure you'll all work together to get everything cleaned up once it's safe to do so.
Yes, we will. Yeah, we're fairly tight-knit here, which I'm very thankful for.
Yeah, yeah. All right.
Thank
well,
you so
Carlin,
much, Carlin.
Yeah,
for
thank you.
sharing that with us. What a day you've had.
Yeah.
We appreciate that. We're going to show you around some of the other areas in our viewing area that are having issues right now. This is flooding in Punta Gorda, a neighborhood right near the Peace River. This is Prairie Creek Drive. Sent in to us about 2:30 this afternoon. A lot of areas, Aquiesta is coming up in our email a lot. Folks along there telling us they're having flooding, not too terribly far from here. So we're monitoring a lot of these neighborhoods to see, how much the water comes up, as I'm sure everybody that lives there is curious to see what's going to happen.
We want to take you to Hidden Acres in North Fort Myers. They had some strong wind and rain. Look at this that they caught on their camera, their home camera, and you just see all the stuff just blowing out of nowhere, debris flying everywhere. This was sent to us. Oh, you could just hear it in the, wow, just listen to that. Just listen to that. Suspected tornado here, of course, as well. This happened, it's sent to us about 2:28 today.
Viewer video now that shows an intense storm in North Fort Myers as well, including, in this case, you heard him, transformer blowing. We got this about 2:15. All this right about the same time. Same neighborhoods, perhaps related to this tornado that we still need to confirm, but it's just chilling to watch that.
That blue light, you just can't miss it.
Nope.
That blue light when a
sound that usually
transformer
goes
blow,
with it.
and what a good boy. The dog just listened to the owner and followed along just like he did. Probably knew something was quite wrong.
Yep.
We want to show you some video that shows the huge tree that was knocked over in the Fort Myers Villas neighborhood, not far from College Parkway, US 41. And oh wow, look at how big that is. And that suspected tornado just took it down like that.
Yep, some more video of that same time frame this afternoon. This is down on De Leon near Colonial. We're going to show you the Wesley Memorial Church here. Damage from about, again, 2:15, around the same time, around the same neighborhood. This is De Leon, again, near Colonial. Other folks who live in that neighborhood told us about trees down a little further down De Leon in their neighborhood and things like that.
In Northeast Cape Coral, we have the picture of a snapped power line. Just take a look at what the wind did there on Garden Boulevard in the Northeast Cape. This was sent to us by a viewer at about 2:15 this afternoon, but you can see which way the wind was blowing. It just pushed all of the power lines down in the same direction. That's how they remain right now. Hopefully not getting any worse as the hurricane or tropical storm force winds blow through.
Strong band of weather moving through on Hanover Street in Fort Myers this afternoon. Again, sent in around 2 o'clock. Again, all part of these neighborhoods that this might have been part of a tornado that went through areas all the way from as far south as the Villas, Bell Tower, up through Fort Myers, North Fort Myers. Before that, we saw perhaps some of this on Matlacha and Pine Island. But wow, look at that. That gives you a real sense of the power of that wind.
We also have some images showing some downed trees in Fort Myers. This is on La Palma Street. That's near Winkler Avenue. This was sent to us about 2 o'clock. Again, branches just broken right off, laid all over the sidewalks and streets. Fortunately, we're not hearing of any injuries or any other serious problems with these storms.
All right, we have a picture showing damage. This is also near Allen Park Elementary School, so just like the gentleman that we just talked to, but look at the damage there. So not too far from downtown Fort Myers. Sent in about 1:50 this afternoon, so same time frame. Possible tornado damage or straight line wind damage, but that is some of the most significant damage in one spot that we've seen all day.
This is one of the concerning situations we found today. People on boats in Englewood, or at least we suspect there are people on the boats. It was taken by Wink News reporter Taylor Wirtz at 3 p.m. She was hearing music coming from some of these boats, and we know some of these boats are liveaboards. There was a man who pulled up in his truck while our crews were down there, and he was just checking on his boat that he had tried to secure, and he was hoping that it was going to make it through the storm. And they heard music on some of the other boats, and we fear people may have been trying to ride it out on their boat. We hope everybody evacuated, but we just don't know yet.
Absolutely, and as we listen to the wind in that video and in some of these other videos, we're getting to the point where, just to make this even a little bit more difficult, we're going to lose daylight, we're going to lose the ability to see, but you're still going to hear these sounds around your house overnight, which makes it really difficult. Let's get to Weather Authority Chief Meteorologist Matt Devitt. Matt.
Okay, so what we're going to do, Chris and Lois, this is a storm surge segment. We're going to be talking about how to understand the storm surge and also the water levels that we have right now. We have 2 NOAA sensors in Southwest Florida. Here is going to be one of them, and you can see that we are going up in our water levels. And I'm going to basically explain how this goes and where we're at right now. Let's go to full so you can see this a little bit better at home, and I'll talk about it over the picture. And in blue, that is where we would normally be for a given high tide without a hurricane. And where we are right now is we are at 2.95 for the water level. The storm surge is the difference between the 2 values. So the 2.95 and the minus 0.84, the difference between that, that's your storm surge. And that's between right now 3.5 to 4 feet in Fort Myers, and it's right water levels, which are now approaching 3 feet. Now that value, if you look on the left part of the image, is called MHHW. So we have, that is called the mean higher high water. Think of it as an inundation number, and that's the most important. And the observed water level, that is the most important. So now what I'm going to do is take it to Naples. And you can see Naples right now is experiencing major flooding along the coast. So the blue line, that is the astronomical high tide, low tide. If we didn't have a hurricane, that's likely where we would be, or at least close to it. Now, what you see is that we continue to climb in our water levels in Naples, and let's sample this. And let's take a look at some of the observations. And it is, I'm going to try to click it as best as I can. Okay, so we are right now at 3.8 feet. So 3.8 feet is our water level that is right now observed. And the prediction was supposed to be minus 0. So the difference between those values, that's the surge. So right now the surge in Naples is about 4.5 feet. So we have about 4 to 5 feet of storm surge in progress for Naples. The surge forecast was 5 to 8 feet in Collier County, and right now the surge is about 4.5 feet. Now, what I want to bring up now, let's bring me back here in the shot, that we actually have models that can project what the storm surge is going to be as well as the water. So let's see if I can zoom on in a little bit here. Okay, so now the next is, remember I said the MHHW. That is a forecast of inundation in Fort Myers. So it shows that in Fort Myers, the black line is what the water level is forecast to hit. This gray area that you see, that's your best case and your worst case scenario. There's your best case and there's your worst case. So as we extrapolate that out, the best case scenario is that we see about 4.5, give or take, of water inundation. That's the best case scenario. For reference, Debbie was 3.2. Helene was 5.12. So the best case scenario is that we're between the two. The forecast has it, and let me show you this, in the black line, I would say that is between, it's roughly around 5.5. So according to the forecast, it is showing that we would have in Fort Myers half a foot greater of water level rise above Helene 2 weeks ago. So it would be a little bit higher than Helene. The worst case scenario, if just things just come together and are just not ideal, and worst case, it has it closest to Ian levels. That's right there. Ian was 7.25 for the highest water level in Fort Myers. Not the surge, the water level. And you can see the peak of that. We extrapolate that and move our finger all the way to the left, and it's between 6 and 8. So that would be, in a worst case scenario, closer to Ian. So that's our range, according to the NOAA model, for Fort Myers and what we can expect for what type of water level rise and surge. And then in Naples, let's take a look at this as well. Same deal. It's showing worst case scenario. During Helene, Naples had about 4 of that water level rise. Worst case scenario, it's showing 5. And then the forecast is about right now 4.2, so near or just a touch higher than Helene. Guys?
Much. We'll get back to more of that too with Matt later on tonight, because I know that as the night goes on is going to be what everybody's focus is going to be, is where's the water.
Right. It's going to be dark outside. It's not going to be clear, and we're going to rely on those tools just to see what's happening outside.
Yes. We have the Lee County Public Safety Director on the phone now, Ben Avis. Mr. Avis, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us tonight.
My pleasure. Thank you for having us.
What is your number one concern right now as we start to lose daylight?
I think the number one concern is ensuring that people stay in their safe place overnight. You know, we do have storm surge that is increasing across the community, and with especially with the sun going down and the conditions continuing to deteriorate, it's very important that people stay where they're at, that they not venture out, and that they continue to stay safe overnight.
Mr. Avis, can you tell us, how do you monitor all the different areas around Lee County so that you have an idea of what the surge situation is, you know, and what's going on in those communities?
We have a number of different tools that we use, including our traffic camera network. We also have independent networks of other cameras and ways that we can continue to watch the water rise. It's something that we continue to improve on year after year. But, you know, as your viewers and we've been watching here in the EOC, we've seen the water across Bonita Beach. We've seen water on Fort Myers Beach. We've seen water starting on Sanibel. All of those areas we'll continue to monitor overnight, and we'll be prepared to deploy our resources to look at those areas and make sure that they're passable as soon as possible.
On that topic of learning year over year, I guess one of the small silver linings of all the issues and storms that we've had is you do learn something. What have we learned over the last couple of years about how to handle rising water and these kind of relentless storms?
I think the number one takeaway, and I think the community has realized this over the last couple of years, is that as much as building codes have helped to improve safety within structures, the storm surge is still our number one concern across the community. And if the storm surge is predicted, then individuals in those evacuation zones that are called for have to evacuate. And we've seen, we believe we've seen good compliance with this storm. We've seen a lot of data from traffic counts to just anecdotes from first responders that a lot of people heeded those warnings and ensured that they were in a safe place during the peak of the storm.
We know that you called for evacuations of A and B, all the barrier islands, those low-lying areas, unsafe structures, and some people went to other areas of the state. Some people went to stay with friends inland. How many people went to your public shelters that you have open? What are the situations in the shelters right now?
We have more than 9,000 people in our county shelters, and we have close to 30,000 spots available. So, you know, there's still about 21,000 spaces that are free in our shelters. Estero Recreation Center is nearly at capacity. As you know, it was one of the first shelters that we opened. It filled up earlier today, but the balance of our shelters have plenty of space. And again, one of those things that we were able to operationalize within, you know, a 24-hour period to make that available to the community.
We know that you are working with all the different department heads at the EOC and members of the law enforcement and fire and all the emergency teams. We know that Lee County Sheriff is still taking calls at this time while many other areas are now pulling their crews off. Do you anticipate that that will happen soon as the winds pick up and they will be forced to pull their emergency crews off the streets just to keep them safe?
That's an active discussion that's going on here in the EOC. As you said, some agencies have pulled resources to a place of safety. You know, one of the nuances here is that the winds along the coast are, of course, higher than they are further inland. And so we may be in a situation during periods of the storm where in some areas of the county it's safe for agencies to respond, while, of course, as you're closer to the coast, it may still be unsafe for a number of hours.
We talked a minute ago about your big concerns for the overnight period when it's dark. What is your number one concern or your number one priority for tomorrow when the sun comes up?
We really want people to shelter in place and give us an opportunity to get out there to survey the damage and ensure that our communities are safe. You know, we saw some of the damage from the possible tornadoes earlier today. We know that there are some areas that we, our resources as well as LCEC, FPL, other partners need to get to ensure that they're safe. People's first instinct is going to be to get home. We really just need the community to stay where they're at and give us an opportunity to get the appropriate partners out there into the field to ensure that it's safe for them to return home.
Mr. Abus, this is the season isn't over. I hate to point that out.
Right.
I'm sure a lot of people are exhausted that I even said that, but there's still a very unusual time for the storms that we've experienced in the last few years. Are there any changes that could come down as a result of what we're learning about surge and what's happening in our community? For example, I heard someone mention, I wonder if something happened in Ian that made surges more of an issue for us, sediment that was pushed into the river, deposited and left behind. Are those discussions or those kinds of things happening among the emergency folks in our community?
We're having active discussions about the changes that we have seen. Some of them may be because of changes that occurred as a result of Hurricane Ian, but we're really looking community-wide at all of the potential inputs that may be leading to some of those changes. As you mentioned earlier, there's a lot to learn from every storm, and just like Helene, just like Debbie, just like Idalia, and just like Ian, we're going to go back and look at this storm and evaluate our response and preparedness, but also look kind of holistically at what we need to better understand across the community to be better prepared.
What do you think is the biggest thing that we learned from Ian now that we're a couple years behind it or beyond it and staring at another one tonight?
Again, I think that was really the first opportunity that the community has had to see storm surge. It's very different, to look at information or to look at a graphic. It's very different to see storm surge in your neighborhood. It's to see storm surge in a community you're with. When you have those types of visuals, it gives the term a whole different meaning and a greater understanding. And so I think the community really started to understand that when we do have storm surge forecasts like we had this evening from the National Hurricane Center, that we need to heed those warnings. And we are serious when we call for evacuations. It's not something we take lightly.
Yeah. Well, you know what, Mr. Abus, we really appreciate all the time you gave us here tonight. We know you've had a long couple of days. You have a long night ahead of you, and we appreciate all you're doing at the EOC. Thank you so much for informing our viewers of what's going on.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening and stay safe.
Thank you, too.
Thank you. We have the governor about to give a live update, giving a live update on the hurricane right now. Let's listen.
Will help mitigate some of the storm surge. There isn't, you see it already developing, and there's going to continue to be storm surge both on the west coast and eventually on the east coast of Florida. Significant amount of rainfall on the northern part of the storm. There's already been 116 tornado warnings with 19 confirmed touchdowns throughout the state, 9 flash flood warnings, and 4 additional flood watches, with many, many more to come. Numerous counties have reported tornado damage. Peak storm surge is predicted to be between 5 and 13 feet, depending on where you are on the Gulf Coast of Florida. As of right now, the peak storm surge looks to be between the Charlotte-Lee County line up until in Manatee County. Prior to landfall, the state completed nearly 2,000 missions. Generators were sent to shelters. We have massive amounts of fuel reserves that are staged and ready to go, millions of gallons of gas. When the ports reopen, Florida Highway Patrol will be standing by to escort fuel trucks to service stations so that people will have access to fuel as they return to their homes. The Florida Department of Transportation is staged and ready to go. As soon as the storm passes, they have 150 will go to clear the bridges, 402 cut and toss personnel, and over 1,000 generators and 350 pieces of heavy equipment and trucks. We have massive amounts of search and rescue equipment and personnel Hope that there's not a big need for that, but we're prepared for that. And that's not just our state and local, it's also our National Guard, our State Guard. We have about 9,000 National Guard personnel between Florida and other states. We also have Florida Highway Patrol, Fish and Wildlife, Department of Law Enforcement, and of course our Florida State Guard. There was a lot of questions about pre-staging linemen, which is our practice here in Florida, given that you have a lot of linemen working for Hurricane Helene in places like Georgia and North Carolina. I'm happy to report that we have over 50,000 linemen that are in the state of Florida, and as soon as it's safe to do so, they will commence with power restoration. Power outages, you're going to continue to see a lot more power outages over the course of tonight and into tomorrow morning. Now, at this point, it's too dangerous to evacuate safely, so you have to shelter in place and just hunker down. Category 3 storm for most places instruction, likely the building is going to be able to withstand it. But if you start to get in a situation where trees are snapping, power's popping, you do have to treat it like a tornado. And then if you are in a tornado warning, that's a duck and cover in a place that's safe in your structure. Those can be very, very dangerous, even if you are inside in cover. Stay inside and stay off the roads. Floodwaters and rushing storm surge are very dangerous. And I would say that's even more so in spite of everything the state did to help these local communities hit by Helene remove a lot of debris, and they did move a lot of debris over the last 72 hours. You're going to have new debris created, and you still have some of that old debris in some of those places. So there's going to be hazards in the storm surge and in the flood waters. Stay put until the storm is passed. If you are in Sarasota, Manatee, some of those areas where the eye of the storm is going, it may be where things calm down for a minute. Just understand that means you're in the eye. It's going to go back and get really nasty very soon. So don't go outdoors until it is confirmed safe. You can listen to emergency management officials about that one. Power outages are going to happen, as I mentioned. So please, if you're using a generator, make sure that you're using it safely. Do not run the generator inside your home. That can be fatal. Make sure it's outside the home at a safe distance from windows and doorways. If you see dangerous conditions, please report those to your local authorities so that they can help protect people and mitigate it. So the storm is here. It's time for everybody to hunker down. I know we've got massive amounts of resources that have been prepared for this storm. People are tired because of having to deal with Hurricane Helene, and yet all I've seen is people just, we're not going to be denied, we're going to get the job done. So I really appreciate everybody that's worked so hard on the heels of Helene to prepare for this storm and to be ready to go. And you will see that in action very shortly as this storm passes. Okay, Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor, for leading us through this. Appreciate your support. Conditions across the state continue to deteriorate as Hurricane Milton approaches landfall on Florida's. No more Michael. No, sir. No, sir. As Hurricane Milton approaches landfall on Florida's west coast. Many areas are already experiencing life-threatening storm surge or life-threatening tornadoes. Please make sure if a tornado warning comes in, especially on our east coast of Florida, we have certainly had a lot of tornadic activity over there with confirmed radar signature, confirmed tornadoes. We do have Virginia Task Force 1, Ohio Task Force 1, and Miami Task Force 1 going into those areas. Structural collapses that have happened. We're receiving somewhere in the neighborhood, this is really, really rough numbers right now, but about 125 homes that have been destroyed, most of them mobile homes and senior communities. So we're trying to get into Florida's most they're taken care of. If you have not already left, as I just said, as the governor just said, you need to stay inside, stay safe, and stay put. Make sure that you're getting to a central area of your home, that you're getting as low as you possibly can. That is, if you have a single-story residence and no storm surge, you want to get as low as you possibly can. I had this question asked to me earlier. Do I go to the bottom of the house if I got storm surge? The answer is no. If you've got 2 floors, you need to go to the lowest part of the 2nd floor to escape the storm surge. Please do not. If you have storm surge, do not go to the lowest level of your home. Do not attempt to leave your home or drive during the storm. Roads made by debris or have down power lines, please do not risk it. If you hear, as the governor said, if you hear trees snapping, that means that there is going to be flying debris. You should seek some and treat it as if it's a tornado. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting household items such as pillows, heavy coats, blankets on top of you. There may be a point where you think the storm is over. If it goes from absolutely horrible and terrible to absolutely nothing, then you are most likely in the eye of the tornado. Please stay in place. Do not come out. We are anticipating power outages, as the governor's already mentioned, with this storm. Take time now, if you still have power, to keep those electronic devices plugged in and keep the charge full. If you lose power and are going to use a generator for backup power, please use it safely. You've heard the governor and myself say this. Keep it 20 feet away from the doors and windows of your home. Make sure you wait 20 minutes for it to cool down before you refuel it. Make sure it's on a clean, dry surface. And then be sure to have a carbon monoxide monitor in your home. After the storm has passed your area, it is critical that you listen to local authorities for guidance on when it is safe to go outside or to return home. Do not venture out. Hazardous materials, debris, and flooding could still be present. Do not attempt to clean up the debris by yourself, especially fallen trees or power lines. If you see a dangerous condition, please report them to your local authorities utilizing your 911 lines or non-emergency lines. Residents needing information can continue to call our State Assistance Information Line, which will be open for most likely weeks. That number is 1-800-342-3557. That's 1-800-342-3557. Please follow the agency on X and Instagram at FLSERT and on Facebook at FDEM. That is the best way to go and catch up on latest up-to-date information from the division. If you do not have access to that, but you have access to the internet, please make sure you go to floridadisaster.org/updates. Floridians, we are with you. We will be with you. The state of Florida is leading the way on this charge. Please know that we're coming as fast as we possibly can. There's going to be places that we just cannot get to until the winds die down. But as I've already mentioned, there are strong winds. There are banding rains. But we have Florida Task Force 1 out of Miami-Dade, as well as members from the Ohio and Virginia Task Force going into harm's way to help you out. We will continue to do that all night long. I will be here throughout the night along with my team. Governor, it's been a pleasure working with you to this point, but I also want to say thank you for your leadership, and I know that you're not going to go anywhere anytime soon, and I appreciate your leadership. Thank you, sir.
So we are staged with massive amounts of search and rescue assets, not just with the cities and counties and their considerable resources, all the state assets for our state agencies and National Guard, as well as urban search and rescue teams. And so we will be ready to help people who are in harm's way, and hopefully we don't have a lot. I know a lot of people did heed the call to leave, but that will be a priority to save lives. We also have a record number of people there for the restoration of power. These linemen, people love seeing the linemen coming in on the interstate. It's a great sight. They will get to work, get their power resumed as quick as possible. And then we have massive amounts of fuel on standby that we can use, but we also want to make sure up and running. I mean, we'll see what the damage is to Manatee and to Tampa. We have been discussing, and Kevin and his team have been discussing with our federal partners like the Army Corps and some of these agencies, some expectations about getting these ports back. And I think there's a difference between kind of Florida expectations, which is like we get this stuff done quick, and maybe how the federal bureaucracies have typically worked. But I think that we have had very good conversations. I think there is a sense of urgency with some of the federal agencies as well, but we want to get these ports back open as quickly as possible. We're going to have to assess some damage. Now, the track of this storm, the fact that it is Sarasota, perhaps the Port of Tampa is not going to take a major hit like if it was a direct impact, but we'll see. Manatee is probably going to be a little bit closer to where it's getting some of the big impact, but we think it's really important that all services are be able to resume, and we have continued to get fuel in where it needs to go, but it sure be a lot easier if we just get that coming into the ports. And so those are all going to be priorities from here on out. So if you are watching this, just hunker down. If you're in the path of this storm, it's dangerous outside. There's going to be a lot of hazards. even when it passes, if there's floodwaters, be very careful about any of that. Help is on the way. We're going to get everyone back, get everyone up on their feet again, and we'll mitigate the damage as best we can.
The president said that he has spoken with you. Have you talked about getting more resources from the federal government here in the state, getting things back open?
So as I mentioned, we've been discussing with some of the federal partners about acceleration of what needs to be done if something needs to be done on these ports. To say like, oh, it's going to be weeks for a port, no, that doesn't work. Okay, we got to get it open. And I think they're of the same mind, and I think that Kevin and our team have had good conversations. We've also, Kevin, I know, is talking, both Kevin and I talk with the FEMA administrator about some of the things that we're looking for. For example, with this debris. Local governments do the debris a little bit differently so that we incentivize people to come and do it quickly. Because the way it goes now, it was hard to even get people to do their debris. You had them going other ways. It just didn't make economic sense for doing that. And a lot of the debris takes like 6 months to do, and that's just kind of been the standard. I think we showed by surging our resources, which is really unprecedented, we knocked out a lot of debris in like 72 hours. So we want to have a debris where there's incentives to do it and do it quickly. Look, I don't want to have to, even talk about this now, but we're not out of hurricane season. There is the possibility of another storm brewing, and that's going to come into the Gulf. It's possible. I hope it doesn't happen. But so we want to be able to have them with contractors and have them have things working with the FEMA reimbursements that make sense. And I think Kevin, I think Administrator Criswell has been very receptive to that, because it does. It just makes sense.
Governor, or Director Guthrie, in terms of the timeline of recovery, and last time with Helene, you were able to get search and rescue units kind of out there before, if I remember correctly, before the sun even came up.
That'll happen again. Yes. So, yeah, they will do in the dark. That is totally, absolutely fine. It's just a question of making sure that it's safe for them to go out. So as soon as that storm passes, and the fact that it came in earlier than thought, that's good for the high tide, because the high tide's not here yet. I think it'll help with the surge, but it's going to mean pretty much all the rescues are going to be done in the dark in the middle of the night. But that's fine. They're going to do that. All are doing that, and they will be on target.
Since you have so many people here in the state, more than previous storms, are you expecting things to kind of be restored quicker? Storms like Helene was power back within a week. Are we expecting that even sooner, 3 days, 5 days?
Well, we need to figure out how much power is out. I mean, we just don't know, right? And so we'll see. But I thought, we didn't get hit with Dorian, but it was coming, so we prepared. I thought maybe we had reached 50 with Dorian. We didn't. We reached in the 40s. We did 40,000s for Ian in the 40s. This is the first time we've crossed 50, and so I think that that's good. I think there's people that are excited about going to work. I know Floridians really appreciate these guys when they get out there. And if you look, the fact that it's going Sarasota across, that's heavy Florida Power and Light territory. Those guys are a well-oiled machine at this. They do a really good job. A lot of their infrastructure handles the storms very well. And so a lot of times when you're talking about power restoration, if you have the people there and you go quick, you can potentially reconnect relatively quickly. If the whole thing is blown out where you have to rebuild it, it takes longer. My sense is that if it's a lot of FPL stuff, their infrastructure probably is going to be able to weather a lot of this, so they'll have to do some reconnects, but maybe not a full rebuild. Fort Myers Beach for Hurricane Ian was FPL, and they honestly, they could have gotten the power back on very quickly. It was too dangerous to hook it up because of the homes with the storm surge, but their stations actually did pretty good. So I think it remains to be seen with that. Now, in terms of the search and rescue personnel, I'd like nothing better than to be here tomorrow night telling you we're sending all of it back to the States. I would love that, to say, you know what? We did whatever we needed to do, just like Helene, and then 24 hours later, it was fine. Thank you, and you guys go back. I'd love to do that. I'm hoping that we're not going to need them to be long, but it's just going to depend on what the damage is. So we'll see. I mean, look, these storms, it's like how many, what population, how many people, how much infrastructure. And this thing has come up. It kind of went east into Sarasota County. I don't know where they're going to say the landfall was. Maybe Venice, from what I'm looking on the radar. Maybe middle Sarasota County. But if it cuts across from there, there's a lot of rural areas, whereas if it would have gone into Tampa Bay and rode up I-4, that's like millions and millions of people. I do think north of the storm there's a lot of precipitation. I think you're going to see inland flooding in central Florida, north central Florida. I think you're going to see storm surge in northeast Florida, places like Daytona Beach, Flagler Beach, St. Johns County. I think you will see that coming on the backside of the storm. So we'll see how all that shakes out. But bottom line is we have the resources amassed. We'll use our need. But yes, I hope I can just send a bunch of them home to say, you know, we got the job done.
And FHP posted a video earlier today of a dog chained to a fence. They went and rescued it. Do you know what's happening with that dog?
I mean, first of all, what kind of an animal would just leave a dog chained to a pole in the middle of a hurricane? I mean, it's just unbelievable that somebody would do that. And so I'm thankful for the FHP folks out of Tampa for rescuing the dog. They did bring it to the vet. The dog has a clean bill of health. And who knows, maybe we'll do some adoption, put the dog up option, and we can have some people in Florida come and compete for it and take it. But, you know, it's just like, I mean, people do a lot of dumb things, but you just see that. And so I hope they find the person who did it. And that person should have the book thrown at him. We've got very good laws in Florida against animal cruelty. You know, these dogs, we've got dogs that are going to be helping in the storm. These police working dogs. They're great canines. So we don't have tolerance for that in Florida. I thought it was outrageous that somebody would do that.
Talk about the size of the storm and what people should expect from the wind fields, how wide the eye is, or anything like that as it comes on shore.
So it's interesting. I think the storm did deteriorate because of the wind shear. I mean, we were here, 24 hours ago, and it was 180 miles an hour. And no one thought it was going to come ashore at that. But I think a lot of people thought it was going to come ashore as a pretty strong 4. And it ended up coming as basically a mid-level 3. Now, it doesn't mean there's not storm surge. It doesn't mean there's not hazards. There is. It's a serious, serious storm. But in terms of some of the damage that we're going to see from wind, there just is a big difference between 140, 150, and 120. We saw it with Hurricane Ian, which was basically a Category 5. I think it may have landed just a tick below. Of course, we saw it with Hurricane Michael, which was a Category 5. As you get into the 120 range, 115 range, still hazardous, can still do a lot of damage. But Florida buildings in particular, new ones, they're going to be able to withstand that for sure. And so I think that likely, look, I'm cautiously optimistic that with the Florida building code that you're going to do. Now, the storm surge is a different story, and we've had storms that, Hurricane Michael was not necessarily known for being massive storm surge, even though it was like a tornado and it obliterated so many structures. And then there have been other storms that have been Cat 3 that produced massive storm surge. So I think it's too early to tell on that, but I think the fact that whether it was the shear or whatever happened, the fact that it did weaken before it made landfall is going to be benefit to us compared to what we were looking at 24 hours ago. But regardless of the winds from the storm directly, we've already seen probably more tornado watches than I've ever seen. I was talking to people, do you ever remember? No one remembers ever seeing this many tornado warnings that have been done. So that spun off a lot of tornadoes. And you have them, it's not like, yeah, there was Fort Myers, but there was Palm Beach, there was Port St. Lucie. I mean, it was all over the state. So that is a hazard for sure. And I think we're likely to continue to see those throughout tonight.
Governor, on the point of the tornadoes, from FEMA about the declaration, or about the incentives for debris removal crews to get more of them coming in here.
So as the governor said, he and I had a conversation today with Deanne Criswell. She's actually coming in here tonight at some point in time when weather permits to be with us tomorrow. But I will say she said that we were on the right track. She felt like that was a very good idea to get some type of incentive for individuals to come here. Maybe, again, incentivizing people from maybe west of the Mississippi, west of the Ohio River, so we're not competing against people that are in North Carolina. But again, we talked about some potential opportunities there, and she was going to get her some of her senior directors to come in, and one of them, Robert Pesapane, who is actually over that entire program, is actually traveling from D.C. tonight as well to actually sit down and have a conversation with us so that we could all get to a situation where we think the best move forward is, we can take that best move forward. However, as the governor also alluded to, there's I think a parallel path, and you know that we don't do bureaucracy, we don't go in linear paths, we don't throw all of our eggs in one basket. We are talking about reaching out for Emergency Management Assistance Compact, EMAC, or mutual aid through other states to start bringing in some other DOT-like, public works-like individuals to help us with mutual aid to, again, we don't know what might happen in the next 10 to 15 days. We want to get some of this debris picked up again. We've shown how government sometimes, unfortunately, usually private sector is better than us, but we've shown them that we can get this stuff done, and we can get it done quickly if we cut through the bureaucracy. So we're going to look at the incentive-ish program, and we're going to also look at bringing in mutual aid from other states.
Well, I mean, and, the thing is there could be debris. I mean, the standard practice with this debris, the way it works, is it takes months and months to do debris. I mean, I remember Michael, how long it took to do the debris. Ian, there was debris. And a lot of it is the local governments are worried what FEMA's going to reimburse and this and that. And I'm just thinking to myself, the incentive should be to get it done as quickly as possible. And, it's a difficult situation because you have Mexico Beach after Hurricane Michael, they had $90 million. And I think their annual budget was they obviously need that reimbursement, and I think they got 100%. Oh yeah, they did, because I went and got it from President Trump, 100% of reimbursement for the first 45 days. But to have the debris for 6 months, a year, or more than that, and I would never think that we would be able to say that government would do better than private. But when we took all our trucks, they're all over the state doing all this stuff at the normal course of business, and we said, okay, this is a hazard. Let's do emergency 24/7. And they were going, and they picked up 3,000 plus loads of debris on Anna Maria Island, on Madeira Beach, all these places, and then brought them to this landfill. As I said, this is a local responsibility. I don't think the state can be in the business of cleaning up everybody's debris. First of all, we just are too big of a state. I mean, there's no way a state government can do that. So this was kind of an extraordinary circumstance, but we also have to look at why is this always a problem? And I think what Kevin is doing, I think, is smart. I think the administrator will work constructively with him, and I think we'll probably get somewhere that's going to be more efficient and more effective.
Governor Logan, bureaucracy. You made the decision to ask the legislature to set aside that money for emergency so that you'd be able to have the state get money and start paying for things in a much quicker fashion. The budget system indicates that so far you've gone through about $250 million, which is about half of what you got. I mean, you guys.
Well, no, we'll be fine. Yeah, I mean, if we exhaust that, I still under emergency, I still can do, and we'll do that. And I would say, this will probably be a 90-10 storm, you think, or
we're going to ask for it.
Yeah, so we'll end up asking for 90-10 for a lot of this stuff, and it just takes a while, but we know we'll get it. I mean, we're still getting reimbursements from some of these past storms, so it's just the way it is. But yeah, we're fine. We have what we do, and look, when you deal with these storms, you got to make a decision. We never want to spend money that is not going to be effective. Of course, are you willing to spend money to be prepared? And when you're fully prepared, you will end up not using some of the things that you've amassed. I mean, who knows? Maybe we instead of having 2.4 million restorations like we did with Helene, maybe we'll have less than that with this. We had 30,000 for Helene, Lyman. We have 50,000 now. Was that bad? Other things staged. We had fuel staged for Helene. We didn't have to use any of it. The gas stations were fine. We have fuel staged now. We may need to do it. And so these are things we look at contingencies, what could potentially happen, plan for the contingencies. And when you plan for it, you do got to spend some money to execute these contracts. But if you don't end up having to do it, I would much rather do that than be in a situation where we have no gas in the state or we don't have enough people to hook up people's power. And it does cost when we do the mutual aid, when we bring in the linemen, the state is responsible for some of those costs. But the way I view it is, if we can get people back, like, I mean, I think we had 2 million restored within 72 hours for Hurricane Helene. That gets everyone back on their feet and the state gets moving again. That pays for itself. If you have power out, the standard used to be people be out of power for 3 weeks or 4 weeks. That is not, I think that's bad. I think that hurts the economy. I think that hurts the quality of life. So let's just be prepared. That's why we have the fund, and you're going to be better off being prepared ultimately than if you're not willing to do it.
Search and rescue. I know it's a big emphasis for the state. What happens if 911 goes down, God forbid, or cell towers go down, and people can't reach the hotline or 911 to call search and rescue? What should those families and those individuals do?
So the enhanced or next gen 911 system that is in place throughout the country, services, but at the same time, the mechanics of it is if a county goes down, if a county cannot receive those 911 calls, it's going to roll over to another county. So there is a redundancy that is numerous layers deep that will end up getting that 911 call. When that 911 address pops up on a dispatcher screen, it's actually going to tell them where the home service is at. So it will say, for instance, just say for grins and giggles, it's Punta Gorda. It's answered in Hendry County. It'll show up Punta Gorda. So the people in Hendry County know automatically, okay, I'm actually receiving a call from another area. There's something wrong. They're still going to, all of our dispatchers are trained underneath a Department of Health certificate. So they have all the same standard training throughout the state of Florida. That is a required statute. So they can take that call just as good in Hendry County as they can in, say, Charlotte County. They'll transfer that information. We still have World War II Cold War era technology that are copper lines that go from every single emergency management agency in this city, or I'm sorry, in this state, to another emergency management. So that'll come in, they'll get the information, they'll pick up that, hotline, call that next county over and say, this is what's going on, and then people will respond to that.
Well, also, I mean, I think what you've seen in past is the redundancy, but then if someone does need to be, if there's 10 feet of storm surge somewhere, you go rescue, and then they'll, like our boats, like they'll go around and check on people. They'll do all that. So you're going to see a massive effort as soon as it's safe to do so to check in the areas that were the hardest hit by surge if there's anybody in distress, because someone may not be able to call. Now, even if the 911's working, they may not be able to do that. And if you see somebody that's sitting on their roof, someone's going to go and pick them up. I mean, that's just how we roll.
For the tornadoes, Director Guthrie mentioned about 125 structures that were destroyed. Does the state have any confirmed fatalities from those tornadoes?
Not yet. I think that there's some injuries. I don't think we can rule out fatalities, but we don't have any confirmed yet.
Does the state have a number on how many people are in supplemental shelters?
So I appreciate the question. I did a 5:15 call where we were getting some real-time numbers updated. I'm going to say it's probably close to 100,000. We had a lot of counties that their numbers went up exponentially. Earlier today, we put 31,000 out there. But for instance, Hillsborough reported a couple of maxed out. Pinellas reported a couple of maxed out. But every county that reported something maxed out still said, even though it was a single shelter, still said they had plenty of capacity, near capacity that we have, which was well over 220,000 beds as of our earlier briefing today. But I would estimate it's probably around 100,000 and maybe growing.
And I think and it makes sense that it grew a lot today because the storm wasn't expected to hit until tonight. So you don't need to be there. Like a lot of people, why would you be there on a Tuesday night? They just go Wednesday morning. So we anticipated that would happen. We have capacity. I think when you're talking about storm surge on these barrier islands, a lot of those folks have to be able to go somewhere else, hotel, family, friends. And so they're probably not the prime candidates that are going to go to shelter. I think a shelter is a lot of times some of the elderly, some of the people that may not have as much means, and that's there for them. And I think people have utilized it well. Okay, thanks so much.
All right, the governor wrapping up there, giving us quite an update on the situation. A lot of things he's informing the state. A lot of them we know because we're going through them. But one of the big things he's next, one of the examples is 156 ready to go tomorrow. And we have enough bridges around here that will need to be checked. We even heard in Sanibel earlier them talking about one of the first things they'll do is check the causeway in the morning to see if they need help from the state.
And some incredible numbers for search and rescue already standing by, ready to go, including members of the National Guard and the Florida National Guard ready to go to look even before the sun comes up. If conditions become ripe, they'll get people out there and make sure they're looking to see if anybody is trapped.
And we also bringing up a lot of the things that we learned during Ian, primarily in the last several years, about getting the response out done quicker, streamlining processes, especially now if there's more debris to pick up, especially in the areas that have Helene debris still to be picked up, but incentivizing, as he said, people to come in from other areas, not competing with North Carolina and the places suffering in the southeast from Helene, but getting people in here faster to get the debris out of here faster.
And Kevin Guthrie from the Division of Emergency Management also talking about 125 homes already destroyed, most of them mobile homes, he said, and there were some injuries. Can't rule out fatalities, although they did not confirm any. We know they mentioned a lot about the tornadoes and how many tornadoes this spawned, so maybe it might be a good time for us to bring in Chief Meteorologist Matt Devitt, because Matt, when he talked about those tornadoes, he said he couldn't remember in recent history when a hurricane had spawned so many tornadoes so early like that.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in Southwest Florida for 8 years. I've never seen a tornado outbreak like that, especially the Clewiston one. A wedge tornado in Southwest Florida, that is almost unheard of. I'm curious to see what they rate that, and hopefully, as we continue to get the very latest on that tornado, no injuries or even fatalities. This is a live look, everybody, of the storm surge coming in from Fisherman's Village in Punta Gorda as the water levels are rising. All this that you see right here, that is the Peace River in Charlotte Harbor. It shouldn't be there. To be dry ground as the water levels continue to come up. And you can even see it behind me as we just have too much water and it is continuing to come up. And let's take a look at some of the water levels. So this is not surge. These are water levels. Surge is a consideration and a factor. So where we are at, Fort Myers, 3.4. That is, for a comparison, now higher than what we had with Debbie. 5.1 is what we had with Helene, so we'll have to watch that. However, in Naples, I can confirm this is the second highest water level ever recorded in Naples, and with their data going back 1965. Number one, Hurricane Ian. Number three, it just squeaked out Irma, and it also just beat out Helene. So Naples is already seeing their second highest water level in 60 years. Data goes all the way back to 1965. And then the Myakka River is rising as well. Let's take, and I tell you what, let me even show you the historical comparison here. There is Milton at 4.10. It just beat out Helene a little bit, and Naples is still rising. And then what happened with Ian in 2022, the sensor washed away. So that's why we called it failed. It certainly could have been higher than that. So it's pretty significant water levels here, and we're also watching some of them from downtown Fort Myers. Looks like we do have some ripples there along Palm Beach Boulevard. Have to see if that continues to come up. We do have some flooding here at Wink, outside of the facility. Here's a live shot from Sanibel. And we also, this was right before we lost the camera. This is Vanderbilt Beach Resort and Turtle Club. The water coming up. Once again, I showed you Punta Gorda. Let me show you another shot as we take you to, this was Englewood Beach before we lost the cam. Let's see if we can punch up the Naples Pier. And as you can imagine, darker now, it's going to be a bit tough to see, but water levels are certainly elevated, and we lost that camera in. Oh, no, we still got it. And we'll have to see this nighttime camera, how much it encroaches on the grass. This is in southeast Cape Coral. There's the specific on the top left-hand portion of your screen. So we'll have to see how much that does come up as we go throughout the next several hours. So let's get you an update on Milton. We'll get you caught up to speed. It's almost approaching its landfall. It's a Category 3, winds of 120, pressures at 954 millibars as it's pushing to the east-northeast at 15. The shear did its thing, as expected, but it's still going to be impactful. You know, at least we're not dealing with a Category 5, but still a major hurricane Category 3 with life-threatening storm surge. All the water level rising, all the water levels are rising. We have sensors at all these spots: Peace River, Shell Creek, Myakka River, there's Venice, and then as we take you into Lee County, from even the Franklin Lock, Matlacha, Boca Grande, St. James City, Sanibel, all spots are rising. Now, this is going to be important by later on tonight, because then we can tell you, have we plateaued and are we going down? That's what we're going to be excited to hear. But for now, it's a different story. They're all going up. And that includes Naples, Marco Island. Again, I want to give you an update here. That is now at 4.1. That just shows you how quickly the water levels have been rising. So here is the very latest on the storm. And we are essentially seeing not the heaviest and heaviest of rain or the maximum wind, but we're seeing that maximum surge on the southern side. And it's getting very close. And it looks like it will be very close, very likely a maybe northern half of Sarasota County. Let's take a look at the velocity to see how strong the wind is. And here's some of the wind right now pushing onshore near Hillsborough County, Tampa Bay. I believe they have an extreme wind warning right now in effect, and here's the reason why. Some of the wind right now, for reference, if you've ever been on the Sunshine Skyway Bridge, my wife hates driving on that one. Can you imagine winds right now on the top of the Sunshine Skyway Bridge, right now maxed out at 106 miles an hour, close to the radar, so we have a pretty good take on some of the wind, and it's clocking over 100 miles an hour around the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. Let's take you into Southwest Florida. We have some winds that are being indicated in Sarasota County, upwards of, it's going to be analyzed here shortly, 81 miles an hour. We also have 73. We do have a wobble tracker. This should be an update as far as where it has come from, where it's heading, and you can definitely this is likely going to make landfall in Sarasota County. So Tampa Bay dodges a bullet with the storm surge element, so that was going to be a big concern for them. I've actually heard multiple reports that the water's getting sucked out of Tampa Bay, and that's very typical when you're winds coming in from the land. It's pushing it out, but for us, it's coming in from the different direction. We also do have quite a bit of wave height action offshore. Here's a look at the analysis, and some of the waves have been upwards of 15, 20, even 25 feet near the core of this storm as it is working its way through. For some peace of mind, we talked about the tornadoes. The tornado threat is going down. So we are going to be, especially after midnight, very gradually, that threat will start to lower. The very latest, looks like we lost some sensors here. Englewood's not at 2, I can guarantee that. Punta Gorda's at 79. Port Charlotte, 72. Also had a potential gust to 79 in Arcadia and 66 for Sanibel. So we are rocking and rolling out there with some of these wind gusts. Let me update and show you the power outages situation. If you are listening to me on radio, we are showing you the current power outages. If you have lost power, you're not able to watch TV, and you're listening to my voice on radio stations, the number of power outages right now approaching about 80,000. We have 4 grand in Collier, 33,000 without power in Lee County, about 10,000 in Charlotte, and 26,000 across areas of Sarasota County. Here's a very preliminary short list of some of the highest wind that we have had with Milton so far, and you can see that pop up on the screen. And some of the wind gusts so far: Sarasota, 90 miles an hour, Venice, 85, Punta Gorda, hurricane force gusts to 79. Southwest Florida International at 60. You just saw that potential gust to 79 in Arcadia, so we may have to bump that up. Bonita Springs at 58, so we have certainly had quite a bit of wind. Now, where do we go from here? Well, we will continue to see, especially closer to Milton, the possibility for more gusts in the 70s, if not the 80s. And then as we continue into time, even overnight, I know it's going to be a little noisy when you try to go to bed and you're going to hear some wind outside. We still gust to 40 to 50 at 4 a.m. And then the plan is, as Milton starts to move away and weakens and becomes a hybrid storm, kind of like Sandy, as that moves away, we lose the strength of the wind. We also lose the force of the water and the wind trying to push it up. So that's why very gradually for the second half of your Thursday, we will start to see those water levels go down. Here's a look at our future track model and basically where we go from here, as we would see the core of that storm continuing to push inland. We see these bands on the southern side. That tornado threat does lower after midnight, so it's kind of off and on bands from here on out, as the heaviest rain, the strongest wind, is going to be impacting central Florida around the I-4 corridor. And then overall, we see a mix of sun and clouds, breezy weather as we work our way deeper into your Thursday. Let's get back over to Wink Live Doppler 3X, and it will show you some of the areas that are getting heavier rain than others. And let's zoom on in to sections of DeSoto County. Could have had that gust to hurricane force all the way into Charlotte County. And that includes Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, all the way towards Boca Grande. The tornado threat continues to lower, but we still have these fast-moving bands of rain. And within that heavier rain, that is where it can bring that strong wind to the ground and more of these off-and-on pockets of quick shots of heavy rain all the way into Collier County. So let me show you real quick the storm surge forecast one more time. And 5 to 8, Collier County, 8 to 12 for Lee and Charlotte, and then in the pink, 9 to 13. The timing of the surge, we will continue to go up. We're going to maximize as we hit late this evening, overnight, and then continuing into the overnight hours. Chris and Lois, I hear that you have some questions. Or maybe the viewers
Yeah,
do.
we got a couple things. Well, one of the things, well, this just came listening to the governor. He was talking about landfall being quicker than expected. Is that true in your mind? Are we going to see landfall earlier than we perhaps thought?
Yeah, that's correct. It did pick up speed a little bit, feeling the influence of some stronger wind aloft and that shear. If we did not have that shear, this would have been even more devastating across our state. But it's October. Oftentimes you do have greater wind aloft. That's why we get cold fronts eventually deeper into the fall and winter, and that can happen. But the wind shear not only helped us in terms of its intensity a little bit, but it also caused the system right at the last minute to pick up its speed just a little bit.
So let's talk about that speed, and I may be asking you a question that's kind of a dumb question, but it's maybe a hopeful question. Maybe I should put it that way. It's a hopeful question. If it's moving at like 15 miles per hour forward speed, and could it get on land and get out of the way quicker to make the surge less for us if it happens before high tide, for example?
Well, first off, you're one of the smartest people I know, so it's not a dumb question. And you're right. This is going to be the fact that it is moving at a faster clip, and I'm so glad that you brought that up. I actually have a graph of when I'm determining storm surge, what I go through, and that is what we're looking at on this screen. Well, temporarily, we'll go back to the anchors, but when it comes to storm surge, here's what you factor in. In red, that is what produces higher storm surge. A bigger storm, Ian. A storm that has higher wind, lower pressure, a slower storm, Ian. And then it also has to do with the shape of our coastline. Think of Sanibel, Fort Myers Beach to Bonita. It's very storm surge prone. It allows the water to pile up. Also your angle of approach, shallowness of the continental shelf. And this is going to be, the best way that I can explain this, I would like to show you the best way that we can analyze, I'm going to bring it up here real quick, are the floor that we have in the Gulf of Mexico, if I can find the graphic. The Gulf of Mexico is incredibly shallow. Yeah, here we go, I found it. The Gulf of Mexico is pretty shallow. You go 30 miles off of our coast, the shallowness is it's about 100 feet deep. You're going to see this pop up. And then if you go off the east coast of Florida, it's upwards of 2,500 feet deep. So the point is, the reason why Southwest Florida is more susceptible to storm surge is we are more shallow offshore. It's easier to push the water in. The best visual I can give you, it's like trying to push something up a hill. Is it easier to do it with a gentle slope or a steep slope? And that's why for Miami, it's compared to us. We are more storm surge prone, and that is one of the dynamics that we do factor in, along with the full moon, the new moon, as well as the daily high tide cycles. And Lois and Chris, in this case, we have us approaching our high tide later this evening and overnight.
So just to follow up on Lois's question, if the storm gets out of here a little bit quicker, could we stop contributing to that part of the surge while the tide is going up and maybe even things out a little bit at the peak?
Right on the money. So in theory, if it starts to move faster and as Milton starts to weaken, once we start to hit a certain threshold, the water levels go down. So, for example, the reason why we have surge, it's wind. So if as the storm continues to weaken, the winds are going to gradually lower. We have less of a force coming in from the Gulf of Mexico. And that's why as we go into Thursday, Milton weakens, moves away, our winds start to lower, and gravity starts to kick in, and our water levels will go down too. Now, we're still going to be elevated into Thursday. Don't be surprised to see that into the afternoon and evening, but less wind, less force, and eventually lower water levels.
Okay, Matt, now I'm going to have you show us a graphic you showed us just in this last weathercast, but first we want to let people know about some breaking news that's coming out of Charlotte County, and that is that the shelters are locked down now. They are not allowing anyone else to come in, and the reason they're not allowing anyone else to come in is because of the high winds that we're seeing in Charlotte County. So, Matt, that's where we come to you. Can you show us again those wind gusts that you're seeing in some of those areas so that we can show people why it's just too dangerous for them to let people start traveling on the road and going to a shelter now? You just got to stay where you are.
Absolutely, happy to do that. And we're looking at a wind gust to 79 miles an hour for Punta Gorda. Again, we may have lost that sensor for Englewood, so it is not 5 miles an hour. 79 for Punta Gorda. We're at 75 for Port Charlotte, potentially upwards of 80 for Arcadia, so it's a good call. I mean, we're gusting right now easily upper tropical storm force to even lower end hurricane force wind. And you saw this about 15 seconds ago. The water levels continue to go up. I want to show you a live shot from Fisherman's Village, Punta Gorda. It's going to pop up behind me as the water levels continue to come in, guys. We've all seen this shot on a beautiful sunny day. This should all be dry ground. This should all be dry ground, and now it has become the Peace River as well as Charlotte Harbor. Hey, thanks so much. Yeah, can we actually continue to pan? And normally, there you go, there's the dock. Should be able to walk out. And if we can kind of pan a little bit more to the ground as we work more to, yeah, that boat shouldn't be there. The water has been moving it around. Say that again? They tied that down, which is nice. You can see the ties on the... Yeah, they tied it down. Just off the coast of it right there. And then, yeah, Zach, can you, let's pan, yeah, there we go. Normally, you would be able to easily walk along all of this. Right here, you'd be able to easily walk along all this, and the water has now come in. This is Fisherman's Village, our camera. You can see the ripples in the water indicating the surge as Zach is right now controlling the camera, just to kind of give you a gist here of some of the water levels that we're right now seeing in Punta Gorda, which had quite a bit of flooding during Helene. So did Port Charlotte. All the people that had damage to their homes and are still dealing with that storm, and on top of that, also seeing surge from Milton. Lois and Chris?
Yeah, are you set up right now on the touchscreen to show us how where the water is rising like you have been? It's been a while since we've checked in.
Sure, I can do that. If you guys can give me about 15 seconds, I'll hop on. So I'll be back.
We'll show some video and we'll take people. Yep, we'll take people around and we'll come back to you.
Right. Because we know we have some flooding pictures that we want to show you. We want to take you to Port Charlotte right now. We don't know who sent this to us, but as you can see, it's street flooding off Edgewater and Pelham in Port Charlotte. Joe Franks and Sean Wozniak are getting credit for this video. It came to us about 4:50, so it's much earlier. We know that the water levels have risen in these areas, but that's what it looked like late this afternoon.
In those areas, the water is going to be an issue probably all night. Let's go to our next shot. I'm not sure what our next shot is.
I think it's the Pickleplex.
Oh.
I think we're at the Pickleplex.
Live pictures, I think. Yep. You can see the camera. Obviously, the wind is an issue. This is the area that we've been talking about, wind being an issue, and it certainly is. Dry, but wow, look at the cameras go back and forth there trying to battle the wind. And this next one, show you Joe Salvaggio's home. Joe, heartbreaking. Joe lost his house in Ian. A lot of you saw the story on Wink. We followed him. His community came together, helped him rebuild it when he just about had lost hope. Beautiful house. We toured it a couple of weeks ago, showed it to you on the news. And this is a while ago. These are home cameras. He's not there. He shared this with us. In fact, I'm going to check on my phone when I'm done here for an update to see what he said last time he texted. I haven't had a chance to look, but you know, it's getting too close for comfort for him. And it was still light out. You can see the time pushing 5 o'clock, so we haven't seen a new picture in a couple of hours.
Yeah, we really hope for Joe and for everybody else on Fort Myers Beach and along the coast that the surge becomes not the worst case scenario, but the best thing we can hope for with a hurricane this size at this time. Let's take a look. This is from Margaritaville. Very difficult to see right now. We had been watching the water come up. Remember, their fins up. Beach Club, they took out, I don't know how many million pounds of sand out of the pool because of Helene.
Because of Helene,
and they had water creeping up earlier before it got dark, and the water is expected to get higher there. So we probably won't know the full extent of what's happening there until the sun comes up again. But the camera's still up, so that's a hopeful sign. At least we'll look at it as a hopeful sign.
Yeah. And we are looking for hopeful signs right now, obviously. I've just talked to Joe Salvaggio, the man we were just talking about. Water coming up his front yard as well. And this is another part of Fort Myers Beach, right by Times Square.
Margaritaville, too, yeah.
Margaritaville from the other side. And, wow, you can just see the water from side to side there. And Times Square kind of off in the distance down the street there. It's heartbreaking to see that, to be honest.
It really is. I mean, Margaritaville is built to a more current code, so the water is going under areas that are not going to be completely destroyed, where other buildings that are still older that may have survived Ian will still have so much damage.
And a lot of the hotels, Pink Shell has this kind of construction. Lani Kai has this kind of construction where the water goes underneath, and it largely saves the buildings.
Right. Let's go to Charlotte County EOC right now. Annalise Iraola has been there for us. She's been embedded with them where all the officials are, all the department heads are, all of the emergency operations are being run out of tonight. And Annalise, tell us what you're learning. I know we just released for our viewers the fact that shelters have completely shut out. No one else can come in because of the dangerous conditions. What else are you learning?
Yes, Lois and Chris, we just received that update too from Charlotte County that now local winds have reached tropical storm sustained winds here. So that means everyone in the EOC as well is hunkered down here. The doors are now shut. We're sheltering in place. But since I got to the EOC, I've spoken with officials here about the work going on behind the scenes. And just behind these blinds are all of Charlotte County's department official heads, and they're planning, preparing, anticipating, and hunkering down here overnight as Hurricane Milton hits. Fire, EMS, law enforcement, county admin, you name it, all decision makers are here. The gathering of these department heads allows the county to make decisions without going through the board. Here they're anticipating everything that can go wrong and staying ahead of it. What can happen in planning for the events? I spoke with Charlotte County Sheriff Bill Permel about concerns ahead of Milton. Listen. What are your main concerns for people in Charlotte County who haven't evacuated yet?
It's loss of life. I don't think some people are really taking this as serious as it is. I've seen some of the news feeds and some of the interviews that are out there, and people just don't think. We hope we don't. I pray to God we don't. But if they're right, this could be life-threatening.
And I also will be hunkered down here at Charlotte County's EOC overnight, and I'll bring you the latest updates as soon as there are any briefings here. Live in Charlotte County, Annalise Raola, Wink News.
Stand by.
All right, Annalise, thank you very much. The sheriff has been very, very stern and plain spoken about his fears for this storm.
It's important. I mean, he hopefully got people's attention, got a lot of them out of the areas that they're not supposed to be in during this.
Right.
And hopefully, as the governor said, we'll not have search and rescue to do tomorrow because of that.
Our only local county, the A, B, and C
right.
zones were evacuated because it's such a low-lying county.
Right, and even in C, you're not that far from the water.
Right.
It's hard to get far from the water there.
Right.
All right, we have new pictures of flooding on Barefoot Beach, northern part of Collier County, into the neighborhoods here. You can see between the houses, hopefully a lot of those houses have that first floor where water kind of passes through and they're built above it. And this is not this picture obviously was taken during daylight, so water is coming up. So we would expect even more to be there now.
Yeah. I understand that we have a view of our tower cam right now that we can take a look at. This is looking down onto Palm Beach Boulevard, and you can see the waves in the street. Yep. So there is water in the street on Palm Beach Boulevard in front of the Wink News station. However, Matt mentioned earlier it's not in the building there, so right. it is starting to flood and pond the streets. And you know when that happens, that's that section of Palm Beach Boulevard and First Street that gets shut down from Seaboard all the way to Park Avenue. And generally speaking, FMPD will shut it down. But now nobody is supposed to be out on the streets. And we aren't seeing any cars, which is a good thing.
And generally, this is right in front of the Palm Beach Landings complex, the condo complex. When the water gets this far and is ponding on the streets, generally down by the bridge, it's going to be at First Street and Park. It's probably, if history is an indication, going to be some water down there too.
Yeah, hopefully we can keep that view. This is a view from Gateway right now, and you can see the rain on the lens and the shaking in the camera. But this is a much higher ground out here near the airport. We're at about 23 feet out here, so surge is not the issue here. Of course, any other things that happen with a hurricane, the high winds, the tornadoes, all of those could be a factor in inland as well, as we know. But surge will not be a factor inland.
Nope. So let's check in. I believe we have on the phone with us right now Alex Burns. Alex, can you hear me? Oh, no, I'm sorry. We'll get to Alex. I recognize you. I've met you before. Chief Meteorologist Matt Devitt. We have ready now to go with the storm surge. How are you doing?
We could talk to Alex, too. I mean, you know, we do have some storm surge right now in progress. Let me show you the direct NOAA sensors. And what I'll do is I'll see if I can zoom on in for you that we can get a good look. And then can we go to full? That we can really get a nice look at home at what we're looking at here. And if you're just tuning in and just joining us, this is a direct live feed, super critical information, where in the blue is the astronomical high tide, low tide, and then what you see above that in the red line, that is what Milton just did. And you can see, and then I'm gonna click on that red line, okay? And here's where we're at. So here's how we analyze this data. And by the way, you can just do a quick Google search, NOAA tide levels, and you can see this data at home as well with me here in the Weather Center. So the difference between these two values, so the storm surge right now is between 4 to 4.5 feet. However, the water level, that's important. Remember this number. We're going to talk historical in just 1 second. So Fort Myers right now is at 3.6 of a water level and experiencing flooding. In Naples, they are right now, let's take a look. I'm analyzing this right here. We are at 4.56 for the observed water level in Naples. Between those two values, that's your surge. So the surge right now in Naples is between 5 to 5.5 feet. Those are the current water levels from the NOAA sensors. Okay, guys in the back, can we punch up weather 1? I'm going to make my way to the green screen, and what we're going to do is take those values. Hey, you get to see a tour of our studio. How cool is that? You get to see how that stacks up to history. So Fort Myers, Naples, as well as the Myakka River, they're all going up and rising. So remember the value that I just showed you in Fort Myers. It was at 3.65. That makes it now the third highest water level that has ever been recorded at that particular spot in downtown Fort Myers. It's a sensor with historical data all the way back to 1965. And we can see some pretty notable storms here. And again, this is not surge. These are the observed water levels, the amount of water in feet above the average high tide. So 3.6 feet is where we're at right now. Helene, for reference, was 5.12, so we still got about a foot and a half to go to get to Helene's level, and then Ian is 7.26. So we are currently 4 feet below the Ian level in downtown Fort Myers. However, for Naples, you just saw the 5.0, second highest recorded in recent memory since 1965, so about 60 years worth of data. And Ian, number one, the sensor washed away. That's why I see it failed. But right now, it just passed Helene and it just passed Irma for the second highest water level observed in the city of Naples at that sensor. And that's why there is likely quite a bit of flooding right now in progress across the Naples area. Let me try to show you some of the cameras that we have in Charlotte County. Here's once again a live look. This should all be dry ground. The docks are flooded. Water levels are going up around Punta Gorda and Fisherman's Village. Let's take a look at weather 4. Can we punch up weather 4? And that will get you. This is going to be the Manatee Park in Lee County. I always see this on my way home from work. And those water levels definitely going up. We'll have to see how much inundation we do get. Thanks so much, Zach, for that. We also have, we're updating our wind camera network. We're also updating our water level network. So we have the ability to tap into all the water sensors that we have across Southwest Florida, and pretty straightforward. Let's go back to weather 1. You're going to see that the Peace River, Shell Creek, Mayaca River, Venice, they're all going up in terms of the amount of water that continues to increase. Franklin Lock, Fort Myers, Cape Coral. And unfortunately, what has also happened is we're losing some cameras, power outages, potentially some technical problems. Okay, I was just told that Milton has officially made landfall. And let me relay, I'm going to punch this up on the screen, and let me relay it at home, the official word from the National Hurricane Center. And it has made landfall near Siesta Key. Siesta Key is where it made landfall, with winds of 120 miles an hour as a Category 3, pressure of 954 millibars. Again, to reiterate, Hurricane Milton has made landfall in Sarasota County, Siesta Key, as a Category 3 and pressure at 954 millibars. Winds right now are sustained at 78 miles an hour, gusting to 97 along the coast, and just had a some other wind gusts. I'm reading the report from the National Hurricane Center, gusting over 100 miles an hour associated with the hurricane. So Chris and Lois, I'm going to do a quick update behind the scenes on that landfall, and I'll be back here in a little bit with latest. We're not going anywhere on those water levels.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Matt.
Yep. We've been following a lot of folks in their stories today as they either got out or didn't get out. We have Alex Burns on the phone. She lives in Fort Myers Beach, but evacuated to Miami. Alex, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Thank you so much for taking the time. I can.
We can.
I can. Thanks for talking to us tonight. I understand. Oh, so you're in Miami, but you're worried about your neighbors, and you had neighbors who stayed.
Somebody told me that 2 people stay at the end of our street. 2 guys.
Okay.
So, but everybody else left. We left yesterday. You know, we're very concerned about people, our lives. You know, it's sad.
Yeah. We understand. Can you just tell us, where are you on the beach? And can you tell us more about what you may have experienced in Helene and Ian? Were you there as well?
With Ian, we left. Okay, we left like at 7 o'clock that day. When we came back, you know, we have no house. It was gone, completely nothing there. So with Elaine, we decided to stay, but I have like clothes and things, my important at the door. And we stayed, and then we saw the water coming. We in Ohio Avenue, which is very close.
Okay. Yes, I know where it is. Yep. Mm-hmm.
So we very close. So when my husband saw the water coming in, okay, we got really scared, and we took our dogs and we went to Diamond Head, and they let us stay, okay, that night. Then we come back home. I was just starting to clean the house because we got 3 feet, I think, 3 foot of water inside the house with the lens. So now this time we decided, no, you know, they say storm surge more than 3. No, we decided to leave. So I was getting ready since Sunday, I think. And as soon as it was official, we left at 2 o'clock, the day of the evacuation. But I brought, you know, as much as I could this time because I don't want to lose any more things. I know they're materials, but, you know, we're alive, but so I got as much as I could.
I mean, we're just so sorry, Alex. You're just going through so much, and it just creates so much fatigue, doesn't it? You just can't, you just feel like you can't take it anymore, right?
Well, you know, we're very resilient, my husband and I, but yes, you know, we're exhausted, okay? We worry about everybody else. I'm just texting people, are you okay, guys? Are you, you know, very concerned. This hurricane really got us scared this time. I don't know why, but we didn't have a good feeling about it. You know, life is very, very devastating. Praying that nobody has to deal with that. But we left, and you know, we here in Miami with my son. We are originally from Miami, but we live in Fort Myers Beach since 2019, I guess. We love the place. We love Fort Myers Beach, all that area. We love it. So, you know, we're very sad about it. Very emotional.
Yeah. How old?
You know, I don't care about my furniture.
Old is your house?
I can get it back. Life is what we care. And we think.
Yeah.
You know, in talking to the neighbors, you know, my neighbor across my street, Chris, and my neighbors next to us left. So my entire street left in Ohio Avenue, except for those 2 people, okay, that they are at the end of the street. Very concerned about them, right? I don't know, you know, that's their decision, I guess. But we're thinking that whatever happens, it's going to set us back on the island. You know, more than we expected. If we were thinking 5 years ahead, now it's going to be longer. That's what we think.
So the people you're worried about are at the end of your street. They're all the way out down on the bay?
No. Well, I don't know if they're on the bay side or on the other side. Okay?
Okay.
Because I don't remember exactly where their house is. But they're at the end of Ohio Avenue. Those are the only 2 people left there in the entire island. Because when we were leaving, I mean, I went to Publix like at 1 o'clock. There was barely people in the island. Okay, you could see cars and everybody was like making plans. You could see everybody just trying to leave. Right.
Right.
My neighbors, I think they left ahead of me. The guy across the street was leaving, but I just talked to one of my neighbors and said, you know, these 2 people stay on the island. They didn't want to leave. And I say, oh, my God, you know, I hope they're okay. So having said that,
we hope
are
they're
we going
okay
back?
too.
Yes, we're going back. As soon as they tell us that we can go in the island, because I know, because I heard the news that they want to do a cleanup without people inside. You know, inside the island, which I think is a great idea. Because with Helene, it was very difficult, you know, the traffic and people coming to see what happened to the island. But now I think the town had decided that we are going to let us in after the cleanup. So I'm making plans to go on Saturday. I don't know if that's going to be possible.
Right.
Oh, Alex.
So what can I
we
tell
certainly
you guys?
hope the
You know,
best
just
for you.
praying here.
Yeah, well, we're praying for you too. We're praying for your neighbors. We hope they are okay, and we really thank you so much, Alex, for talking to us and telling us your story. And we hope the surge does not rise to the level that we fear. We hope it is much better for you, and thank you so much for your time tonight.
No, thank you guys, and thank
All
you
right.
for doing that great job that you do, guys.
Oh,
Thank you very
That's
much, Alex.
Very, very sweet. We appreciate it. We want to check in, speaking of water levels, downtown Fort Myers, one of the areas we're watching. Wink News reporter Tiffany Rizzo is in one of the high-rise condos, High Point Place. So you got a good view, Tiffany, of the water, and you should have a good view of First Street as well. How are we doing?
Yeah, Chris, so that surge is definitely coming in now. I'm going to turn your attention to the seawall over here. That water is now coming over the seawall, so it's starting to come into the parking lot. So that water is getting very high. I know we were keeping an eye on that boat that was wrecked during Hurricane Ian. Remember, it was just over the bow. Now that water is all the way to the top of that front window. So it is getting higher and higher. So we're definitely keeping an eye on those levels of the Pulaski. That surge is starting to come in now. And I also want to point out First Street down here is also flooded. We tried to go down there, but it was too dangerous to go out there because of those strong winds. So we turned around. Again, this high rise is blocking a lot of that wind for us. So we're not sure how deep that water is on First Street, but it is flooded on there, and that is just continuing to rise. So we're keeping an eye on this. But as you can see, along with the surge coming in, we're dealing with a lot of strong winds down here. So there's a lot happening in this area. We're going to be keeping an eye on these water levels as that surge continues to come in, because I believe we have a few more hours of this. We also saw something like a transformer blowing over near the North Fort Myers Bridge. So we're going to keep an eye on the conditions out here as well as that surge continues to come in. I'm reporting live in downtown Fort Myers. Tiffany Rizzo, Wink News.
All right, thank you very much, Tiffany. I'm sure a lot of downtown people will be thankful that you're doing that and showing them what the status is outside when they may not be able to see it for themselves right now.
We're seeing why these hurricanes get even scarier at night, when you see the little bit that she can see, and for most people you just can hear it but you can't see it. It's kind of frightening.
If you were watching the governor's news conference just about 20 minutes ago, or maybe it's a little bit longer than that already, we heard the governor talking about answering a question from a reporter about the dog that was left. So we want to talk to you about that right now. FHP troopers made an unusual rescue just before noon as Hurricane Milton approached the Gulf Coast. Look at this video that FHP Tampa posted on X. It shows a dog left tied to a fence along I-75, and you can see the water had covered most of the dog's legs at this point. Now, this evening, Governor Ron DeSantis, he was asked about this incident.
What kind of an animal would just leave a dog chained to a pole in the middle of a hurricane? I mean, it's just unbelievable that somebody would do that. And so I'm thankful for the FHP folks out of Tampa for rescuing the dog. They did bring it to the vet. The dog has a clean bill of health. And who knows, maybe we'll do some adoption, put the dog up for adoption, and we can have some people in Florida come and compete for it and take it. But, you know, it's just like, I mean, people do a lot of dumb things, but you just see that. And so I hope they find the person who did it, and that person should have the book thrown at him. We've got very good laws in Florida against animal cruelty. You know, these dogs, we've got dogs that are going to be helping in the storm. These police working dogs, they're great. They're great canines. So we don't have tolerance for that in Florida. I thought it was outrageous that somebody would do that.
So now let's take a look. There the dog is in the back of the FHP cruiser after troopers made that save. That dog was growling at them, probably just frightened, frightened for its life at that point when it was in the water. As you heard the governor say, they took him to a vet. He's going to be just fine, clean bill of health. Someone's going to want that dog.
Absolutely.
Hundreds of people are going to want that dog.
People will fight over being human for that dog at some point.
Yeah.
All right, we've been checking in on the flooding in some of our most vulnerable neighborhoods, of course, and one of those is Englewood in Charlotte County. Wink News spoke to one man there on why he chose not to evacuate and how he was bracing at his home.
During Hurricane Ian, we took about 2 feet of water in the house, so we prepared a little bit this time. We didn't prepare it all that time. Evacuation A, 15 foot of storm surge. That will really come up the house pretty far. So, my mom, like I said, had surgery. She can't swim. So we moved her about 2 miles that way to higher ground.
So take a look. These are some of the ways Roe is prepping his house here. You saw the furniture raised on buckets, important items raised to higher places, doing whatever's possible to prepare for floodwater. We certainly hope he's doing okay. We want to check back with Matt now.
I think we want to let people know, remind people that Hurricane Milton has made landfall. It made landfall in Siesta Key in Sarasota County right around 8:30 or so. So that is, it was really, its forward speed is what, 17 miles per hour right now. It's really moving along great clip most of today, which moved that landfall up, which is a great thing. We hope it continues to speed across the state. And
an unwelcome guest.
Bye-bye, Milton. Happy to get rid of you.
So let's check in with Matt and see how we're doing.
Yeah, sounds good, guys. As we have been analyzing the water levels, and you will see that pop up on the screen momentarily. We were marking the landfall. That's why you see the zero stats. As we do have the new water levels, as well as a live shot from Punta Gorda, Fisherman's Village. We are at 3.8 now in Fort Myers. Helene, for reference, was 5.1. Ian was 7.2. Naples is at their second highest water level in the past 60 years. So Naples is really seeing it, 4.7, and that has been the peak. And then the Myakka River is at 4.1. We are using the Myakka River because of a lack of tidal sensors in Charlotte County. I'm working on that with NOAA to try to bring them some more because we definitely deserve it considering how much surge we've had the past couple of years. But Myakka River, that sensor is in Sarasota County, but it's sometimes could be a good gauge for those water levels in Charlotte County. So let's take a look at some of the cameras that we do have right now across the area. And say that again? Okay, let's do weather 4. Let's punch up weather 4. And there's a look at kind of a 9 box here of some of our current conditions. And look at the one on Sanibel. That should be Periwinkle Way. I'll try to get that up for you. Thanks so much for the 9 box. Let's go back to the downtown Fort Myers camera. And this is going to be the Caloosahatchee water is now on top of Palm Beach. This is right outside of Wink. And we are dry in the studio right now. Let's take a look at some of the conditions, kind of a dark shot. This is a Siesta on the beach, Sanibel. This is Vanderbilt Beach Resort and Turtle Club, kind of the lagoon. And yeah, there's a live look. Thanks so much. And this is going to be along Periwinkle Way. You can see the lights. This is one of the intersections. So we have surge on Sanibel. We have surge on Sanibel. There's going to be the water level rise from the Manatee Park. This is just east of I-75, right along 80, as we're observing those water levels. And once again, that shot from downtown Fort Myers. Can we try the Southeast Cape cam on the top left? I'm curious to see how they're doing. So far, so good, at least in this shot. I'm curious to see how much we get on the grass and how high up that gets. And then Estero, heavy rain, some gusty wind. And Zach, what we'll probably try to do is we'll try to get a shot from Bonita Springs. I know the Riverside Park, that was flooding. And there's a live look at the surge. There it is, coming in from Sanibel with a live look right now from, this should be an intersection. And there's that water live on Sanibel, and also the camera shaking because of those gusts upwards of 60 to even 80. Let's go back to weather 1, and we'll show you that shot live from Vanderbilt Beach Resort and Turtle Club. You should be able to walk out and head on a dock to this boat. Instead, all of it is underwater. Let's now take a look at, once again, that live shot from Fisherman's Village. You can see the palm frond going left and right there. We're going to also take you to, let's get you a check on radar. It's been a while since we've done that, so we'll get you a check on radar as we are watching the continuing now to push inland after it made landfall on Siesta Key. And it was a Category 3, winds of 120 miles an hour. They are experiencing some pretty strong wind as we take it to Tampa Bay. Here is the very latest on Wink Live Doppler 3X in terms of how strong that wind is. And yeah, you're able to see here that winds right now are being indicated very close to the radar. Upward Shine Skyway Bridge, which is for some not an enjoyable ride even on a sunny, calm day. Can you imagine? With winds right now upwards of 80 to 100 miles an hour. There's the Sunshine Skyway Bridge connecting St. Pete as well as Manatee County. and more of that strong wind will be working its way towards Tampa Bay. Here's the situation in Southwest Florida. You can see where this storm came from, where it's going to be heading. There's that landfall point in Sarasota County. And most of what we are seeing right now locally is the southern half of this system. What has happened is it's been wrapping around dry air on the southern side, and that's chipped away at some of the heaviest rain. But we still have that wind coming in from the Gulf, and it's elevating our water levels. Let's take a look at some of the current wind gusts that we do have in Southwest Florida. And right now we are gusting upwards of 93 for Englewood, 74 for Port Charlotte, 42 for Punta Gorda. And these can very easily fluctuate. It depends on the time that they were sampled. 61 for Sanibel, 56 for Lehigh Acres, Babcock Ranch, tropical storm, and the list goes on. Some pretty gusty conditions towards Sanibel, in the 60s and 70s for Punta Gorda, and all the way towards Port Charlotte. But yeah, that will lead to some power outages at last check, and we will continue to update you on this. Our power outage total was about 80,000 and rising in Southwest Florida because of the strong wind associated with this storm. So here's where we go from here, as we would see the future track model indicating the core of the storm working its way to the northeast. There it is as we approach 10 o'clock, 11, and all the way towards midnight. Look at the wind direction right off of the Gulf. So surge is still going to be an issue. The bands of rain, one after another. The tornado potential does go down. I'll show you that with a graph here momentarily. As we hit about 7, 8, and 9 o'clock a.m., you'll start to see that we even have the sun out tomorrow. It'll be good to see that, with a couple lingering areas of rain and also some of the lowest humidity. That's, I guess, what we get for dealing with this that we have seen in quite some time. But for some peace of mind, after the worst tornado outbreak I've seen in a long time across the state of Florida, we are going to see our tornado potential go down. This was earlier today. We're right about here, and then we're really going to start to lower after midnight for that tornado potential. The surge timing, we are right now approaching the upward trend of the surge. We are, I'd say on the graph, we're right about here. Okay, so we do have some more to go, and that is going to be later this evening and overnight. And then finally, as Milton starts to weaken, loses its grasp on our area, the wind speed's lower, you have less of a force of the water, and slowly, you know, we're still going to have elevated tides tomorrow, but very slowly, we will have the water levels start to recede. So, Chris and Lois, that is the very latest on my end, but we will continue to periodically get you those water levels as they come in.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, Matt, would be interested in following that, because that is one of the big stories left right now.
No question.
People obviously cannot see, even if they're near their homes enough to see.
That's right. That's right. Okay, we're going to take a quick break here, but you are watching Tracking Hurricane Milton.
Like many voters, Lena's open to Amendment 3. But there's a catch. A deal breaker she won't see on the ballot summary because they buried it deep to sneak it past voters like Lena. Big Weed wrote Amendment 3 so they can't be sued.
So they can't even be sued?
No matter what goes wrong, if people get sick, corporations make billions but can't be held accountable.
There's no way I'm voting for Amendment 3.
It's corporate greed, not freedom.
Hi, this is Dr. Brian Steele from the San Carlos Park Animal Hospital. Did you know that the sunny Florida weather we enjoy is also the perfect environment for fleas, which is why they are the most common external parasite of dogs and cats. Allergic reaction to a flea bite is the most common skin disease of dogs and cats. And once the flea gets on your pet, the female starts laying eggs within 24 hours and can lay up to 50 eggs per day. That's a lot of fleas. To learn more about protecting your dog or cat, give us a call today.
Where are you headed?
Just gonna hang out.
If any of your buddies ever pressure you to take a drink, just tell them you promised your dad you wouldn't.
I promise. Love you too, Dad.
They really do hear you.
This is the place to make them feel at home. There's no place like Bears.
Are you battling weight loss?
Like many women, I've always struggled with weight.
Now at Physicians Rehabilitation, lose 2 to 4 pounds a week with medically supervised weight loss injectables. FDA approved, safe and effective.
Certain clothing items that I would put on, and you could definitely, the buttons weren't as snug in areas that have been problems.
At Physicians Rehab, we're getting you back to life.
Cool's right here, don't delay. Pick up your phone and dial away. 888-40 today. Get it done today with Cool today.
For 60 years, our team of air conditioning experts has been here to help you with all your AC needs. Right now, get up to a $2,000 tax credit with the purchase of qualifying new equipment.
Cool's right here, don't delay. Pick up your phone and dial away. 888-40 today. Get it done today with Cool today.
Hey, a truckload of magic. What would you like to make disappear?
All that stuff out there. When you want junk to disappear, all you have to do is point. Bye.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Wink Weather, sponsored by Handyman Roofing. Count on Handyman Roofing to get it done.
Welcome back, everybody. You're watching Wink News. The Weather Authority continuing coverage as we track Hurricane Milton. Sorry. So said it so many times.
Yeah.
Don't want to say it anymore.
Right.
We have a lot of you calling now and letting us know how you're doing or sending us email. We have Mike Dowling on the phone from Port Charlotte. Mike, how are you? Thank you for calling.
I'm hanging in there. Doing pretty well. A lot better than I thought I'd be.
I understand. Well, that's good. Tell us about that.
Well, I figured this was going to be a whole lot worse than the last one, but so far, so not so bad.
Can you tell us, Mike, specifically where you live so we can get an idea of where you are?
Yeah, I live in Port Charlotte, up off Peachland, near Orlando, like right up off Kings Highway. Off exit 170.
What was your biggest concern What was your biggest concern going into this? You said you thought it would be worse than the last one. I assume you mean Helene a couple of weeks ago. But what was your biggest concern?
More at what's going to happen to the town. I got great concerns for the town of Punta Gorda. I still don't know how that's going to work out, but it sounded a lot more like there's more of a hit here than there actually has been. It went a little further north than we thought.
Right. Although we still have water rising, so I guess we don't know exactly till the sun rises, especially in Punta Gorda.
Exactly, and they shut everybody down now, so.
Right. So now I understand you have a towing business. Is your business, your vehicles and everything safe in a high place, or are you worried about that too?
No, they're all good. I just work there. I'm just one of the worker bees, but we have to be available. Although when the police stop going on the road, we stop going on the road, of course. But we're only available.
But I would imagine.
We were only available
so I imagine
for the police.
Okay, so then if tomorrow when the sun comes up and there are a lot of cars that need to be towed out, is that something you might be called into service to do?
Yeah, absolutely. We will be at it strong as soon as the water is receded and the roads are safe to get on. Or they'll call us to clear roads to help make them passable.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be a lot of people like you called out tomorrow, wherever we start in the morning, to kind of put everything back together and get people moving, right?
Absolutely. And we do a lot of recoveries on boats and stuff, prompt towing in Punta Gorda. And we have crane trucks that are able to lift them.
So, Mike, just let me ask you, how long have you lived in Charlotte County?
Like 2000, I think.
Okay. So are you at all surprised by the way storms have gone, the surge, how much worse some of the water problems have been in recent years?
It seems very strange, yeah. like 2 weeks ago, all the sand, like where did that come from? That seemed a little bit different. I don't know if that was the way the storm came in or if it was from like beach repair from previous damages that just wasn't seeded right or what, but Nita, they were covered
It was
up.
just so unusual. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And they're getting really frequent. And I heard there's another one out there.
Well, hurricane season's not over, but we don't. We'll let the meteorologists and the experts talk about that. Let's all keep our fingers crossed, shall we?
Yes.
Yeah.